Chapter 2056. After arriving at the Tianwu continent, Zichun released his spiritual senses and found his location. With a flash, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. The spatial pressure here was not strong. With Zichun's strength, the speed of teleportation was much faster than taking a teleportation formation. Reappearing, Zichun saw a city. He stood above the city and looked down. In the city, most of the people were from the Devil clan. This was a city belonging to the Devil clan. In the city below, there were two faint auras belonging to the Heaven Realm. There were only two Heaven Realm experts. It was considered a small city. Zichun did not stop and disappeared in a flash. Zichun reappeared above a city. This was a huge city of the Devil clan. With his spiritual senses, Zichun sensed dozens of powerful Heaven Realm auras below. Oh, it's actually here. After sensing the city below, Zichun's eyes flashed with surprise. When he was still in the mortal origin realm, his sword steel was stolen. He fled in a panic. It was in this city that he met a princess of the Devil clan. After that, he stole some things from the Five Elements aristocratic family. As he looked down, Zichun found that the city was very lively. There were constant cheers and energy fluctuations. It seemed that some kind of competition was going on. Shaking his head, Zichun turned and was about to leave. However, at this moment, powerful auras appeared below him. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "Sir, what are you planning to do by loitering around the Power Demon clan? Since you're here, it's better to say it clearly before you leave." Zichun's sudden appearance above the Devil clan naturally attracted the attention of the Heaven Realm experts. At this moment, many figures also rushed into the sky. It's indeed the Power Demon clan. Zichun smiled faintly. The one he met before was the princess of the Power Demon clan. He had no relationship with the Devil clan. Clearly, he had no intention of stopping. He turned and left. "Stop!" A cold voice rang out. Numerous silhouettes soared into the sky. At the same time, beams of energy appeared. They were like thick ropes that intertwined with each other, trying to stop Zichun. Swoosh! Zichun waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind appeared. The approaching energy light was naturally blown away upon encountering this gust of wind. Immediately after, under the energy shock, Zichun's figure flashed and he teleported away. The Devil race members, who had just soared into the sky, were shocked to see their attacks being neutralized so easily. To be able to teleport within the vibrating energy, who exactly is he? The expressions of the rest of the Devil race also changed drastically. During this time, the fastest demon vaguely saw the other party's appearance. It was a somewhat familiar appearance, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. To be able to break an energy attack with just a wave of his sleeve, his combat prowess is clearly very strong. Furthermore, he is so familiar with it. This Heaven Realm demon frowned slightly as he wondered where he had seen this person before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. There were two appearances that completely overlapped and matched. It's him. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm, "You know who it is." The Devil race member smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not wrong, that person should be Zichun." Zichun? Which Zichun? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and a figure involuntarily appeared in their minds. A powerful Heaven Realm demon named Zichun. Is there a second one in this world? It really is that Zichun. Didn't he go to the Jianwu continent to participate in the alien race war? Why is he here? Space distorted as Zichun walked out. This place was already 20,000 miles away from the Devil City. After he appeared, he looked at a mountain peak below and saw a woman standing there. She was wearing a tight black dress that outlined her curvaceous figure. The moment Zichun appeared, the woman raised her head and looked at Zichun. Her red lips were as red as blood, and her beautiful face exuded a wild aura. "It's really you." The woman was the first to speak, her voice cold. Looking at the princess of the Power Demon tribe, Zichun nodded and remained silent. The two of them did not have much of a relationship. To be honest, they were enemies. At most, they could be considered acquaintances. "Princess, you stopped me. Is there something you need?" Zichun asked calmly. "Didn't you go to the Jianwu continent to fight against the alien race? Why are you here?" Looking at Zichun, The princess of the power demon tribe had a complicated expression. Although she was also a heaven realm demon, when she stood in front of Zichen, she could feel her heart palpitating. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a person, but a great danger that was hibernating. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. I came to take a look at this world and set foot on the star path, Zichun replied. He did not lie. If the alien race really invaded the Zhanwu continent, the demon tribe and the humans would naturally be allies. The alien race has been chased away? The princess of the power demon tribe asked again, her expression strange. No, they are only temporarily under control. I believe that before long, the war will erupt again. If the Zhanwu continent cannot be defended, the alien race will invade the Zhanwu continent. The princess of the power demon tribe did not ask why Zichun did not participate in the war and instead set foot on the star path. She nodded and said, "How long can they last? If it's short, a few decades. If it's long, a few centuries. Thank you for telling me." The princess of the power demon tribe nodded again and disappeared in a flash. The reason she stopped Zichun was to know about the alien race. Of course, before that, she had to confirm Zichen's identity. With a smile, Zichen's figure also disappeared. This time, he did not stop midway. Instead, he went straight to the Wuji sect in the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, the upper echelons of the Wuji sect gathered once again. This was a routine gathering. They mainly talked about recent events and the depletion of resources. Ever since Zichen had returned, the Wuji sect had undergone a complete makeover. With Su Mingyao and the others in charge, the sect was now in good order. The previous family-like situation no longer happened. Even with Wang Xian in charge of the Wuji sect, if the Wang family's disciples wanted to enter the Wuji sect, they would have to take the test twice as hard as ordinary disciples. Other than that, the entire Holy Land had become a harmonious cultivation Holy Land because of the Wuji sect's suppression and management. The phenomenon of big families bullying individual cultivators had also greatly decreased. When cultivators were truly unfairly oppressed, they could seek protection from the Wuji sect and let the Wuji sect uphold justice. After a few thousand years, the Wuji sect that Zichen had established had become the symbol of the Holy Land. Other than that, it was worth mentioning that this place had truly transformed from a barbarian land into a holy land. Other than a few old rivals who still secretly called it a barbarian land, in the entire Tianwu continent, this place had already been unified as the Holy Land. It was a cultivation holy land that almost all cultivators yearned for. I wonder how Master is doing. As the stewards left one by one, only Qinfeng and the others were left in the hall. Qinfeng muttered, "Zichun is so strong. He should be fine." Sunling, who was wearing red clothes and sitting on the sect master's seat, said very casually, "She still didn't call Zichun master. Even master's wife can't divine it?" Qinfeng looked at Su Mingyao and asked, completely ignoring Sunling's cold gaze. "That's right. Sister, aren't your divination techniques very strong? You're the only one who can divine Zichen's location." Sunling, who was coldly looking at Qinfeng, turned her head back with a smile. "Little girl, you have to call Sister Mingyao master's wife. Your seniority is too low. Do you understand?" Besides Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, who was like a green lotus, had a trace of a smile in her pure eyes. "I feel that calling me sister sounds better. Maybe we'll be sisters in the future." Sunling looked at Lin Shui unhappily. "That's impossible. Little girl, wake up. Stop dreaming." Lin Shui's smile was still on her face. "Humph, that's hard to say. Definitely impossible." Hearing the two's bickering, Su Mengyao's face revealed a trace of a smile. She said softly, "You two, stop bickering. Zichun is getting stronger and stronger. The distance between us is too far. It's almost impossible to divine it." The soft-spoken Su Mingyao suddenly let out a soft cry. Her expression clearly changed. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Master?" Qinfeng looked at Su Mingyao with a worried expression. The other people in the room also looked at Su Mingyao with worry in their eyes. "Nothing. It's just that I suddenly sensed that Zichun might be back soon." Su Mingyao smiled gently. "What? Back soon?" Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Their faces were immediately filled with joy. Chen Feng immediately stood up and said excitedly, "I'll go and inform Marshal Uncle Demon Ape and the others now." As he spoke, Chen Feng was about to stand up. But at this moment, a voice sounded, "No need. They'll be here soon." As the voice sounded, a golden light flashed in the hall. Within the golden light, Zichen's figure appeared. Zichen, looking at the figure in the golden light, everyone subconsciously stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. "Zichen, you're finally back." Above the hall, a silver light flashed. It was Sun Ling who had left the sect master's seat and pounced towards Zichen. Around Zichen, a golden light flashed. Sun Ling, who was approaching, immediately felt a resistance. Then, her charging figure was knocked back. As she retreated, Sun Ling's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness. A cold aura that belonged to Extreme Yin appeared. She charged towards Zichen again. Around Zichen, a golden light flashed again. Sun Ling, who displayed her Extreme Yin body, was knocked back again. Chapter 2057. Only Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, and Chen Feng were present. The Devil Ape, Zhang Haoyan, Long Hu, and LV Peng weren't present. "Zichen, why are you back? The outsiders have already been chased away." After her initial excitement and joy, Su Mingyao asked, "They weren't chased away. We'll talk about this later. How's your comprehension of the heavenly Tao arts?" Ignoring Sun Ling, who had vacated the sect master's seat, Zichen casually found a seat and sat down. Due to the existence of the time castle, Su Mingyao and the others had long since broken through. They had been comprehending the heavenly Tao arts for quite some time. "We've already made considerable progress. If you had come back a little later, we would have discussed going to the Zhanwu continent to support you," said Lin Shui. Shaking his head, Zichen said, "You don't need to go to the Zhanwu continent. From now on, all of you will guard the everlasting sect." "What? The outsiders are going to attack the Zhanwu continent?" Everyone's hearts shook. "Not so fast, but I believe it's only a matter of time." According to Zichen's understanding of the outsiders, the beginning was just an appetizer. As more and more outsiders descended, the passage to the Zhanwu continent would be opened sooner or later. The outsiders would invade sooner or later. At this time, the Devil Ape and the others arrived one after another. When they saw Zichen, they couldn't help but become excited. "Zichen, you're finally back." The Devil Ape, Long Hu, Flying Tiger, and the others all came forward and gave Zichen a bear hug. Following them, Zhang Haoyan and LV Peng also arrived. Wang Xian who was still in seclusion, had already come out. Shangguan Yu who had gone to the Moonlight Pavilion, had also received news of Zichen's return and was on her way back. Zichen. After Wang Qiong and Wang Shan heard Zichen's voice transmission, they rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps it was because they had to manage the entire family that they had spent a lot of effort, but the two of them still hadn't broken through to the heaven realm. Seeing that almost everyone was present in the hall, Zichen said, "Everyone, I will first tell you about the situation of the Zhanwu continent." After that, Zichen explained the situation of the Zhanwu continent in detail. He also deliberately explained about the heaven-defying experts. When everyone heard that there were so many heaven-defying experts comparable to Zichen, their expressions became very solemn. Fortunately, the heaven-defying cultivators had left, so there was no need for them to worry. Otherwise, with the participation of these heaven-defying cultivators, few experts would be able to resist. At the same time, everyone was shocked by Zichen's battle prowess. Clearly, Zichen's battle prowess was far superior to those heaven-defying deities. "This time, I won't stay for long. My next step will be to step onto the star path." Star path. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. However, they did not reveal any puzzlement on their faces. Instead, they revealed a strange expression. "What? You all know?" Zichen asked curiously when he saw everyone's expressions. "Master, could it be that you heard that old fellow's boasting and came back to prepare to enter the star path?" asked Chen Feng. "What old fellow?" asked Zichen. "That old fellow from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Recently, he's been running over to us whenever he has nothing to do. He said that we're rare geniuses, and that once we step onto the star path, we'll definitely reach the Saint Realm. At that time, he'll come back to protect the everlasting sect. He also said that the 4 saints from back then had all entered the star path, and that because our talent was extraordinary, he would open the star path for us. Chun Feng couldn't help but laugh. However, none of us believe him. We feel that he's just an old swindler. The Martial Heaven Alliance's star path. Zichun keenly grasped these 2 words from Chen Feng's words. He asked, "You're saying that someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance came to find you to enter the star path? But he didn't come from the Zhanwu continent, but from the Martial Heaven continent?" Yes. Chun Feng nodded. Zichun looked at the others and saw that they were all nodding. Zichun wasn't unfamiliar with the Martial Heaven Alliance. In his memories, it was an alliance composed entirely of celestial experts. To be more accurate, Zichun could also count as a celestial expert. But now, Zichun was standing at the peak of this world. Hearing the Martial Heaven Alliance once more had to have a deeper meaning. Perhaps it was a power on the same level as the Martial Battle Alliance and the Martial Battle family. Or perhaps the Martial Heaven Alliance itself was the Martial Battle family. Originally, Zichun had been worried that he wouldn't be able to find any clues about the star path after coming to this world. He hadn't expected to run into someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance who also knew about the star path. After a moment of silence, Zichun said, "The star path truly can allow people to become saints." Perhaps that elder wasn't lying. Back then, the 4 great sages did enter, but that elder clearly wasn't telling the truth. The reason the 4 great sages became saints wasn't because of the star path, but because they were originally holy beasts. Naturally, they could become saints. This was what the great sage Yinzhong had told Zichun. In the Zhanwu continent and the Martial Heaven continent, there was only one kind of true saint, the holy beasts. For example, the lightning holy beast, the 4 great sacred beasts, and himself were all existences whose talent far surpassed that of saints. After transforming time and time again, they had all become saints. For them, without the bottleneck of the heaven realm, it was very natural for them to become saints. It was just like those chosen beasts. They could become chosen just by sleeping. However, such existences were innately born. They were extremely few in number, and they had appeared in extremely ancient times. It could even be traced back to when this world had just been formed. They had experienced the changes of time. They had experienced countless battles. Some had died in battle, while others had awakened from their slumber. Other than that, there were also some shocking geniuses. If they wanted to become saints, they had to step onto the star path. The great sage Yinzhong had made an example of such existences. For example, the most typical example was Wuji. He had relied on his own power to step into the saint realm. Back then, Zichun had heard the great sage Yinzhong say that this world had a channel to enter the star path. However, that channel was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. It was even more dangerous than the Zhanwu continent's channel. It was a channel specially made for heaven-defying experts. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people were suggesting that they all enter. Zichun didn't understand their intentions. "When was the last time he came?" asked Zichun. "It's been a while. Perhaps he'll come again in a few days." Just as Chun Feng finished speaking, an elderly laugh rang out from outside the palace. "So everyone's here. That's good. That saves me the trouble of going one by one." Zichun's eyebrows furrowed slightly when he heard the old voice. He had not sensed that a person had appeared outside the hall. Seeing Zichun's frown, Chun Feng bitterly smiled. "That old fellow is very powerful. Even LV Ping's improved formation is unable to trap him. The entire everlasting sect is unobstructed to him." "Young friend Chun Feng, you're mistaken. If the everlasting sect's grand formation was fully activated, I definitely wouldn't dare to enter." While they were talking, an old man came in. He was wearing hemp clothes and had a smile on his face. He walked in cheerfully and looked at the many people. He said, "Is this a meeting? It seems that my luck is not bad." The old man was about to say something when he suddenly saw Zichun sitting at the side. His expression changed slightly and he was stunned for a moment before he said, "Zichun, why are you here? Why can't it be me?" Zichun stood up and stared at the old man. "Didn't you go to the Zhanwu continent to fight against the alien races?" The old man, who was slightly stunned, quickly reacted and said with a smile, "It's great that you're back. With your current strength, you can enter the Star Road. That's the place that experts like you should be searching for. The death rate there should be very high, right?" asked Zichun. "There's naturally a death rate, but you're all experts. Your chances of survival will be higher." Looking at the confident old man, Zichun continued, "I want to know how many star paths you control. Of course, there's only one star path. As for what happens after entering, it's said that everyone encounters different things." After pondering for a moment, Zichun said, "But as far as I know, the Martial Heaven continent has a very special star path. What you're talking about shouldn't be that special star path, right?" "Special star path?" The old man was startled once more. He was a bit puzzled, but then he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. "In that case, you control 2-star passages." Zichun keenly sensed the change in the old man's expression. His heart moved, and he immediately asked, "I'm not sure. We only have 1-star path." The old man shook his head. Seeing that the old man didn't want to admit it, Zichun continued, "As far as I know, that special starry path is specially prepared for heaven-defying cultivators. Don't tell me that the starry path you let them enter is this starry path." "Of course not." "Then tell me where that star path is." The old man didn't immediately reply. Instead, he looked at Zichun. Their gazes met, and the old man saw determination in Zichun's eyes. He asked, "You didn't come back to find that star path, did you? Are you preparing to enter that star path from there?" "That's my intention." Zichun didn't hide it. Shaking his head, the old man said, "Don't say that I don't know. Even if I knew where that star path is, I wouldn't tell you. That's the legendary star path. It's too dangerous. With your potential, you can just take our star path if you want to enter the Saint Realm. Why go there to die?" "Why isn't it an opportunity?" asked Zichun. "I don't know if it's an opportunity, but the Martial Heaven Alliance has records that none of the Heaven Defiers who entered returned. As for whether they lived or died, I'm sure you're very clear." Chapter 2058. There was only one Heaven Defier in this world. For a Heaven Defier like Zichun to appear, it meant that the previous Heaven Defier had already died. Hearing the old man's words, Zichun stared at him. "You must know where the star path is, right? Tell me where it is." The elder shook his head once more. "I don't know. At the same time, I'd advise you not to ask about that star path. It's very dangerous." Zichun flipped his hand, and a celestial sword appeared. Waves of pressure spread. "Tell me, and this thing is yours." The elder was surprised by Zichun's generosity. The others' expressions changed when they saw Zichun take out a Heaven Defier. However, the elder still shook his head. "It's useless. I have my own Heaven Defier. If a little child like you wants to bribe me, it won't work. I'll say the same thing again. I don't know where that star path is." Seeing the elder's expression, Zichun smiled. "Is that so? Then can I trouble you to take a closer look? Is this a Heaven Defier?" Zichun circulated his energy into the weapon. The Heaven Defier trembled slightly, and its aura grew even denser. "This is a heaven-defying weapon." The elder's pupil shrank as he looked into the weapon's eyes. A heaven-defying weapon was a weapon used by a Heaven Defier. Only in the hands of a Heaven Defier could they unleash their greatest power and easily slaughter ordinary heaven realms. However, that wasn't absolute. A heaven-defying weapon was an extremely powerful weapon. Because a Heaven Defier was using it, its weapon spirit was even stronger. Once an ordinary heaven realm expert subdued it, although the power it could unleash wouldn't be able to compare to a Heaven Defier, it would still be much stronger than an ordinary heaven realm expert. When the old man saw the heaven-defying weapon, his eyes widened. Even his breathing became rapid. He looked at the heaven-defying weapon again and said, "You're a heaven-defying cultivator, yet you want to give me a heaven-defying weapon?" Zichun guessed that the elder didn't know what had happened on the Martial War continent. In other words, the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Martial War Alliance didn't have any connection. Other than that, the old man didn't know that there were strong and weak heaven-defying cultivators. For example, the The weapon forged by a heaven-defying being who had only comprehended 10 laws would be much weaker than the weapon forged by a heaven-defying being who had comprehended over 50 laws. Tell me where that special star path is, and this weapon is yours, Zichun said in a deep voice. The old man's expression changed slightly as he hesitated. Buzz. Within Zichun's body, heaven-defying energy poured into the weapon. The weapon trembled, and a violent, fiendish aura enveloped the entire hall. In the hall, everyone who felt this aura had a change in expression. After personally feeling this pressure, the old man's hesitant expression turned resolute. He said in a deep voice, I don't know the exact location, but if you make a trip to the ancient race, you might be able to find the answer. However, I still advise you to consider carefully. That star path is extremely dangerous. As he spoke, the old man stepped forward and took away the weapon from Zichun's hand. Obviously, he was worried that his words didn't carry enough weight and would make the latter go back on his word. Zichun was slightly startled, and then he looked a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of the ancient race, the mysterious tribe that was said to have a heavenly path trial? At this moment, the old man took the weapon and then cupped his fists at Zichun. Thank you, little friend Zichun, for giving me this weapon. I'll take my leave now. With that, the old man turned and left, but he didn't invite anyone to enter the star path. Senior, please don't come again next time. My friends won't enter the star path. Zichun was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face as he shouted towards the outside of the hall. Don't worry. I won't come even if you beat me to death. The old man's voice sounded from outside the hall. He had obtained a heaven-defying weapon with just one sentence. He was afraid that Zichun would go back on his word, so he naturally wouldn't come again. Yes. Seeing the old man's expression as he left, they all looked at Zichun. Obviously, they thought that Zichun had suffered a great loss. Zichun chuckled, but he didn't care. That heaven-defying weapon was the weakest one in his possession. The star path is too dangerous. You guys should stay in the Wuji sect and deal with the upcoming war. These are my gains during this time. I'll give one to each of you. While speaking, Zichun took out more weapons. These weapons gave off a brilliant light that illuminated the hall. At the same time, they gave off an oppressive aura. Feeling the pressure that was much stronger than the previous weapons, LV Peng asked cautiously, These are all heaven-defying weapons. Zichun nodded and said, Every heaven-defying person has one. After killing so many heaven-defying people, I naturally have a lot of these weapons. In the hall, apart from Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, Qin Feng, and Sun Ling, everyone had a heavenly weapon. They had obtained it in the holy burial ground. Seeing so many heavenly weapons, everyone was shocked. This was especially so for the four without heavenly weapons. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The weapons that Zichun took out were all heaven-defying weapons of high quality. Among them, Zichun specially gave a sword to Wang Xian'er. Because she cultivated the sword Dao, this sword was very suitable for her. The sword's owner had comprehended more than 50 laws. As for the others, he didn't deliberately distribute them. Zichun even felt that there was no need for the Devil Ape and Zhang Haoyan to take these heavenly weapons. Heavenly weapons needed to be nurtured, and more wasn't better. The two of them had their own fortuitous encounters. The Devil Ape's black rod had already become a heavenly weapon. It was a supreme treasure of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. Naturally, it wasn't inferior to heaven-defying weapons. Zhang Haoyan's stone sword didn't have a weapon spirit, but its material was very special. It was also very compatible with his cultivation technique. There was no need for him to change his weapon. Wang Qiong and the other three didn't have any celestial armaments, so they chose their celestial armaments without hesitation. Wang Xian'er took one, and LV Peng also chose one after a slight hesitation. Although he was an array master, he could use it for self-defense. Lin Shui and Su Mingyao picked one each. After the selection of weapons, Zichun kept these heaven-defying weapons. Then, he took out 5 ordinary heavenly weapons and gave them to Wang Qiong. He said, These are for the Wang clan. This, Wang Qiong, who had just taken the heaven-defying weapons, was a little hesitant. He had a very good relationship with Zichun. They were life and death brothers. It was fine if he took them, but the Wang clan, take them. I still have a lot here. Zichun said. Wang Qiong didn't decline and immediately accepted the 5 heavenly weapons. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Obviously, with these 5 heavenly weapons, the Wang clan might have a better chance of survival in the face of war. Looking at the 2 of them, Zichun pondered for a moment. However, he didn't give them anything else. The next thing was naturally to discuss the future development of the Wuji sect. Wang Qiong and Wang Shan, who came from the Wang clan, knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to continue staying here. The 2 of them also knew this, so they took the initiative to leave. After the 2 of them left, Zichun also took out more heavenly weapons, as well as many heaven-level materials. The amount and the brilliance of the materials made everyone present dumbfounded. These were all Zichun's gains. Zichun had been keeping them for the sake of bringing them back to the Wuji sect. This sect was founded by Zichun, and this was also Zichun's home. The people in the sect were his family. Looking past Sunling, Zichun looked at Qinfeng. Qinfeng, go through these things. Pick out the materials and put them in the treasury. As for the weapons, take out a few and give them to the elders who have reached the heaven realm and have enough experience. There were a few elders in the Wuji sect who had followed Zichun since he was in the core Yuan realm. For example, He Feng, Yilang, Zhang Tong, Wu Lu, and so on. These people had enough experience. Once they reached the heaven realm, they would be given a heavenly weapon as a reward. Qinfeng nodded. With a wave of his hand, he put away all these things. Next, I'm preparing to open the Wuji sect to the public. I'll open the time castle to all the talented disciples of the martial heaven continent to enter and cultivate. I'll give them a certain reward. The highest reward is a heavenly weapon. Other than that, the heaven-level materials can also be used as a reward. It's open to the entire martial heaven continent. Those people's expressions changed. That's right. Open it to all geniuses. Once a huge battle begins, no one can stay out of it. In this kind of situation, personal grudges are insignificant. Qinfeng, make some preparations. Using my name, Zichun, invite all the powers and aristocratic families of the martial heaven continent to the Wuji sect for a meeting. Remember, as long as a family has an Earth Prime expert, they'll be invited. Qinfeng was startled, but then he nodded. Now that the great era had arrived, the Earth Prime experts were everywhere. Once all the powers of the continent were invited, the Wuji sect would be filled with people. However, Zichun's words couldn't be doubted. No matter how difficult it was, they had to carry it out. He looked at Sunling once more. This sect master was a bit of a headache for him. He didn't understand why he had chosen her, his eldest disciple, to be the sect master. Sunling, call Wu Lu over, said Zichun. Wu Lu? Why call him over? You can just tell me what to do, said Sunling. Even if I tell you, you can't do it, said Zichun indifferently. Sunling angrily called Wu Lu over. When he saw Zichun, he was very surprised and immediately bowed respectfully. Then Zichun gave Wu Lu a few more instructions. Wu Lu nodded, indicating that he understood. After that, Zichun didn't have time to chat with the others. He directly stepped onto the path to the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground here had become a training ground. The time it opened was also greatly shortened. Now that Zichun had arrived, it was just in time for it to open again. Many cultivators were waiting outside, waiting for the gate to open. Space distorted, and Zichun appeared. When the crowd turned around and saw Zichun, they were all startled. However, they didn't immediately recognize Zichun. They just thought that he was a heaven realm expert who had come to look for opportunities. Chapter 2059. Zichun's voice spread out, forming a strange wave that spread out in front of him. He believed that the existence of the Saint Burial Ground would definitely be able to hear his words. As his voice spread out, the cultivators waiting outside the sacred ground stood there in a daze before the Saint Burial Ground could respond. Zichun. He said he's Zichun. That's right. He's Lord Zichun. No wonder I found him so familiar. Oh my God. I actually saw Lord Zichun. That's Lord Zichun, a legendary existence. After being stunned for a short while, the cultivators' faces were filled with excitement. Zichun was a legendary name, representing a legend of a generation. Almost all the rogue cultivators in the Tianwu continent were familiar with his deeds. 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough to finish recounting them. Especially in this sacred ground, Zichun was comparable to a god. Ever since he dealt with the domineering Wang family in a bloodbath, this sacred ground had undoubtedly become a sacred cultivation ground in the hearts of all rogue cultivators. Everyone was very excited, their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Zichun, why are you here again? At this moment, a voice rang out. The space above the gate of the Saint burial ground distorted, and a blurry figure appeared. Hearing the voice, everyone turned around. When they saw the illusory figure, their faces were filled with shock. This area had become a place for everyone to search for opportunities, but they did not know that there was someone in the Saint burial ground. Could he be Saint Rosefinch? Looking at the illusory figure and recalling Zichun's words, everyone's expressions changed continuously, revealing deep shock in their eyes. I'm naturally here to discuss something with you, Zichun said in a deep voice. As long as you don't covet the things here, we can discuss anything, said the illusory figure. Zichun smiled and said, of course I'm not here for those 2 or 3 cultivation techniques. Moreover, you may not have any cultivation techniques that are suitable for me here. Really? Of course. Come in then. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure disappeared into thin air. Above the towering door, a spatial passage appeared. Zichun smiled and flew forward. When he reached the entrance, Zichun suddenly turned around and looked at the people waiting for the trial. He smiled and said, everyone, the holy burial ground won't open today. If you want to know when it will open, go to the Infinity Sect and ask around. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Zichun's figure flashed and entered the passageway. Then, the passageway disappeared. Lord Zichun, what is the meaning of this? Why do we need to ask the Boundless Sect? Obviously, no one understood the meaning of Zichun's words, and their faces were filled with confusion. Suddenly, a cultivator's expression changed. Sir Zichun, don't tell me you want to take over this place? What? Take over the holy burial ground? How is that possible? The others were startled. Think about it. If Lord Zichun isn't planning to take over this place, why would he tell us that we need to go to the Infinity Sect to ask when the holy burial ground will open? You should know that although the Infinity Sect has a bit of authority right now, it's definitely not at the point where they can control the holy burial ground. The others gasped when they heard the cultivator's words. When they turned around to look at the Saint burial ground again, their eyes were filled with shock. If it was as the other party had guessed, Zichun was really going to make a huge move this time. It was destined to shake the entire Tianwu continent. At the same time, a roar rang out from the depths of the holy burial ground. What? You want my holy burial ground? This roar didn't dissipate for a long time, causing the entire holy burial ground to shake. Standing in front of the youth, Zichun corrected him. It's not yours. It's St. Rosefinch's. Zichun, do you know what you're doing? The youth stared at Zichun, his expression changing. Of course I know. Since you know, have you ever thought about what St. Rosefinch will do once she returns and the holy burial ground is gone? The other races can invade the continent at any time. In such a dangerous time, I feel like St. Rosefinch won't care about such a small matter, said Zichun indifferently. A small matter. The youth's voice grew louder. You want to open all the trial paths in the holy burial ground, take out all the heavenly Tao magical arts, and even move the holy burial ground. That's even more important than piercing the heavens, yet you say it's a small matter? Zichun's calm expression turned solemn. He looked at the youth and said, the other race's invasion is something none of us can ignore. Since we know that the future will be terrible, why don't we make preparations in advance? Make ourselves stronger so that when the disaster comes, we'll have more power to resist. I'm already doing it. If you hadn't stopped me, the holy burial ground would have opened again today, said the youth unhappily. Zichun shook his head. It's not enough. It's far from enough. I need the holy burial ground to open every day. I need all the cultivation techniques to appear in advance. I need the heavenly Tao magical arts to appear as quickly as possible. Zichun, you're breaking the rules. You're breaking the rules set by the saints. These things are left behind by the saints. and they can be considered the saints' own possessions. The fact that they allowed others to enter the trial shows the saints' magnanimity. But you're insatiably greedy. In the face of the youth's cold gaze, Zichun said, "This is just making the best use of things. There might seem to be many things here, but they're useless to the saints. Let alone the saints, even I, Zichun, don't want them." The youth sneered, "If you don't want them, then don't come. I came for the sake of the world's people. You should use those words to trick others. Let me tell you, Zichun, if you want the holy burial ground, there's no way." The youth was stubborn and his tone was firm. Of course, in Zichun's eyes, he was stubborn and did not know how to be flexible. "The things here belong to the saints, not you alone. I think that if the saints were here, they would definitely agree." Impossible. The youth snorted. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I want to see the saints. You know that the saints aren't here, and you know that. That's why you dare to come here. Then you must have a way to contact the saints." "I don't know. I can't contact her." The youth turned his head. "If I tear this place down, you won't be able to contact her either." Zichun's tone was cold. "Whatever, as long as you have the strength." A mocking smile appeared on the young man's face. However, in the next moment, the mocking smile on his face froze. Zichun, who was in front of him, released his own chi. Golden energy filled his entire body, and he emitted a violent chi. Zichun stood there, and the space around him began to distort naturally. That was caused by the space being unable to withstand this power. Zichun looked at the youth coldly. The golden light around him became bright again. At this moment, not only did he raise his aura to the peak, but he also pushed his body to the limit. Boom! The distorted space exploded with a loud bang after Zichun displayed his peak aura. Then, with Zichun as the center, a huge black hole appeared. After the black hole appeared, it continued to spread. It was a comprehensive destruction. Once it spread, the entire saint burial ground and the layout of the saints would be completely destroyed. The peak of the heaven realm. Feeling Zichun's aura, the youth's expression changed drastically. He knew that Zichun was a heaven-defying saint. At the same time, he also knew how powerful a heaven-defying saint at the peak of the heaven realm was. But what he did not expect was that Zichun had really reached the peak of the heaven realm. Moreover, it was the true peak after fusing with the heaven-defying energy. Looking at the expanding black hole, the youth reacted and said in a sharp voice, "Damn it, stop right now. You will destroy this place." Standing in the black hole, Zichun's expression was cold as he said, "Inform the saints to tell me why I am here. Otherwise, I will destroy this place." The youth's expression changed, and he seemed to be hesitating. Boom! The energy around Zichun trembled, and the black hole expanded faster. Okay, I will inform the saints now. Hurry up and stop." Looking at the accelerating black hole, the youth's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly said, "Inform them right now." The energy around Zichun did not dissipate. The black hole no longer expanded, but it also prevented it from healing. "Damn it, you will regret this." Glaring fiercely at Zichun, the young man knelt on one knee and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He raised his head and said with a sincere expression, "Saint, I am your most loyal servant. I beg you with all my heart, please shine your light on the earth and illuminate the world." Looking at the young man's expression and the words he said, Zichun curled his lips and smiled. What a scammer. A mysterious energy pierced through the holy burial ground, passed through the martial heaven continent, and reached the Zhanwu continent. It then spread to an unknown space. At this moment, multicolored streams of energy were flowing through this space. Destructive auras were constantly wreaking havoc. This was a space where the laws couldn't reach. It was also a channel that the saints of the other races had to open. Within this space, there were 7 or 8 figures sitting or standing. Each one of them was emitting a suffocating holy aura. Following the arrival of this mysterious aura, a woman in flame-colored robes frowned slightly. She whispered, "I feel something calling me. Did something happen to the sacred land? Did the other races invade the martial heaven continent?" Hearing the woman's whisper, An azure-robed man turned around. Azure Dragon? Are you joking? The battle on the Zhanwu continent hasn't even begun. How could the other races invade the martial heaven continent? Said another man. If Zichen were here, he would definitely recognize this man as the lightning saint beast. I'll go take a look. At the same time, a ray of light left her body. Chapter 2060. This saint might appeared without warning. As soon as it appeared, a figure condensed within it, and the saint might grew even denser. Zishu greets the saint. Seeing Saint Rosefinch appear, the youth bowed respectfully with a pious expression. Zishu, why did you call me? The saint's voice rang out, and the saint might shook the space even more, causing it to become even more unstable. It's him. It's Zichen. He wants to destroy this place. Zishu turned around and pointed at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was controlling his own energy so that the black holes around him couldn't heal. Zichen, why are you here? What's going on? Asked Saint Rosefinch as he looked at the black holes around Zichen. This is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The energy around Zichen immediately dissipated, and the black holes around him healed. He asked me for this sacred ground. I didn't give it to him, so he wanted to destroy this place. Fortunately, I contacted the saint, or else Zichen would have destroyed this place, complained Zishu. Zichen, what's going on? Saint Rosefinch looked at Zichen with a dignified expression. Saint, don't listen to his nonsense. It's like this. I'm planning to move the holy burial ground slightly, and then open it completely for the cultivators of the martial heaven continent to use. Why is that? Asked Saint Rosefinch. He wasn't angry. Although the situation on the martial heaven continent has stabilized, it's only a matter of time before a war breaks out. Once the martial heaven continent can't withstand it, the flames of war will spread to the martial heaven continent. There are too many mortals on this continent. If a war breaks out, it will definitely be a catastrophe. I hope that before the war starts, the overall strength of the martial heaven continent's cultivators will increase a little. That way, we can reduce the casualties. Saint, don't listen to his nonsense. He clearly wants to control the holy burial ground and strengthen his everlasting sect, said Zishu. Zichen definitely doesn't have any selfish motives. I hope the saint can take pity on the common people and grant Zichen his wish, said Zichen. At the same time, he cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to the saint. The saint glanced at Zichen and said unhappily, Little brat, you speak as if this saint doesn't pity the common people. Your idea is not bad. I can agree. Zishu was stunned when he heard that. He was a little dumbfounded. He did not expect the saint to agree just like that. Zichen was delighted and immediately thanked the saint. However, Zichen quickly looked at Saint Rosefinch and said, Saint, are there other saints where you are? For example, the Azure Dragon Saint, the White Tiger Saint, and the Xuanwu Saint? Hearing Zichen's words and seeing the flattering expression on Zichen's face, Zishu's expression changed. He stared blankly at Zichen. He had originally thought highly of Zichen. Who would have thought that this fellow was even more ambitious? That's right, they're all here. Saint Rosefinch's eyes shone with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then, Saint Vermilion Bird, can you help me talk to them? Tell them to move all their burial grounds and give me full authority. That way, we can create more strong cultivators in a short time. Oh right, Saint, do you have any more palaces that can speed up the flow of time? If you do, can you give me a few more? Everything is for the sake of the world. Please have mercy on us, Saint. Zishu was speechless. He had seen greedy people before, but he had never seen someone as greedy as Zichen. Not only did this fellow have designs on Saint Rosefinch, but he also didn't let the other saints off. Moreover, this fellow was extremely thick-skinned. This was the first time he had seen someone ask a saint for something so shamelessly in the name of the common people. Little brat, you keep saying the common people of the world. You make it seem like we don't know anything. Saint Rosefinch was so angry that he was about to laugh. For the common people of the world, I hope the saint can help me. All right, don't keep saying the common people of the world. I'll give this to you. As for that time castle, I don't have it here, but the other 3 sacred lands should have it. Little fellow, You have to work hard. Don't waste so much energy. When the foreign races invade, we won't be able to defend the martial heaven continent. You've given me all the resources. If I can't defend the continent, please take my head. Zichun patted his chest. Do you want me to go to the star path and take your head? Saint Rosefinch glanced at Zichun. With that, the saint's figure dissipated, leaving behind a flaming token. Saintly might emanated from the token. The saint's final words meant that they were all paying attention to him and were aware of his movements. That warmed Zichun's heart. Clearly, he hadn't been fighting alone on the martial heaven continent. Those saints had all been paying attention to him. It's a holy token. Zishu cried out when he saw the token. Zishu, back down. A dignified voice rang out. Zichun stepped forward and grabbed the token. He glanced at Zishu. Seeing Zichun's smug expression, Zishu couldn't help but feel angry. He muttered, I really don't know what kind of ability you have. You can even trick a saint. Using the token, he smacked Zishu's head. Zichun said smugly, this isn't called cheating. This is called using sincerity to move a saint. Zishu curled his lips. What happened? In that mysterious space, Saint Rosefinch opened his eyes and asked the Azure Dragon Saint. Thinking back to what Zichun had just said, the Saint Rosefinch smiled. It's nothing big. It's that little fellow Zichun. He wants my sacred land. I didn't pay attention to him for a few days, and he returned to the martial heaven continent. The Azure Dragon Saint laughed. They were very satisfied with what Zichun had done this time, especially with how he had dealt with the Five Elements families. He had truly put righteousness first. Why does he want your sacred land? Asked the Azure Dragon Saint suddenly. Not just mine. He also wants yours. Saint Rosefinch's smile didn't fade. He wants so much? What does he want? You didn't give it to him, did you? The Azure Dragon Saint was startled. The other saints all looked over. That little fellow used the name of the world's people to ask me to pity them. How could I not give it to him? Saint Rosefinch smiled. He said that the foreign races would invade the martial heaven continent sooner or later. He wanted to gather all the resources together and manage them. He also wanted to move the 4 sacred lands to his everlasting sect. I felt that this was feasible, so I agreed. Zichun hadn't told Saint Rosefinch where he wanted to move the burial ground, but Saint Rosefinch could guess. This lad is ambitious. But this is good too. If we can unify the management, there will be more experts who can forge weapons. This is much better than the Zhanwu continent. The Green Dragon Saint nodded. Beside him, the other saints nodded when they heard this. The martial heaven continent was too large, and there were too many powers. Furthermore, they were all powerful. Even with Zichun's prestige, it wouldn't be easy to unify them. Let's move it. It's time to release the dragon vein. I hope that Brat can really do something, said a burly man. That little fellow knows his limits. I'm the first one to think highly of him, said the Lightning Saint, who had been listening the entire time. Beside him was the elder who had refined Zichun's saber. If you want to talk about the first one to think highly of him, it should be me. Back when he hadn't even reached the Earth Yuan, I was already paying attention to him, smiled Saint Rosefinch. Zishu, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. This speed is making me very unhappy. Holding the holy badge in his hand, Zichun looked at Zishu and said proudly, You're preparing to move the holy burial ground away. Do you think it's easy? Zishu glared at Zichun. He was very unhappy. Zishu, it's not that I want to nag at you, but you said that you were born to be a miser. If you don't use these things for anything, then aren't they the same as trash? Zichun tried to enlighten Zishu, but he could not suppress the pride on his face. This time, he had obtained the 4 holy burial grounds for free. It was a great opportunity. Humph. Zishu snorted but didn't refute Zichun. He was preparing to shrink the holy burial ground and move it. Zichun's figure flashed and flew out of the holy burial ground. At this moment, the people outside the holy burial ground hadn't left yet. When they saw Zichun, they all exclaimed, why haven't you left yet? Zichun was surprised to see these people. Lord Zichun, is the holy burial ground really not open today? A cultivator mustered up the courage to ask. Not only that, you don't have to wait here in the future. I'll move the holy burial ground to the Wuji sect. If you want to go to the holy burial ground in the future, you can go through the Wuji sect." Hearing Zichen's words, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Zichen to not only control the holy burial ground, but also take it away. For a moment, everyone was stunned and speechless. Boom! At this moment, the holy burial ground began to tremble. The earth began to shake violently. In front of everyone, the majestic holy burial ground began to shrink bit by bit. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was stunned. The holy burial ground was shrinking. It seemed that it was really going to be taken away. Boom! The earth was still shaking and rumbling sounds were heard. At the same time, the tremors continued to spread until it reached the Wuji sect, then the holy burial ground, and even the entire southern continent. Boom! As the holy burial ground shrank, the entire southern continent trembled as if there was a major earthquake. For a moment, the tremors made many forces panic. One by one, they rushed into the sky to find the source of the tremors. Chapter 2061. In the Wuji sect, as soon as the ground shook, several figures shot up into the sky. They all exuded powerful auras, and each of them was a heaven realm expert. There were dozens of them, and they all shot up into the sky in an instant. The scene was quite spectacular. What's going on? Why is the ground shaking? The heaven realm experts released their spiritual senses. When they sensed that the ground within the range of their spiritual senses was shaking, their expressions changed drastically. The source seems to be in the direction of the Saint Burial Ground. LV Pong retracted his spiritual senses and looked at the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground. Zichun seems to have gone there. Could he be the cause of this movement? Zhang Haoyan frowned slightly. Let's go and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Haoyan and the others immediately flew in the direction of the Saint Burial Ground. In the process, the devil ape said to the other experts who were looking up, "The rest of you don't need to go. You guys are responsible for guarding the mountain gate." At the same time, in the entire southern region, many experts from various factions also flew into the sky to investigate the source of the tremors. Before they could find out what was going on, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was loud and clear. In an instant, it spread from underground to every corner of the southern region. The dragon roar was filled with excitement and joy, as if it was suddenly released after being trapped for thousands of years. The ground shook more and more violently, and at the same time, it affected some of the underground spirit veins, causing them to change. The underground spirit energy became denser and denser, and finally, some of the spirit peaks exploded, and dense spirit energy shot up into the sky. After the spirit veins under the control of many factions exploded, the spirit energy within them dissipated. The spirit energy was so dense that many of them turned into pure spirit stones in the sky and fell to the ground. This is, some of the smaller factions controlled very small spirit veins, and under normal circumstances, the highest quality spirit stones produced by these spirit veins were low-grade spirit stones. However, with the changes in the earth, the spirit veins exploded, and the spirit stones that spurted out were of a higher quality. They were all mid-grade spirit stones. While the hearts of the leaders of these forces were shaken, their expressions also became very excited. This was because in the deep pit of the spirit vein that had exploded, they saw many spirit stones scattered, and those spirit stones were of higher quality. The same thing was happening in various parts of the southern reaches. Numerous spirit veins appeared, exploding, and new spirit veins appeared in some of the more ordinary areas. The spirit vein exploded, and a portion of it turned into spirit stones that fell to the ground. However, even more spirit chi filled the air, causing the entire southern region to be instantly enveloped by a dense spirit chi. As a result, the spirit chi in the entire southern region became increasingly dense, especially in the vicinity of the holy burial ground. The spirit chi there was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse, like a colorful fog. As soon as Manshur and the others arrived at the holy burial ground, they heard the dragon's roar. Then, they saw the changes in the heavens and earth. They saw the shrinking holy burial ground, and saw Zichen standing in front of it. Mo Yuan flew to Zichen's side and asked in shock, "What's going on?" Zichen clearly did not understand the situation in front of him. He shook his head, then looked at the shrinking holy burial ground and asked, "Zishu, what's going on?" When Su Mingyao and the others who came later saw this scene, they were also shocked. After a while, Zishu's voice was heard. In order for the holy burial ground to function, it needs a huge amount of spirit qi. Back then, the saints sealed the dragon veins in the entire southern region. Now that you want to move the holy burial ground, the sealed dragon veins were freed. The spirit qi that had accumulated for many years exploded, and it became like this. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. They only knew that Zichen had come to the holy burial ground, but they did not expect that Zichen's purpose was to move the holy burial ground. In that case, the spirit qi of heaven and earth will always be this rich in the future. This is only a temporary outbreak. Once this spirit qi is completely integrated into the heaven and earth, this situation will no longer occur. However, when the dragon veins are completely released, the spirit qi of the entire southern region will be greatly increased in density. It's just that it won't be as rich as it is now. Zichen nodded with a hint of joy on his face. With such rich spirit qi of heaven and earth, the speed of a cultivator's breakthrough would be even faster. At the same time, Zichen's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Then are the other holy burial grounds built on the dragon veins?" Of course, without the spirit qi of the dragon veins, how can such a large holy burial ground function normally? After confirming his guess, Zichen also guessed why the saint was willing to move the holy burial ground. It seemed that they also had the intention of releasing the underground dragon veins. It was not easy to retract the entire holy burial ground. The earth trembled for half a day before Zishu finally put away the holy burial ground. At this moment, the holy burial ground was only the size of a palm and was held in Zishu's hand. Su Mingyao and the others all knew Zishu. After seeing him appear, they nodded kindly. "Where are you going to put the holy burial ground?" "South of the Wuji sect. Come with me." Zichen had already considered this and had already thought of a place to put it. After arranging the holy burial ground, what Zichen needed to do was to expand the Wuji sect again. Along the way, Zichen instructed, "This time, the holy burial ground doesn't need to be so big. We can completely give up on some unnecessary tests. This way, the consumption of spirit qi will be less. LV Pong, you'll be in charge of setting up some spirit gathering formations to let the holy burial ground operate on its own. If there isn't enough spirit qi, you can use spirit stones to activate it." LV Ping nodded and said, "No problem. As long as we don't fully activate the holy burial ground, we can still maintain it by grabbing a small dragon vein." "That's good, but you'd better grab 4 small dragon veins." LV Peng was stunned and asked, "Why do we need 4? The others also looked at Zichen in confusion. "I'm going to bring back the other 3 holy burial grounds," Zichen said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they were shocked speechless. Getting 1 saint burial ground was already enough to shock them, but who would have thought that Zichen would actually want to get all 4 saint burial grounds? For an array master like LV Pong, it wasn't difficult for him to grab a few dragon veins. After carefully investigating where Zichen was going to place them, his figure flashed and disappeared. "Demon Ape, take some Heaven Realm cultivators with you and help Zishu count the remaining cultivation methods in the holy burial ground. Mingyao, you and the rest of you distribute them according to their types. After that, see which trials are useful for tempering and leave some for future cultivators to use as a training ground." They listened to Zichen's instructions and nodded repeatedly. It was a little difficult to collect them because of the dragon veins, but it was much easier to put them down. As Zishu threw out the holy burial ground, the entire holy burial ground expanded with the wind and landed with a loud bang, causing the earth to tremble again. At this moment, the movement here had already attracted the attention of the other experts of the Wuji sect. When they came here and saw Zichen and the others, they were surprised. The news of Zichen's return was not known to everyone. But then, when they saw that in front of Zichen and the others was the holy burial ground, they were even more shocked. "Is that the holy burial ground? It looks like it." "What do you mean it looks like it?" "It is. Sect Master Zi Chun actually moved the holy burial ground here. Everyone was stupefied, feeling as if they were dreaming. This scene was truly hard to believe. Zi Shu, as the manager of the holy burial ground, you should know the other three managers, right? Looking at Zi Shu, who had a complicated expression, Zi Chun asked, I've seen them before. What about it? Zi Shu looked back at Zi Chun. He seemed to have accepted his fate and was no longer targeting Zi Chun. Then come with me. I'm afraid they won't believe the sacred token. You can be a witness, said Zi Chun. They really aren't easy to talk to. Then I'll go with you. Zi Shu didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. That surprised Zi Chun. While Zi Chun was moving the holy burial ground, the Wuji sect had sent many experts to the various powers of the martial heaven continent, according to Chen Feng's instructions. For existences like the Five Elements family, they naturally needed a heaven realm expert to deliver the news. This time, the one heading to the Five Elements family was Zhang Tong. He was an expert who had followed Zi Chun since he was in the primal core realm. His reputation in the Wuji sect wasn't small. Ever since Zi Chun had returned several hundred years ago and Zhang Tong had been in charge of massacring the Wang family, Zhang Tong's reputation had become even more resounding. Ever since he had broken through to the heaven realm, he had his own status in the entire martial sky continent. Thinking that he was going to the Five Elements family in the name of Sect Master Zi Chun, the calm Zhang Tong's expression clearly changed. With his fastest speed, he arrived outside the Jin family city and released his powerful aura. This heaven realm aura immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators in the city. Soon, a middle-aged man in golden robes flew out of the city and cupped his fists at Zhang Tong from afar. I didn't know Brother Zhang was coming. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Brother Zhang, please enter the city for a chat. Zhang Tong waved his hand. No need. Go and call your family head out. Also, call the other 4 family heads. Tell them that I'm here on Sect Master Zi Chin's orders to deliver a message. Hearing Zhang Tong's words, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. There was dissatisfaction in his eyes because Zhang Tong wanted to call out the family heads. Moreover, he wanted the 5 of them to come out to meet him. Clearly, he was looking down on them. However, after hearing the last sentence, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared and was replaced with surprise. He asked, Sect Master Zi Chin's orders? Could it be that Sect Master has returned from the martial heaven continent? Zhang Tong nodded. Hurry up. I still have to go somewhere else to deliver the order. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. The heaven realm expert cupped his fists and turned to leave. Chapter 2062. Zhang Tong stood outside the Five Elements family and gradually withdrew his heaven realm aura. In Gold City, there were many cultivators who sensed the aura of the heavenly realm and looked over curiously. The relationship between the Wuji sect and the Five Elements family was very complicated. Strictly speaking, they were fated enemies, but for some reason, they had to reconcile. However, in the hearts of all the cultivators of the Five Elements family, they didn't really recognize the Wuji sect. In fact, they were the real ancient family with an unimaginable foundation. However, the everlasting sect had risen to power. In just a few thousand years, it had developed to the point where it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the old forces. Back then, Zi Chun had even brought a group of heavenly realm experts to steal their heavenly book, causing them to suffer great losses. After suffering such a big loss, the Five Elements family didn't have the courage or strength to take revenge. Looking at the heaven realm Zhang Tong, many cultivators of the Jin family had complicated expressions. In less than a moment, 2 rays of light flew out of the city. In addition to the heaven realm cultivator, the current head of the Jin family also came. Brother Zhang. The head of the Jin family came in front of Zhang Tong and cupped his fists. Zhang Tong opened his eyes and looked at the head of the Jin family. He also cupped his fists in return and then asked, Greetings, head of the Jin family. When will the other heads of the family arrive? The Wuji sect only sent an elder, but the head of the Jin family had to personally respond. Many cultivators of the Jin family felt uncomfortable in their hearts. I've already notified them. The others will be here soon. I wonder why Sect Master Zi Chun is looking for the 5 of us, the head of the Jin family asked carefully. He was a head of a family, and he gave face to the Wuji sect. In addition to the fact that the Wuji sect was comparable to an old force, the news about Zichun spread in the Zhanwu continent was also a major factor. They knew very well that Zichun was now the #1 person below the Saint Realm. There were even rumors that Zichun's combat strength was comparable to a Saint Realm cultivator. In the Zhanwu continent, all forces had to be polite to Zichun. Naturally, they didn't dare to slight him. "Let's talk about the important matter when everyone is here," Zhang Tong said indifferently. "That's good." The head of the Jin family nodded. Zhang Tong didn't say much, so the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Fortunately, the other 4 family heads arrived quickly and broke the gloomy atmosphere. Looking at the 5 family heads, Zhang Tong recalled Qin Feng's instructions and said, "Sect Master Zichun is preparing to gather all the powers of the martial heaven continent for a meeting in the everlasting sect. The time has been set for 2 months. I came specifically to pass on the message." All the powers of the Tianwu continent? That's right. All forces, including clans, are invited as long as they have at least 1 Earth Prime expert. Hearing Zhang Tong's words, the patriarchs' faces were filled with doubt. If an Earth Yuan cultivator was qualified to participate, then there would be too many people going. The few of them fell into deep thought. Zhang Tong said, "Before I leave, I'll have to trouble you all with one thing." "Please speak," the head of the Jin family said in a deep voice. "I know that your 5 elements aristocratic families have many vassal forces beside you. I won't inform these forces, but I'll have to trouble the family heads to inform them. Among those vassal forces, as long as they're qualified, they'll be invited. Sect head Zichun has specially said that every force that's qualified is qualified to come, and no one is allowed to obstruct them in any way." The patriarchs nodded. The head of the Jin family asked, "That's not a problem. But I don't know why Sect Master Zichun has gathered us." Before the head of the Jin family could finish his words, the ground began to shake. It was like an earthquake. The frequency of the shaking grew faster and faster, causing the ground to shake. What's going on? This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the few patriarchs to change. Even Zhang Tong's eyes flashed with a strange light. As his spiritual senses spread out, the ground within the range of his spiritual senses began to shake. Within Jin City, rays of light soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. They were clearly searching for the source of the shaking. Roar! Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded in this area. What's going on? What's happening? Voices were heard throughout the entire Golden City, and more cultivators soared into the sky. Immediately after, a series of tremors came from the distance, followed by energy fluctuations. "Sect Master, something bad has happened. Our veins have all exploded." A moment later, a slightly panicked voice sounded, and a pseudo-heaven rushed over. "What? All the veins have exploded?" The expression of the head of the Jin family suddenly changed, and then he looked at Zhang Tong. It seemed that only the everlasting sect had the strength and courage to do this. Seeing the head of the Jin family look over, Zhang Tong frowned slightly. Just as he was about to ask what the head of the Jin family meant, an explosion came from several miles behind him. Boom! This explosion sounded abruptly, and then waves of dense spirit energy soared into the sky. Because the spirit energy was too dense, many spirit stones condensed in the air and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the place became colorful and full of spirit energy. Seeing this scene, the family heads were clearly a little stunned, not understanding what was going on. Family head, the source of the tremors is the holy burial ground. Something happened there. Another voice sounding even more flustered. The holy burial ground? What happened there? The head of the Jin family asked in a deep voice. "I'm not sure. Zichun is there, and we don't dare to get close," said the Heaven Realm expert who came later. Zichun. The expressions of the patriarchs changed at the same time. "Sect Master?" Zhang Tong's eyes lit up. "Let's go and take a look first." After exchanging glances, the family heads nodded. No matter what Zichun was up to, they had to go and see. Before leaving, the head of the Jin family asked, "Brother Zhang, are you coming with us?" "Let's go. We can meet the sect master." The group flew towards Jin City. The holy burial ground was controlled by the five elements family and a few other major forces. If other forces and itinerant cultivators wanted to enter, besides waiting for the opening of the holy burial ground, they also had to pay some compensation to these forces. Now that something happened in the holy burial ground, the leaders of these forces immediately rushed over. After all, this was a holy land that even had heavenly Tao techniques. From afar, they saw Zichun. At this moment, Zichun was fighting side by side with a young man. Around them was rich spirit energy that couldn't be dispersed, and in front of them was the shrinking holy burial ground. The holy burial ground is shrinking. What's going on? Why is the holy burial ground shrinking? Why is the spirit energy here so rich? When the Five Elements family arrived, there were already many Heaven Realm experts here. When these Heaven Realm experts saw the changes in the holy burial ground, they were all shocked, but they didn't dare to rush forward. Because Zichun was there. With the arrival of the Five Elements family, the leaders of these forces seemed to have found their backbone, and only then did they follow the five family heads and fly over. Greetings, Lord Zichun. The five family heads bowed. Now, Zichun's battle strength was the strongest in the Heaven Realm, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call him Lord. You're all here. Zichun looked back at everyone, and his gaze fell on the shrinking holy burial ground in front of him again. Lord, what's going on? The Jin family had asked. Below the holy burial ground, there is a dragon vein imprisoned. Now that this dragon vein is completely released, the spirit energy of this continent will be even richer in the future. Hearing Zichun's explanation, the leaders of the forces immediately had a look of joy on their faces. Obviously, during the process of coming, they all knew about the explosion of their family's mineral veins. According to the news, it was a good thing. The quality of the spirit stones would be higher, and the quantity of spirit stones would also be greater. What about this holy burial ground? The Jin family had asked again. Zichun noticed Zhang Tong and nodded at him. I'm going to bring this matter to the everlasting sect. Oh, Zhang Tong is here as well. You should know why I've gathered everyone. This meeting is also related to this matter. Zichun noticed Zhang Tong and nodded at him. Take the holy burial ground away. The leaders of the forces were also shocked, and even Zhang Tong was the same. Obviously, he left early and didn't know what happened to the Wuji sect later. Only by taking it away will it be easier to manage. The war is coming, and this kind of family-style monopoly and indirect opening can no longer supply the needs of this world. Zichun said in a deep voice. The leaders of the forces naturally understood the meaning of Zichun's words, and they all remained silent. In front of Zichun, even if they were unwilling, they couldn't and didn't dare to refute anything. The rumbling continued as the holy burial ground shrunk at a faster pace compared to when Zishu was trying to take it away. However, the space around the place was extremely distorted, preventing anyone below the heavenly realm from approaching it. As the rumbling disappeared, the distorted space stabilized. The holy burial ground was now in the hands of a bulky man, who brought the holy burial ground to Zichun and said, under the order of Saint Rosefinch, the Qinglong sacred area has been stored away. Zichun glanced at the bulky man in a blue robe and nodded. Thanks for the trouble. Can you and Zishu return to the Wuji sect first? I have to pay a visit to the western continent. This time, the bulky man was surprisingly cooperative in his visit to the Qinglong sacred area. According to him, the Sacred One had told him to cooperate with Zichun at all costs. Since the Sacred One had already given the order, it was meaningless for Zishu to follow him. It was better for him to return to the sacred area and organize the remains. We'll be going then. Following the bulky man's nod, Zishu excused himself from Zichun and left the place. Master Zichun, who was that? The leaders of the forces finally collected their thoughts after the two left. The guardian of the Qinglong sacred area, Mu Zhan. Zichun turned around and glanced at the leaders of the forces before saying, Everyone, I believe you have received the news. In 2 months' time, all the leaders of the factions of the Tianwu continent will gather at the Wuji sect for a meeting. The minimum requirement is for your faction to possess an Earth Prime. Chapter 2063. After taking another saint burial ground, Zichun headed to the western continent. Zichun had been to this continent before. There was a Buddhist sect there called the Western Desert, and Zichun's good friend, evil good monk, was there. The saint burial ground in this area was in the Western Desert, and it was under the rule of Buddhism. Zichun went directly to the sky above the saint burial ground and looked down at the saint burial ground below. At this moment, there were many cultivators gathered in front of the saint burial ground, and there were even some old monks sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be waiting for the saint burial ground to open. Unlike other saint burial grounds, the opening of this place was irregular. Sometimes it would be several years apart, and sometimes it would open once every 2 years. The longest time it would open was no more than 5 years. Relatively speaking, the opening frequency here was very high. Zichun's arrival did not attract much attention, because there were often heavenly realm cultivators who came here to try their luck. After seeing Zichun, many people looked away. Only a few heavenly realm cultivators had a hint of doubt in their eyes. Then, 2 people stood up and walked towards Zichun. One of them was a cultivator, and the other was an old monk. "Looks like he's looking for someone to form an alliance with," murmured some heavenly realm cultivators not far away. Entering the saint burial ground was accompanied by many dangers. If some heavenly realm cultivators worked together, the chances of success would be higher. However, before the 2 people reached Zichun, Zichun looked at the saint burial ground in front of him and said, "Zichun of the Wuji sect requests an audience with the saint burial ground." This voice formed a strange sound wave that spread forward. The 2 heavenly realm cultivators who were walking toward him were enveloped by the sound wave. Their expressions changed immediately, and they dodged to the side. The cultivators who did not care at first all looked up and looked at Zichun. Their eyes flashed, and their faces were filled with shock. Zichun of the Wuji sect. Hearing this shout, the familiar figure finally looked like the majestic figure in their memories. For a moment, all kinds of uproar sounded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zichun, and their faces were filled with shock. "What's the matter?" A deep voice sounded from the holy burial ground. "Under the orders of Saint Rosefinch, we are to move the White Tiger holy ground away from this place and head to the Wuji sect." As he spoke, a fiery red token appeared in Zichun's hand. The space above the holy burial ground distorted as a young man walked out. The moment he appeared, a thick, murderous aura spread out. Many years ago, the Western Desert was known as the Buddhist Sangha. However, when the Arhat came into being and the various legacies he brought with him, the Buddhist Sangha officially changed its name to the Buddhist sect. The current sect master of the Buddhist sect was the former Arhat, the good and evil monk whose reputation was not inferior to Zichun's at all. In the Western Desert, his reputation was even greater than that of Zichun. At that moment, the evil good monk was sitting cross-legged in the Buddhist sect's main hall. Golden light and black light flickered around him at times. His expression was solemn and benevolent at times, but at other times, it was ferocious and bloodthirsty. "Sect master." An anxious voice suddenly came from outside the hall. The strange changes around him disappeared. The monk opened his eyes and became benevolent again. He looked at the door and said, "What's the matter?" His appearance was solemn and dignified, and the light of Buddha surged around his body. He was like an eminent monk that had attained the Tao, and he was filled with compassion and compassion. "The Wuji sect wants to take away the holy burial ground." The voice outside sounded again. "What?" The Buddhist light in the monk's eyes dissipated, and the compassion gradually disappeared. "The Wuji sect wants to move the holy burial ground to the Wuji sect," the voice repeated. "How dare you?" A roar came from the main hall, and the compassion in the monk's eyes disappeared completely. He stood up directly, and the Buddhist power around him surged. His expression gradually became cold and stern. "A small Wuji sect dares to come here and mess with Lord Zhang. How dare you? Which little bastard of the Wuji sect came here? Go and tell them that even Zichun, the leader of the Wuji sect, doesn't dare to mess around in Lord Zhang's territory." The loud voice came out, and the main hall opened automatically. A powerful aura filled the surroundings. At the same time, the monk's voice reverberated throughout the entire Buddhist sect. Such a vulgar tone was also against the Buddhist discussion of the Tao. Thus, Many of the old monks could only chant Amitabha in their hearts and pretend that they did not hear it. A relatively young monk stood outside the door. When he saw the good and evil monk come out, he immediately put his palms together and bowed, but his expression was somewhat hesitant. Is the holy burial ground something that can be moved just like that? Which little brat came? The monk glanced at the monk outside the hall. It's the Wuji sect master Zichun. What? Zichun? The monk's eyes widened, and he asked, which Zichun? The Wuji sect master Zichun, the other person repeated. Damn it, isn't this guy in the Zhanwu continent? How did he come here? Moreover, he dares to have ideas about Lord Zhang. No, let's go and have a look. The holy burial ground is Lord Zhang's. As he spoke, the monk's expression showed a rare excitement. He immediately flew out of the Buddhist sect. Boom. At that moment, the earth began to tremble, and a rumbling sound resounded through the world. In an instant, the old monks of the Buddhist sect who were still in seclusion opened their eyes, and their powerful spiritual senses spread out. They were all in the heavenly realm, and because these old monks practiced cultivation methods, their spiritual senses were very powerful. In addition, the holy burial ground was not too far away from the Buddhist sect. Therefore, their spiritual senses immediately detected the changes in the holy burial ground, as well as the imposing figure outside the holy burial ground that had awed an era. It really is sect master Zichun. The holy burial ground is really shrinking. What did Zichun do? Is he really going to take the holy burial ground away? The holy burial ground was once inhabited by a saint. Although the saint has left now, it's definitely not something that can be taken away just like that. Almost all of the old monks had heard the previous conversation, but they did not care about it. They knew the situation of the holy burial ground very well. Even heavenly realm cultivators had to be careful when entering that place. It had existed for tens of thousands of years, so how could it be taken away just like that? But now, under the shroud of their spiritual senses, after sensing that the holy burial ground was indeed shrinking, their expressions all changed. If the holy burial ground is shrinking now, then wouldn't the dragon vein imprisoned underground be? The moment the old man whispered, a dragon roar from underground rang out, and the sound spread across the entire western continent. Then, a series of explosions rang out, and the spiritual energy began to riot. A storm formed entirely of spiritual energy was about to happen. In the western desert, the spiritual energy was so dense that some turned into crystals, and some turned into drizzles that fell on the desert. As the rich spiritual energy irrigated the western desert, greenery naturally appeared in the western desert, turning the desert into an oasis in an instant. This caused the entire continent to tremble, and all the factions on the continent were shocked. Then, they began to search for the source. Outside the holy burial ground, the previous cultivators had already retreated far away, and they watched the scene in shock. Zichun, an angry roar resounded through heaven and earth, and a dazzling golden light shot toward him. A powerful aura surged within the golden light, and wherever it passed, the space was constantly distorted. The monk rushed over, looking aggressive. Zichun turned around and saw the monk. Seeing the murderous intent in the monk's eyes, he couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Damn Baldy. It seems like you're asking for a beating again." A rumbling sound came from the sky. It was like thunder, and it even covered the trembling of the earth. The evil good monk threw a punch. The void shattered, and the punch filled with dazzling golden light wasn't terrifying. Instead, it was filled with a holy and compassionate aura. This was the magic of Buddha's power. Everyone widened their eyes and looked up at the sky. The upcoming battle between Zichun and the evil good monk was obviously more interesting than the changes in the holy burial ground. Zichun's body shone with golden light. Both of them were golden energy, but the monk's was holy and compassionate, while Zichun's was violent and destructive. They were two extremes. Zichun's response was also a punch. The golden light of the fist tore through the sky and went straight for the monk. Boom! The two fists collided, and a terrifying energy instantly exploded. A golden energy ripple began to spread in all directions, and everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Zichun stood where he was, and the smile on his face didn't fade. The monk's body swayed, and he forcefully controlled his body to not retreat. He looked at Zichun in surprise and said, "You seem to have become stronger." Of course, Zichun smiled proudly in front of the monk. He was about to say that he was the strongest in the heaven realm, but the monk quickly said, "But you're still a little weaker than me." Zichun only smiled at the monk's shameless boasting. Seeing that the monk didn't move forward after just one attack, he knew that the monk was afraid. "What are you doing?" The monk waved his hand without leaving a trace. He looked at the shrunken holy burial ground in front of him, and his pupils shrank. "Bring this thing back and put it in the Wuji sect, and then manage it," Zichun said. "Bring it back? You can really take this sacred ground away?" The monk was in disbelief. "Of course. Look at this, St. Rosefinch's token. Let me tell you, not only can I take the sacred ground back, but I can also cancel all the tests and take out all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly path spells." Zichun didn't need to control his emotions in front of the monk. After taking out the Rosefinch's token, he showed it off proudly. Swoosh! A golden light flashed, and the monk rushed towards Zichun. "What are you doing? This is the holy token. How dare you snatch it?" Zichun stared at the monk. With a flip of his hand, the Rosefinch holy token disappeared. "Are you serious?" The monk stared at Zichun. "Of course, this is agreed by the saint. Moreover, these sacred grounds have suppressed the dragon vein. It's time for the dragon vein to appear," Zichun said. "Then you definitely won't just get this one sacred ground, right?" asked the monk. "Of course. In the future, the 4 sacred grounds will all be in the Wuji sect. If you want to find opportunities, you can go to the Wuji sect," said Zichun. "You dare to monopolize it? No, you have to give me one. If you don't, I won't let you off." As he spoke, Tyrant rushed towards Zichun. At the same time, he leaped up and tried to hug Zichun. Scram! Zichun roared angrily. The energy around his body vibrated and directly repelled the incoming monk. "Damn, Baldy, get out of my way." As Zichun's voice resounded, the energy around him continued to vibrate. "No, unless you agree to give me a sacred ground." The monk's energy also surged. He had to reach Zichun no matter what. "Damn, Baldy, this is a sacred ground. There are only 4 of them in the entire Martial Heaven continent. What do you take it for?" Chapter 2064. Looking at the 2 in the sky, everyone was petrified. Whether it was Zichun or the good and evil monk, they were both famous existences in the entire Tianwu continent. They were also among the top existences. Such existences were revered and idolized. But at this moment, the monk in their hearts was like a huge bird that wanted to pounce on Zichun. On the other hand, Zichun's face was filled with disdain as he kept cursing. This kind of behavior was really too childish. It was completely like a child's trick. Compared to the heroic figures in the hearts of the people, it was as different as poles apart. However, such 2 people made the crowd feel very comfortable. It was as if such existences were real flesh and blood. Many people's faces unconsciously revealed a very natural smile. No matter how the monk pestered him, it was clear that Zichun would not give the saint burial ground away. This matter concerned the future of the Tianwu continent. There was no need to talk about it. If the monk continued to pester him, he could only beat him up in front of so many people. After the dragon vein was released, the spiritual energy in this area became denser. The trembling ground gradually stopped. The protector of the Holy Land, who was filled with killing intent, appeared. He was holding the entire saint burial ground in his hand. Seeing the palm-sized saint burial ground, many cultivators' faces were filled with shock. The monk's attention was also attracted. He no longer pestered Zichun. These cultivators were stunned. Many of them had been here before, but they never knew that there was a protector in this holy land. The monk's eyes were fixed on the holy land in the protector's hand. He looked like he wanted to snatch it away. "Yes, Holy Lord. The White Tiger Holy Land is here." The protector came in front of Zichun and said in a deep voice. Zichun nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble. Let's return to the Wuji sect." "Zichun, are you sure you can get the thing inside?" The monk pulled Zichun and asked. 100%. Zichun was full of confidence. The monk's expression changed slightly. Then, he said, in that case, can you get a lot of heavenly Tao techniques and heavenly weapons? It's not a lot, it's a lot. Zichun corrected him with a smile. Then you have to give me some, or you won't be able to walk out of here. Zichun was amused by the monk's shameless threats. He laughed and said, You bald thief, what's the use of the heavenly path spell art? Your Buddhist sect doesn't lack it. Besides, these may not be suitable for you. Who would complain about having too many heavenly Tao spells? Tyrant looked at Zichun as if he was looking at an idiot. After pondering for a while, Zichun said, How about this? In 2 months, I will gather all the forces in the Wuji sect for a meeting. The topic of the meeting is the ownership of these heavenly Tao spells. Someone will come to inform your Buddhist sect very soon. At that time, you can just send a representative. Tyrant's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately said, Why do you need to send a representative? I will be the representative and will go personally. However, since I'm going in such a big way, you have to give me at least 10 heavenly Tao spells. When I open the holy burial ground, there will be plenty of heavenly Tao spells. As for heavenly weapons, to be honest, I'm too lazy to look at them now because there are too many of them. However, you should know what to say when the time comes, right? Zichun patted Tyrant's shoulder meaningfully and turned to leave. Why don't I go with you now? Tyrant's eyes lit up as if he had seen many heavenly Tao spells. There's no point in coming now. As he spoke, Zichun and the Protector went straight to the Wuji sect. 2 months was enough time for Zichun to place all 4 sacred grounds in the Boundless sect and make all the necessary arrangements. Those seniors that had been in seclusion all came out of seclusion after Zichun returned. They were given new missions by Zichun. These people had all joined the Wuji sect when it had just been established. Perhaps their goal had been to reach the Earth Prime realm, but now they had all broken through to the Heaven realm. When they saw that Zichun had moved the 4 holy burial grounds to the Wuji sect, their shock was indescribable. At the same time, Qinfeng arranged for many other powers to be invited to the Wuji sect in 2 months. Right now, almost all the cultivators on the continent were discussing the everlasting sect. The first thing they had done was to relocate the holy burial ground. Other than a few large powers that were unhappy about it, the smaller powers were secretly delighted. Due to the disappearance of the holy burial grounds, the dragon veins had been released, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had become denser. The small mines they controlled could now produce high-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, many new mines had been discovered. That was a joyous matter. Other than that, there was also the meeting Zichun had invited them to. As long as they had an Earth Prime expert, they were qualified to participate. This was clearly a major matter. As a result, many of the original wandering cultivators moved to the powers that didn't have an Earth Prime expert to represent them. Almost as soon as they received the news, many low-level Earth Prime cultivators began to rush over. They took transportation formations and arrived at the Holy Land. The representatives of all the forces in the world came to the sacred ground, which made the area even more prosperous. The majority of the Wuji sect's cultivators were dispatched to the various cities to receive the guests. No matter how strong they were all courteous to them. Even if one of them was undying, they still had to receive a small Earth Prime expert. In their words, they were representing the Wuji sect, representing Lord Zichun. Naturally, they had to be courteous. There was no doubt that those existences with low strength were all overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. All the powers in the world had come. A mere Wuji sect couldn't accommodate all of them. Fortunately, this world had spatial arts. Before this, Zichun had already thought of a place for the meeting. Because the meeting was about to begin, the Wuji sect was now the busiest since its establishment. All the elders who were in seclusion were forced to come out. Some went to receive the leaders of the powers, while others, under LV Ping's lead, began to set up formations around the 4 holy lands. There were even more people who joined in to pick cultivation techniques, weapons, and inheritances. These were undoubtedly from the 4 holy lands. The 4 holy lands had collected many good things over the years. Not only did they have to collect these things, but they also had to sort them out. At the same time, They also had to choose some items for training for the future generations. Many of these cultivators spent their days giggling to themselves. This was because they had to deal with those cultivation techniques every day until their hands were cramping. As time passed, the Holy Land became more and more lively. Many powers representatives had arrived. LV Pong and the others worked day and night, trying to arrange everything properly before the start of the meeting. Elder, is the sect leader's idea feasible? Will those forces disagree? While they were unifying the techniques, a Heaven Realm elite asked Su Mingyao. Although in private, everyone addressed Su Mingyao as the Madam of the Headmaster, in public, Zichen's confidants all addressed her as Elder. Zichen is doing this for the sake of the world. I'm sure they'll agree. Su Mingyao smiled, but her hands didn't stop moving. Zichen's simple explanation of his idea had obtained the approval of the entire Wuji sect. However, whether it could obtain the approval of the other powers of the Martial Heaven continent would require time to prove. The meeting hall was located in the Time Castle. Zichen had specially placed it in Rosefinch Castle. Because of the spatial technology, it was extremely large. There were some simple decorations here. There was a 49-meter-tall platform that belonged to Zichen. There were some crystals set up around the platform so that Zichen's image could be seen. Other than that, there were tens of thousands of seats for people to use. Among the large powers, Evil Good and Evil was the first to arrive. As if considering the importance of this matter, he hadn't come alone. He had brought an old monk with him. Clearly, this old monk's status in the Buddhist sect wasn't low. Perhaps he was the one in charge. Following Evil Good and Evil, the Five Elements aristocratic families, the Sword sect, and other major powers had all arrived. Even the Devil race had come ahead of time. Among them were the princes and princesses of the Power Devil race, the Shadow Devil race, and other princes. LV Pong, who had been working day and night, finally managed to finish the Rosefinch Sacred Land before the meeting began. They all sighed in relief. The other 3 sacred lands were still under construction. It wouldn't be long before they were finished. Very quickly, 2 months passed. The meeting began as usual. On the same day, many cultivators flew from the cities closest to the Wuji sect and arrived at the Wuji sect. Everyone, please follow me to Rosefinch Castle. As the envoy's voice rang out, the representatives of the various powers followed him and flew towards Rosefinch Castle. Everywhere they passed, they were amazed by the grandeur of the Wuji sect. This sect could be called a miracle. It had only been established for a few thousand years, but there were so many experts that it even overshadowed many old powers. In the deepest part of the Wuji sect, they arrived outside Rosefinch Castle. When they saw the Rosefinch sacred land not far away, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Zichen had really taken the sacred land away and placed it in the Wuji sect. This was a huge investment. Everyone entered Rosefinch Castle one after another. When they sensed the flow of time inside, they were shocked. Clearly, this was a supreme treasure that could accelerate the flow of time. The Wuji sect had developed for thousands of years and had so many experts thanks to this castle. Chapter 2065. There were only 4 continents in the Tianwu continent, and it was smaller than the Zhanwu continent. However, Zichen had invited all the forces and clans in the continent, and the lowest requirement was Earth Prime. Perhaps thousands of years ago, when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was sealed and the Great Era had not arrived, a clan with an Earth Prime was considered a big clan. For example, when Zichen first established the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, core primes were called Old Monsters, and human primes were the foundation. It was very difficult to find an Earth Prime in such a large area. However, as the Holy Burial Ground released the dragon veins again and again, and as the Great Era came, the heavenly Tao became clearer, and all kinds of geniuses sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Earth Primes, who had not been seen in the past, were now everywhere. As for the so-called Core Yuan Old Monster, he no longer had such a laughable title. Not to mention Core Primes, even Earth Primes did not dare to call themselves Old Monsters. When the Great Era came, almost every city had a Heavenly Realm expert. They were real Heavenly Realm experts, not fake ones. Now, Zichen had gathered all the Earth Prime forces in the Tianwu continent. After the representatives of these forces all gathered in Rosefinch Castle, The number of people had exceeded 100,000. 100,000 representatives all squeezed into Rosefinch Castle. Most of them were Earth Primes. They looked around, feeling the different flow of time, and their expressions were full of shock. Many of them were very excited because they finally saw the legendary Zichen, the monk, the head of the Five Elements family, and other powerful existences, even though they could only watch from afar. 100,000 people gathered together. It was reasonable to say that the scene would be very chaotic, but it was not. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Tens of thousands of seats were prepared for the experts to sit first. The weaker ones stood behind the seats. Their eyes were staring intently at the legendary figure on the high platform. Sect Master, everyone is here. At the entrance of the castle, after waiting for a long time for the representatives of the other forces to arrive, a Heaven Realm expert turned around and bowed to Zichen, then transmitted his voice. Zichen nodded at the door. The latter waved his hand, and the castle door closed. In the entire castle, as the door closed, a bright light appeared, illuminating the entire castle. This castle used spatial technology and had a very large area. It could easily accommodate 100,000 people. The scene was extremely quiet, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Zichen. Zichen stood on the high platform, and the surrounding crystals projected his image. He scanned the audience and said, "Everyone, thank you for inviting me to this meeting." After the opening remarks, Zichen said in a deep voice, "Today's meeting only has one thing to discuss, and that is how to prepare for the invasion of the foreign races." The scene was extremely quiet. No one said anything, because there were too many people. If each person said one sentence, it would be 100,000 sentences. I'm sure everyone knows that I've already moved the 4 great holy lands to the everlasting sect. In the past, the holy lands needed a certain amount of time to open, but now, the 4 great holy lands don't need a time limit. They can open at any time. In other words, they'll always be open. As Zichen's words fell, there was undoubtedly a small commotion. Some whispers sounded, and many of the representatives of the lower realms whispered to each other, causing the place to be chaotic. On the other hand, the representatives of the major forces remained silent after exchanging glances with each other. However, the shock in their eyes could still be seen. Listening to the commotion around him, Zichen slowly raised his right hand. The surrounding voices gradually disappeared, and the place became quiet again. The invasion of the foreign races will affect the entire continent. No person or force can stay out of it. Therefore, today's meeting involves everyone, including the rogue cultivators who didn't come, and the mortals who didn't know about this meeting. The war is coming. What you need to do is not only to resist the foreign races, but also to protect the weak. The weak are the mortals and the rogue cultivators. In the future, the holy burial grounds will only be a training ground, a tempering ground. It definitely won't be a land of opportunities. They can open at any time, and all the cultivators of the martial heaven continent can enter at any time. However, once you enter, you won't be able to obtain any opportunities. That's because the opportunities that should have been obtained after the trial have already been taken away by me. Not a single one is left behind. As soon as he said this, there was only a slight commotion in the crowd because many people wanted to hear what he had to say next. Zichen did not gather all the forces here just to show off. The representatives of the smaller powers were shocked, envious, and incredulous. As for the representatives of the larger powers, their expressions were changing. Once the atmosphere calmed down once more, Zichen said, "To be more precise, those opportunities have been placed in the time castles. Yes, Rosefinch Castle has them, as well as the other 3 time castles. They correspond to the 3 holy lands. There's only one purpose in doing this. It's to let all the cultivators first obtain their opportunities, then increase their strength. Then they can temper themselves." As soon as he said this, an uproar broke out. Many experts were shocked, and some could not help but stand up and look at Zichen in disbelief. Zichen waved his hand once more. The shocked crowd had no choice but to stop their discussions. The surroundings fell silent once more, but everyone's eyes were wide as they stared at Zichen. They had faintly guessed a certain possibility, and their bodies trembled with excitement. Their breathing quickened. If you have any questions, you can ask them one by one. Zichen lowered his hand and said in a deep voice. The shocked crowd's expressions changed, but no one raised any questions. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't have the right to speak. Many of the larger powers hadn't spoken yet. Lord Zichen, I want to know if what you said just now was targeted at the cultivators of the Wuji sect or something else. A burly man stood up from the front and saluted Zichen with his fists clasped. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. This person was from the tyrannical Dao clan. Speaking of which, Zichen had once practiced the tyrannical Dao fist. Following his question, all the powers that were looking at Zichen became excited. They were excited, but they were also worried. If Zichen was only targeting the cultivators of the Wuji sect, then they would have to join the Wuji sect first. However, how could the Wuji sect accommodate so many people? They would have to select carefully, and many people would lose the opportunity. Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd. Sensing their excitement, he didn't keep them in suspense. He said directly, it's the cultivators of all the powers, including the Wuji sect, but it doesn't include rogue cultivators. Shock, uproar, excitement, joy, roars, roars. This was the instant Zichen's words left his mouth. A sudden change occurred in the quiet area. Voices that were not suppressed in the slightest joined together and exploded below like a clap of thunder. They were all representatives of powers. None of them were rogue cultivators. Naturally, they didn't care about Zichen's words. They were so excited that they roared loudly. Many cultivators couldn't help but shed tears. After the arrival of the Great Era, it became easier to break through to the next realm. Even many unknown small families might have one or two Earth Prime cultivators. However, if they had Earth Prime cultivators but no cultivation techniques, their combat power would be greatly reduced. This was also the problem that all the small families faced. Therefore, they had no choice but to rely on the major powers. They spent most of their family's savings in exchange for some cultivation techniques that weren't very powerful. Otherwise, they would risk their lives for the major powers. Now, Zichen said that the cultivation techniques in the Holy Burial Ground were open to everyone. This was a timely help to them. How could they not be excited? In contrast to the excited representatives of the smaller factions, although the expressions of the representatives of the larger factions fluctuated greatly, they were also weighing their gains and losses as their expressions changed. Zichen's approach would undoubtedly cause them to lose many of their subordinate powers. However, from the looks of it, losing these powers in exchange for the cultivation techniques in the Holy Burial Ground seemed to be a good deal. Everyone, the first thing I want to say. As Zichen's voice rang out, the scene fell silent again. Many of the representatives looked at Zichen with gratitude and tears in their eyes. In the future, the 4 castles will be open to all forces. Before this, we have already divided all the cultivation techniques. Then, we will make a list. You can first look at the attributes of the cultivation techniques and see if they are suitable for you. Then, you can consider how to cultivate and train. This includes cultivation techniques of all levels above Earth Prime, even Heavenly Dao techniques. This sentence really caused a stir. Those who originally thought that Zichen was just using these small tricks to rope in the other forces immediately changed their expressions. Zichen's actions were simply harmful. He was even giving away his own resources for free. This was very bad for the development of the forces. However, there was no point in doing this. This clearly proved that Zichen was truly thinking about the common people of the world. All of you can come to the 4 castles to cultivate. With the help of the time acceleration, I believe that your strength will improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. However, due to the limited space, it is impossible for everyone to come. Therefore, there will be some restrictions on the number of people who can come. There will be people who will discuss this with you in private. Of course, in order to maintain these places, the everlasting sect consumes a great deal of resources every day. It's impossible for us to provide free cultivation for all the cultivators of the Martial Heaven continent. All cultivators who wish to come will have to pay some crystal stones according to their rank. Don't worry, the price will definitely be fair. As for the cultivation methods left behind in this place, everyone can only cultivate in this place. However, stealing is absolutely not allowed. Once such a thing happens, The clan that person belongs to will lose all qualifications to enter this place. These conditions are targeted at the smaller powers. If you want to cultivate in the time castles, you just have to pay some crystal stones. There are no other requirements. Of course, the transportation formation to come here will have to be built by you. If you don't have the ability, the everlasting sect can help. Of course, there will be a price. Chapter 2066. Zichen's words weren't just targeted at the smaller powers. They were even more attractive to the larger powers. But in comparison, the representatives of the large powers were only surprised by Zichen's actions. They weren't like those small powers who hadn't seen the world and were so excited just because they were given a few broken cultivation techniques that they couldn't control themselves. Some of them even burst into tears. Relatively speaking, what would attract them would be the higher-level cultivation techniques, such as the Monarch battle skills, Emperor battle skills, Paragon battle skills, and Heaven's Path techniques. As for ordinary cultivation techniques, they didn't care about them at all. For example, the 5 elements aristocratic families had been established for many years, and they had long since developed a cultivation system for their disciples. They had all sorts of cultivation techniques. They might not be interested in Zichen's cultivation techniques. If Zichen couldn't take out a cultivation technique that could attract them, then this meeting would be a huge loss to them. Once the smaller powers had a source of cultivation techniques, they would focus on cultivating. They would no longer listen to their orders. As a result, the larger powers that couldn't get any tributes would have their resources greatly reduced. Now, the representatives of the larger powers were waiting for Zichen to give them his conditions. Everyone, our everlasting sect has 809 sovereign cultivation techniques and 323 heavenly Tao magical arts. These cultivation techniques will be made available after the meeting ends. Other than that, there are also quite a few heavenly soldiers. Zichen only said this one sentence to the large powers. However, in the next moment, the large powers' cultivators all stood up in shock. Previously, they had thought that Zichen would be lucky if he could take out a few dozen heavenly Tao magical arts. Who would have thought that he would take out 323? That wasn't just 323, but 323. They were also shocked by the foundation of the 4 great saints. They had actually collected so many heavenly Tao magical arts. In contrast to their shock, Zichen had a complicated feeling when he heard the numbers. For the 4 great saints to have so many cultivation techniques of all levels, they had clearly gathered them for the sake of dealing with the calamity that the martial heaven continent might face. Compared to the 4 great saints, Zichen felt that his actions could only be considered as borrowing flowers from the Buddha. All of this is open to us. May I know what sect Master Zichen needs us to do? The 5 Elements family couldn't sit still any longer. The Jin family head stood up and cupped his fists towards Zichen. With so many Heaven's Path techniques, who wouldn't be envious? Even the silent, evil good monk couldn't help but feel envious. These major powers had all seen a lot of things in their lives. Although they were shaken, they still asked what they needed to do. They knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. At the very least, it wasn't so free to them. There are 323 types of heavenly Tao techniques in the everlasting sect, but I will only take out 300 of them. 23 of them are unique to the everlasting sect, including the extreme yin and extreme yang techniques that I have mastered. Zichen said solemnly as he looked at the major factions. When these large factions heard this, their expressions abruptly changed. While they were shocked, their faces turned somewhat ugly. This was because they understood the true meaning behind Zichen's words. For those small forces, this meeting was like a pie falling from the sky. It was a great opportunity. However, for them, it was not necessarily so. As expected, Zichen continued, no power can remain uninvolved in the invasion of the outsiders. All powers need to work together to resist the outsiders. Right now, the everlasting sect has practically monopolized all the cultivation resources of the martial heaven continent. If you want to participate, other than leaving behind the necessary cultivation techniques, the other powerful magical arts must be handed over to the everlasting sect so that the rest of the world's cultivators can cultivate and choose from them. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent again. The representatives of the great powers all fell silent. Their expressions changed, and they seemed to be hesitant. Looking at those silent major powers, the minor powers' representatives all had disdainful expressions. The everlasting sect had taken out hundreds of heavenly Tao magical arts for them to cultivate. Now they were asking them to take out other magical arts, but they were still hesitating. These minor powers were very clear that they had no use for those heavenly Tao magical arts at the moment. Those were the major powers that needed them. The everlasting sect had hundreds of cultivation techniques, while they only had a dozen. The martial heaven continent's calamity is about to arrive. I hope that everyone can work together. The everlasting sect won't keep anything for itself. In fact, if you want to obtain the extreme and extreme young techniques, that's fine. As long as you have the physique, join the everlasting sect. When you break through to the heaven realm, those cultivation techniques will naturally be given to you. That's why I've called everyone here. Of course, I won't force you. Everything will be done according to your wishes, Zichun said again. At the same time, he looked at the aristocratic families. Their expressions were still changing. It was still the same sentence. If they wanted to obtain the heavenly Tao magical arts, that was fine. But if they wanted to give them away, they were hesitant. What's there to consider? In front of this calamity, a single person's power is so insignificant. That's also why Zichun doesn't allow rogue cultivators to cultivate here. Starting today, there will no longer be rogue cultivators on the martial heaven continent. All powers must unite to face the outside world. But you aristocratic families are still hesitating. Don't you know that not everyone can cultivate the heavenly Tao magical arts? You have to find a suitable heavenly Tao magical art. If you can't find a suitable heavenly Tao magical art, no one will be able to cultivate it. Why are you wasting them? The monk, who hadn't said anything until now, stood up. His words were very crude, and he didn't seem like a senior monk at all. However, his words were very comforting. Other than some of the representatives who didn't know his character, those who knew didn't have the slightest expression. The monk looked at the various powers and said, I represent the Buddhist sect. I'll be the first to express my stance. I'm willing to hand over everything that the Buddhist sect has aside from the Buddhist cultivation techniques. Of course, if you want to learn profound Buddhist cultivation techniques, such as the Buddhist sect's golden body, that's fine. But the prerequisite is that you join the Buddhist sect. As the monk spoke, Zichun's eyes lit up. After the monk expressed his stance, the surroundings were still silent. These powers still hadn't made their decision. It hadn't been easy for them to obtain their heavenly Tao magical arts. They weren't like Zichun, who had obtained hundreds of them so easily. Everyone, the invasion of the foreign races is no small matter. If we're not careful, the martial heaven continent might be destroyed. At this time, we need to make a prompt decision. I won't force you. If you're not willing, you can just leave. However, I, Zichun, will make things clear in advance. Anyone who leaves will no longer have any dealings with the everlasting sect. The time castle will not be open to them. Anyone who tries to sneak their disciples in and steal their cultivation techniques will be forcibly wiped out. This includes their families. Don't blame me for being merciless. With the war coming, selfishness will cause the deaths of others. Zichun's words clearly showed his determination. This was the Zichun. At the critical moment, he would always be decisive and decisive. For example, the massacre of the Wang family. At the same time, Zichun could more or less guess why these powers were hesitating. They were definitely thinking of ways to steal their cultivation techniques. But that was impossible. Righteousness wasn't something that everyone had. Everyone needed it. Furthermore, each person had a different perspective, so their thoughts were naturally different. Zichun felt that taking out a cultivation technique for all the cultivators of the world to cultivate was a good thing. It would allow the martial heaven continent to face a calamity and be able to resist with all its might. However, what these large powers needed to consider was whether or not giving out their cultivation techniques would affect their future development. It was precisely because everyone's thoughts were different that Zichun hadn't implemented this measure in the martial heaven continent. It was useless. Let alone a heaven realm expert like Zichun. Even a saint wouldn't be able to unify them. As for the martial heaven continent, because Zichun had his own everlasting sect, He had many subordinates at his disposal. Adding on the support of the four saints, it was possible to unify all the powers. Sect Master Zichun is truly righteous. I'm truly ashamed. In the face of this calamity, I'm truly too selfish. Although my sword sect doesn't have many heavenly Dao magical arts, I'll take out all of them on behalf of the sword sect, said one of the sword sect's elders. My tyrant Dao tribe only has one heavenly Dao magical art. We can't take it out, but we'll take out all of our other cultivation techniques, said the tyrant Dao tribe's elder. My power demon lineage also has some cultivation techniques suitable for humans. I'll have someone send them over later, said the power demon lineage's princess. The same goes for my shadow devil lineage. Sect Master Zichun, there's also my bone devil lineage. Following that, the devil race expressed their opinions. Compared to the humans of this world, the devil race cared more about this world. Once this world fell, they would have to return to the devil world. The environment there was too vile, and they didn't want to go back. Zichun nodded in satisfaction when he heard these people's opinions. Since everyone has expressed their opinions, how can we miss out on the five elements families? In front of such righteousness, we naturally won't shirk our duty, said the leaders of the five elements families. However, their words didn't resonate. Instead, they drew quite a bit of ridicule. Amongst the various large powers, the five elements families were the slowest to express their opinions. Following that, the other powers also stopped hesitating. In truth, the reason they had hesitated before was because the large powers hadn't expressed their opinions, and they didn't have many cultivation techniques. How can the Martial Heaven Alliance be left out on such a matter? Sect Master Zichun, on behalf of the Martial Heaven Alliance, I'm willing to offer up our cultivation techniques. An old voice sounded, and an old figure suddenly appeared at the closed gate of the castle. It was the Heaven Realm Elder who had said 2 months ago that he wouldn't return to the everlasting sect. Chapter 2067. Of the large powers, there were 2 alliances that Chen Feng hadn't notified. One of them was the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although this alliance was very familiar, very few people knew where it was based. That elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance was even more mysterious. The everlasting sect had been around for thousands of years, and its foundation was comparable to those large powers. In fact, it had more experts than them. However, it was still lacking in some of the secrets of the Martial Heaven continent compared to those powers that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than the Martial Heaven Alliance, the second alliance was the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. That was a power that focused on assassination and profit. Zichun was also aware of this. He was very surprised that the Martial Heaven Alliance had come today. Sect Master Zichun, this old man came uninvited. I hope you don't take offense. The elder cupped his fists towards Zichun. Senior, for you to represent the Martial Heaven Alliance is Zichun's honor. It is also the entire Martial Heaven continent's honor. Zichun couldn't be happier. How could I blame you? Zichun returned the greeting with a smile. The representatives of the major factions also stood up and greeted the old man. In terms of age, which power was more ancient than the Martial Heaven Alliance? This ancient alliance had countless foundations. Now that they had joined, what more could they say? After the elder expressed his stance, the other powers also expressed their stances even faster. At this point, the entire Martial Heaven continent was truly unified for the first time. This was a true unification. Other than a few special cultivation techniques that were still in the hands of the large families, the rest of the cultivation techniques were all shared. In the future, there would no longer be any independent cultivators on the Martial Heaven continent. That was because independent cultivators wouldn't be of any use in the upcoming war. Zichun was well aware of this. He didn't have any power on the Martial Heaven continent. He was just an independent cultivator. Even if he had the power to instill fear in the heavenly realm, he wouldn't be of much use in the upcoming war. At most, he would only be able to intimidate a certain region. After this incident, all the rogue cultivators in the Sky Martial continent, whether it was for cultivation or for cultivation techniques, would join a power and become a part of it. Then, they would fight in the future. As for the mortals who would be the first to be destroyed in the war, Zichun had a new consideration. These mortals would be gathered by those forces and would mine for them or do some other chores for them, allowing them to receive protection. Before this, Zichen's suggestion of sharing cultivation techniques wasn't just for show. Following this, the forces would distribute cultivation techniques to all the mortals under their name for them to cultivate. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the martial heaven continent was already extremely dense. As a result, the physiques of these mortals would slowly change. Although it couldn't be said that all of them would become powerful cultivators, they would still be able to enter the chi refining stage and strengthen their bodies. The meeting did not last long and ended very quickly. Only half an hour had passed in the outside world. However, the follow-up work was undoubtedly a very time-consuming and laborious project. Fortunately, after thousands of years of development, the Boundless sect had recruited a large number of disciples. The entire sect, including the workers, had almost reached 200,000 people. This didn't even include the disciples who were mining and growing spirit herbs in the small worlds. These people were all gathered. On one hand, they were beginning to expand the Boundless sect. On the other hand, they were registering the conditions of the various powers. Of course, there were also some who went out to help the remote powers build transportation formations. Just as Zichun had said, the cost was very low. For this reason, the Boundless sect had even opened up a few special spaces. They were all built with transportation formations for these cultivators to cultivate. The first batch of cultivators to enter the time castle would arrive in 10 days. There were 4 million people, and they were scattered across the 4 time castles. In a situation where the flow of time was 100 times faster, they would stay in the time castle for 10 days. 10 days was equivalent to nearly 3 years. After 10 days, the next batch would arrive. As for the cultivation techniques, they were all inheritances. They could only be comprehended within and could not be brought out. Some people were comprehending the cultivation techniques, while others were tempering themselves in the sacred lands. In addition, Zichen had opened up many worlds specifically for cultivators to temper themselves. This so-called tempering was very simple. It was to let the creatures in the worlds kill as many cultivators as possible. Once those cultivators accumulated a certain amount of merit, they could also come to the Boundless sect to cultivate and exchange for cultivation techniques. After Zichen had provided the entire world with cultivation methods, they no longer needed to worry about cultivation methods. They would only focus on pursuing greater power and surviving the trials and tribulations. Perhaps this would increase the death rate, but only in this way could they guarantee that they would have a higher chance of surviving in the cruel battles that were to come. This was not just a tempering for the cultivators of the martial heaven continent, but also for the creatures and beasts. The protectors of the 4 sacred lands had been silently watching all of this. They were very much in agreement with Zichen's methods. By the time the first batch of cultivators came to temper themselves, the aristocratic families had already handed over their cultivation techniques to the Boundless sect. On the second 10 days, these cultivation techniques would appear in the time castle for the cultivators to choose from. The first batch of cultivators sent by the major powers were all chosen and above. They urgently needed some battle techniques that suited them. Perhaps the Boundless sect's handling of this matter was still a bit chaotic, but they believed that it wouldn't be long before everything was on the right track. Zichun, extraordinary. Among the 4 protectors, Mu Zhan looked at the people who were in full swing and said this. It is indeed extraordinary. Zishu nodded his head, deeply moved by it. The other 2 protectors were the same. They had been with the saints for a long time. They had even experienced 2 great battles with other races. They were very clear in their hearts how difficult it was to unite all the factions and form a monolithic whole. Furthermore, there were demons among them. It had to be known that back then, the demons had invaded the holy burial ground. During that time, many battles had erupted. Back then, they hadn't dared to imagine that one day, the demons and humans would live in the same place. Then, they would unite against the outside world. He's done better than anyone else. I feel like the trial is over, said a burly man in yellow robes. He was the protector of the Black Tortoise Sacred Land. It is indeed over. It's just as the good and evil monk said. No matter how strong a cultivation technique is, it's just trash if no one cultivates it, said the White Tiger's Sacred Land's protector. Let's go. Hand the 4 sacred seals to Zichun. The mission the saints gave us can be considered completed. Next, we have to properly train these little fellows and make them stronger. With Mu Zhan at the lead, the 4 of them flew towards Zichun. At this moment, Zichun was using his world energy to open a stable space as a training ground. When he saw the 4 of them rushing toward him, he felt a bit strange. Zichun, we have something for you, said Mu Zhan as he came before Zichun. What is it? Asked Zichun, puzzled. Something good, said Mu Zhan with a mysterious smile. He came before Zichun and pointed a finger in front of him. A ray of green light condensed at the tip of his finger. It carried a surge of Saint aura and headed straight for Zichun. Within the green light, Zichun seemed to see a small azure dragon. This is the azure dragon seal. The azure dragon Saint asked me to give it to you. Study it well. As Mu Zhan finished speaking, the green light entered Zichun's forehead and merged with Zichun's consciousness. Mine is the white tiger seal. Mu Zhan moved aside. The white tiger sacred land's protector stood before Zichun and passed the white tiger seal to Zichun. And mine, rosefinch seal. Zichun, you have to study it well. Zishu chuckled and pointed a finger at Zichun's forehead. A small rosefinch entered Zichun's consciousness through Zichun's forehead. Black tortoise seal. Heavy defense. Can save your life. The black tortoise sacred land's protector came forward. Feeling the 4 seals in his consciousness, Zichun's face lit up with joy. From the name, one could tell that these were the seals of the 4 sacred beasts. They were definitely not weak. This time, Zichun wanted to find a few heaven path techniques for the opening of the holy burial ground. Among them, there were a few that were not bad. Unfortunately, they were not compatible with Zichun's attributes. For example, sword techniques needed to be comprehended in order to be more powerful. As for the seals of the 4 sacred beasts, although they had some requirements for one's attributes, the quality of their techniques was even higher. Combined with Zichun's heaven-defying power, they could be considered powerful heaven path techniques. Obtaining the seals of the 4 sacred beasts was a pleasant surprise. However, the current Zichun didn't have the time to comprehend them. Before that, he had other things he needed to do. What was worth mentioning was that the first monk to express his stance had actually come to ask for those 10 heavenly Tao techniques from Zichun. Zichun had clearly told him that if he could find 10 heaven realms, he could take those 10 heavenly Tao techniques. That had infuriated the monk. His Buddhist sect was made up of monks, and the majority of them were unable to use the techniques that Zichun had. Although there were a few that were not bad, they still didn't have 10. As a result, Zichun's hopes of asking the monk for the complete 6-word mantra were dashed. That day, once he was free, Zichun went to find the elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance to ask a few questions. The Heavenly Kill Alliance? Why are you looking for them? The elder was very surprised. When the war starts, I don't want to be stabbed in the back. I'll try to negotiate with them. If that doesn't work, I don't mind going all out to annihilate them, said Zichun. The elder shook his head. That's difficult. Let alone you. Even if the 4 saints returned, they wouldn't be able to annihilate the Heavenly Kill Alliance. If they were so easy to annihilate, they wouldn't be an ancient power. Their strongholds are tangled and difficult to find. Back then, many powers worked together to annihilate them, but they only managed to annihilate a branch. Chapter 2068. There was a ruined city on the outskirts of the Holy Land. This was the remnant of a huge battle. There were no signs of life here, and it had long since been reduced to ruins. This was a dead city. It could also be called a ghost city. Every night, winds would blow through the city, and the cries of ghosts would ring out. The villagers living nearby didn't dare to enter this place. Another night came, and the winds blew once more. The cries of ghosts rang out, and ghostly figures appeared one after another. These were all dead spirits. They could be called vengeful spirits. They wandered aimlessly through the city. Suddenly, a figure flew in from outside the city. It was a young figure that everyone on the Martial Heaven continent was familiar with. Arriving at this city full of vengeful spirits, Zichun walked into the depths of the city. He did not release his aura, but those vengeful spirits were scared away, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Wherever Zichun passed, They screamed and fled in all directions. As a Heaven Realm expert, Zichen's blood and chi were too vigorous. Those vengeful spirits didn't like him, and they instinctively retreated. In the center of the dilapidated city, there was an intact building. In front of the building, there was a stone sculpture with a lion carved on it, and on the lion's head, there was a stone sword stabbed into it. Zichun stopped in front of the building. After examining the stone sculpture, he looked into the building and said, "The everlasting sect Zichun has something to discuss with you." Zichen's voice traveled into the depths of the building. Wherever his voice traveled, more vengeful spirits screamed and scattered. Some of the slower ones were directly scattered by his voice. This was one of the strongholds that the elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance had mentioned. According to him, the Heavenly Kill Alliance didn't have any strongholds in the Holy Land. This was the closest one. His voice rang out into the building, but the surroundings were deathly silent. Even the Yin winds didn't seem to be able to be heard. The everlasting sect Zichun has something to discuss with the Heavenly Kill Alliance. Zichen's voice rang out again. A sound wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, it sounded like thunder, causing the surrounding ground to begin to tremble. The surroundings were still silent. Zichen couldn't help but frown. "Still not showing yourself? Are you waiting for me to destroy this place?" Zichen's voice contained a bit of coldness. An oppressive aura immediately filled the city. "What is it?" A cold voice came from all around. However, this voice was somewhat erratic, making it impossible to determine its exact location. Zichun turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He indifferently said, "Go find someone who can speak. I'll wait here." A black figure appeared in the direction of Zichen's gaze. He deeply bowed to Zichun. "Sect Master, please wait a moment." Zichun was in the Heaven Realm, the strongest Heaven Realm expert on the Martial Heaven continent. His status naturally wasn't something a small Earth Realm assassin could talk to. Furthermore, the matter Zichun was discussing was clearly something important. This assassin was tactful. The black figure flashed and vanished. He had gone to notify the higher-ups. Zichun waited here. Looking at the vengeful spirits, he frowned. However, considering what he was about to discuss, he resisted the urge to purify this place. When a ray of light appeared in the sky, the vengeful spirits all vanished. The Yin wind also disappeared, and the city returned to normal. Zichun stood there, waiting. Night quickly descended, and the Yin wind blew once more. The vengeful spirits appeared. Zichun stood there without moving. The fog covered the city, preventing the starlight from shining in. Suddenly, an even stronger Yin wind appeared. The air around Zichun was filled with an eerie chill. Zichun, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through them. "May I know what sect head Zichun is looking for my Heavenly Assassins Alliance to discuss?" A cold voice sounded, still erratic. "Who are you?" asked Zichun. "Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master." This time, the voice rang out in front of Zichun. A figure shrouded in black appeared and stopped 10 meters away from Zichun. Seeing this person appear, Zichun faintly smiled. "You're quite confident." "It's not that I'm confident, but I believe in Sect Master Zichun," said the Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master. His voice was still cold. "You know why I'm here?" Zichun looked at him. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in black robes. Only a pair of cold and emotionless eyes could be seen. All the powers in the Tianwu continent have been united. This is an unprecedented event. It's impossible not to know about it. Sect Master Zichen's visit should be related to this matter. Since you've already guessed it, I'll make it clear. I don't want to see someone eyeing us covetously and preparing to stab us in the back when the war starts. Sect Master Zichun should be clear that we only fight for benefits. I admire your actions this time. However, if you want us to join you, I can only apologize. Sect Master Zichun, I admire your actions. However, if you want us to join you, I can only apologize. Although the conditions offered by the sect leader were tempting, they were useless to the Sky Kill Alliance. Our Heavenly Assassination Alliance only wants assassins. The Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master looked at Zichun and shook his head. Therefore, if this is your condition, then it's not enough. Seeing the coldness in Zichen's eyes, the Heavenly Assassination Alliance master continued, I hope that you won't do anything extreme. Even if you flip the entire Tianwu continent upside down, you might not be able to find our Heavenly Assassination Alliance. We're assassins. Although we only fight for benefits, sometimes we hold grudges. Zichen's eyes turned even colder. Are you threatening me? Sect Master is already the #1 expert in the world. How would we dare to threaten you? However, if you don't want us to take action, you have to give us some benefits. Zichen looked at them and said, What do you want? Saint Crystals and another condition. Zichen shook his head and said, I don't have any Saint Crystals. I know that you don't have any now. However, we heard that you'll be stepping on the Star Road. I believe that you'll have Saint Crystals when you return from the Star Road. Zichen was preparing to step on the Star Road. This was no longer a secret. It was normal for them to know about it. The Star Road is very dangerous. How can you be so sure that I'll return alive? Sect Master Zichen represents the future of this world. He has the fate of the entire world on him. I believe that you'll definitely return. In this world, there was almost no such thing as 100% possibility. Although the Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master's words sounded good, he was actually betting that Zichen would return alive. Name your price. Zichen said, 10 Heaven Realm heads in exchange for 1 Saint Crystal. 1 Heaven-defying head in exchange for 1 Saint Crystal. The Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master stared into Zichen's eyes and said, This price won't do. It's too easy. Saint Crystals aren't that easy to find. If there was such a good deal, I believe that I could get over 100 Saint Crystals in a day. Zichen shook his head and said, Not everyone is as powerful as the sect leader. My bottom line is 20 heads of the Heaven Realm and 2 heads of the Heaven-defying realm. This price is barely acceptable. Now, tell me your other conditions. The two of them seemed to be making a deal, but it wasn't just a simple deal. It also involved the assassins of the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. They wouldn't attack the local forces. It was equivalent to both sides forming an alliance. Zichen needed to reward them after killing the foreign forces. This was also in line with the Heavenly Assassination Alliance's standards of prioritizing benefits. Let Zhang Haoyan take the stone sword and come to my Heavenly Assassination Alliance to undergo the Netherthorn trial. This trial is very fair and extremely rare. I can guarantee that no one will interfere during this period. Everything depends on whether he has the strength or not. If he dies in the trial, then it's fine. If he survives, then he'll be the new Netherthorn of our Heavenly Assassination Alliance. I can't make the decision on this matter. As long as you tell Zhang Haoyan, I believe that he, who has obtained the Stone Sword's inheritance, will definitely undergo the Netherthorn trial. The last hidden danger of the Sky Martial continent had been eliminated. The Heavenly Assassination Alliance had existed for countless years. Although they were disliked by many and were even despised by others, it had to be said that they still had their reputation. So Zichen didn't need to worry about this. Of course, this was on the premise that Zichen fulfilled his promise and returned alive with the Saint Crystals. Netherthorn trial? A new Netherthorn? Zichen frowned. He had never heard of such a name before. As soon as he returned to the Everlasting Sect, the elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance came to find Zichen to ask about the situation. Zichen nodded. The old man heaved a sigh of relief and asked, What conditions did they offer? Zichen said, The head of a Heaven Realm expert in exchange for Saint Crystals. The elder's eyes flashed and he said, They want to create a killing sage. It seems their goal isn't small. However, as long as they don't attack the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent during the war, then there shouldn't be any problems. That's right. I've already notified the ancient races. I believe there will be news soon. However, have you really thought it through? Do you want to enter that special star path? Zichen nodded. The elder didn't try to persuade him anymore. He got up and left. He had other things to do in the Martial Heaven Alliance. After the elder left, Zichen summoned Su Mingyao and the others to the main hall for a discussion. Soon, everyone was gathered. Zhang Haoyan, Lu Peng, Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, Shang Guanyuer, Wang Xianer, Chen Feng, Sun Ling, Lung Hu, Barbarian Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, and Devil Ape were all present. Even evil good monk was present. Sweeping his gaze over everyone, Zichun looked at evil good monk and asked, "You haven't returned to the Buddhist sect?" Evil good monk looked at Zichun and chuckled. "This monk guessed that you had something else to tell me. I faintly guessed that you would give me something good. This should count as some kind of opportunity, so I definitely can't leave." Zichun looked at evil good monk meaningfully. He couldn't help but praise evil good monk's sharp senses. He had already merged the heart of the heavenly God into his heart. Very few people could sense it. He hadn't expected evil good monk to sense it. Chapter 2069. The blood essence of the heaven god was the most important thing that Zichun had. It was also his secret. Although the blood essence of the heaven god was no longer the same as before after being sealed for many years, it was still a great treasure that could change one's physique. The forbidding aura in the hall was activated naturally. As the drop of blood essence of the heaven god appeared, the surrounding aura became stronger. Such a terrifying power! Monk exclaimed when he saw the golden blood essence. His eyes glowed brightly. The faces of the other people present also revealed a trace of astonishment. Whoosh! Zichun flicked his finger, and the drop of blood essence of the heaven god flew toward Demon Ape. A ray of light flashed in the devil ape's crimson eyes, and it immediately manipulated its own demonic power to surround the golden essence blood. Monk's eyes flickered, and he gave up the thought of snatching it. Before Demon Ape could refine the blood essence, Zichun flicked his finger again. Another drop of blood essence of the heaven god flew out and went straight to Zhang Haoyin. Following this, Zichun flicked his finger for the third time and gave it to LV Peng. Everyone could sense that the blood essence was extraordinary. They controlled their energy to refine it later. Su Mingyao, Wang Xian Lin Shui, Shang Guanyu followed by Qin Feng and Sun Ling. The fact that Monk had not received any blood essence of the heaven god made him anxious. He kept scratching his head as if he had seen a treasure mountain but could not take it. His gaze landed on Zichun from time to time. His eyes glistened as if he was looking at a treasure mountain. As the blood essence of the heaven god left his body, Zichun's face became paler. After giving Longhu and the others a drop each, he gave the last drop to Monk. Whoosh! Monk could not wait any longer. He quickly released his energy in an attempt to control the blood essence. Zichun's face was pale. Su Mingyao looked at him worriedly. Zichun shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "I can feel the powerful energy in it." "What is it?" Demon Ape, who had also tamed the blood essence, asked. "Blood essence of the heaven god," Zichun said. "Heavenly god's blood essence." When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Confusion appeared on their faces. The Demon Ape asked again, "Is it a deity?" "I'm not sure." Zichun shook his head. Even Zichun didn't know, so the others naturally didn't. However, they could clearly sense the massive energy contained within the sky god's blood essence. Although it was only a single drop, it was definitely enough to transform everyone's physique. "Zichun, isn't it a little too stingy to only give us one drop of such a good thing?" After subduing the heavenly god's blood essence in the shortest time possible, Tyrant suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "You damn Baldy, you still haven't changed your greedy habits." "I don't have much here," Zichun jokingly scolded. His pale face had already regained some color. "One drop is really not enough. Give me 10 drops. No, 8 drops will do." Monk stared at Zichun and said in a deep voice, "What do you think this is?" "I'll give you another drop." Zichun thought for a while and pointed at his heart again. This time, he pointed 5 times and 5 drops of heavenly god's blood essence appeared. Tyrant's eyes lit up. His eyes were filled with the 5 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. However, to his disappointment, Zichun only gave him 1 drop. Then, he gave 1 drop to the Demon Ape, Dragon, Torvosaurus, and Flying Tiger. The 4 of them had very special physiques. They could completely absorb the energy of 2 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. As for the others, 1 drop was enough. After collecting the blood essence at an extremely fast speed again, Tyrant stared at Zichun unwillingly. His expression made one's hair stand on end. "Let me tell you, there's no more." Zichun emphasized coldly. He felt uncomfortable all over. Tyrant looked at him like a hunter looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He seemed to be thinking about where to cut first. If you really don't want to give it to me, then I won't force you. Your body must have been modified long ago. How about this? Give me 2 kilograms of meat. Tyrant said, You bald thief. You still want to eat people. Zichun stared at him. Everyone who was used to Tyrant's abnormal thoughts couldn't help but laugh. It's fine if you don't want to give me meat. Then give me some of your blood. Don't give me too much, just a few 100 kilograms will do. Tyrant said again, No way, not a single drop, you bald thief. While Zichun was scolding him, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tyrant's eyes to be so sharp. He could tell that his blood was extraordinary with a single glance. This time, besides preparing the heavenly god's blood essence for everyone, Zichun also left some of his own blood essence. Although the quality of his blood essence wasn't very high compared to the heavenly god's blood essence, it was definitely a good thing in the eyes of the world. Tyrant didn't get anything good from Zichun in the end, so he could only leave dejectedly. Clearly, he left in a hurry because he couldn't wait to refine the heavenly god's blood essence. After Tyrant left, everyone left one after another. Zichun called Qin Feng over and gave him a few drops of the heavenly god's blood essence. However, the heavenly god's blood essence had been divided into 2. One drop was divided into 2 small drops. This was for the elders who followed him for a long time. During this time, Zichun also left a drop for Elder Gue. Other than the heavenly god's blood essence, Zichun also left nearly 100 drops of his own blood essence. These blood essence would be left in the Wuji sect for the younger generation to use. After everything was done, it was time to leave. Everyone seemed a little reluctant. Zichun also took time to accompany the 4 girls these few days. On the 3rd day after Zhang Haoyan received the heavenly god's blood essence, he went to find the Heavenly Kill Alliance leader. He wanted to undergo the Netherthorn trial. Zhang Haoyan didn't know what the Netherthorn was, but he knew from the legacy in the stone sword that it was an extremely powerful existence. It was said that in every generation of the Heavenly Kill Alliance, there was only one Netherthorn. A few days later, just as Zichun was about to leave, the ancient race finally sent someone over. It was someone familiar to everyone, the perfect body from the ancient race. Everyone was surprised by the arrival of the perfect body, so there was a celebration. After the celebration, the perfect body specially found Zichun and asked, Are you really going to enter that special star path? Zichun nodded and said, Is there a problem? Before we came, we already tried opening that star path. There weren't any problems, but it's a special star path. It's said to be very dangerous. It's said to be 10 times more dangerous than the so-called most dangerous star path. The perfect body said again. I know, but I have to go from there. If he couldn't find that special star path, it would have been fine if Zichun had stepped onto an ordinary star path. Now that he knew, there was no reason for him to retreat. Furthermore, Great Sage Yinzhong had said it so solemnly back then. It was obvious that this special star path was very important to heaven-defying figures. Seeing Zichun's insistence, the perfect body stopped persuading him. He wanted to bid farewell and leave, waiting for Zichun's arrival in the ancient race. Before leaving, Zichun gave the perfect body a drop of celestial god blood essence. Fiend Ape and company went into seclusion to refine the celestial god blood essence. The 4 women stayed by Zichun's side. With the increase of his realm, the star path was no longer unfamiliar. Be it the Sky Martial realm or the War Martial realm, the 2 star paths indicated the same danger. The heaven-defying figures of other races didn't dare step onto the star path. Furthermore, Zichun was preparing to head to the most special star path. It indicated greater danger. Over the past few days, the 4 women had deliberately avoided the words star path and tried their best to enjoy this short period of time. However, the sorrow on their faces couldn't be erased. There was reluctance before parting, but more of it was worry for Zichun. Don't worry. I have the world's providence augmenting me. Nothing will happen so easily. Sensing the emotions of the 4 women, Zichun comforted them. I'm already invincible in the heaven realm. No one can kill me. The training in the star path will definitely target the heaven realm in the beginning. so nothing will happen to me. Even if I encounter a saint, I have the strength to fight." When the four women heard this, they were no longer so depressed. The Boundless sect had gradually embarked on the right path. Every day, experts would walk out of the time castle. Before Zichen left, he instructed them not to step onto the star path unless it was absolutely necessary. He could take risks on the star path and risk a future for humanity, but he didn't want his friends to take risks because it was really dangerous. The time spent together was always short. Finally, it was time to leave. Zichen took out the ancient race's king token. He turned his head to look at everyone with a calm expression. He suppressed his reluctance to part. The devil ape and the others appeared one after another. Even the monk who had returned. Looking at Zichen, the monk said, "I believe you will definitely come back." Zichen nodded. "Of course." The monk added, "If you die on the star path, I will wash the starry sky with blood to avenge you." The devil ape looked at Zichen and said, "Take care." LV Peng looked at Zichen and said, "Don't worry. I will protect the Boundless sect." Longhu, Flying Divine Tiger, and the others appeared one after another and said, "Take care." They didn't know when they would meet again or how many familiar faces there would be. Perhaps this would be their farewell forever. Zichen's trip to the star path was full of danger. They, who stayed here to fight against the alien races, were also facing danger. The four women stood at the back of the crowd. Rays of light enveloped their bodies and blocked their eyes. They did not want Zichen to see their reluctant expressions. They did not want Zichen to see their tears. "Everyone, take care. Wait for my return." The king token in Zichen's hand emitted a glow and disappeared together with Zichen. On this day, Zichen left the Boundless sect and headed to the ancient tribe. He was about to embark on the star path. The four guardians of the sacred areas silently watched Zichen's departure. While praying for his safe return in their hearts, they also sent out a message. Zichen had already left. Almost as soon as Zichen's figure disappeared, the four saints received the message in a unique space. After learning that Zichen had entered the most unique star path, the four saints wore complicated expressions, which eventually turned into a sigh. "Let's hope he can come back." His life horoscope is very sturdy. Since Inzhong has given him guidance, there's a high chance he will come back. Chapter 2070. In that mysterious space, the saints began to retreat, as if they had arranged everything. Time passed. At the very top of the space, where the saint force was circling, there was an energy fluctuation from the alien space. This fluctuation was very strong, and when it landed in the area where the saint force was circling, it formed ripples. In this Zhanwu continent, because all the heaven-defying warriors had left, the atmosphere between the alien tribes and humans was awkward. However, the war hadn't broken out yet. Some humans and alien tribes were still living in the same city. In their eyes, this war wouldn't break out, because the alien tribe's target was only Zichen, not the other people in this world. After living together, they found that the alien tribes weren't all bloodthirsty people. After more than 100,000 years of peaceful life, they had forgotten their hatred and lost their vigilance. During this period, some forces had even made some deals with the alien tribes. Boom. Time passed, and one day, the area surrounded by the saint energy was finally forcibly broken apart under the bombardment of energy. For a moment, the space trembled and began to explode. The saints had spent a great deal of effort to seal the passageway, but now it was completely blown open. A violent Saint Chi aura appeared from the passageway. Right after that, a saint from an alien tribe arrived in this space. He didn't look any different from the humans of the Zhanwu continent. However, he had a thick alien aura. He scanned around, his eyes cold. "These idiots think they can stop us." As he spoke, his berserk spiritual senses spread out in all directions, as if he wanted to destroy this space. As he lowered his head, he saw a continent on this life star. It was the first continent. "It's safe here. I can't sense those incomplete rules." His spiritual consciousness scanned the area one more time. After he didn't sense any danger and didn't touch any rules, he raised his hand and sent an energy message. Right after that, many figures appeared in this space. Jiangsong, have you checked everything? A cold voice rang out, and a muscular man appeared in this space. The aura around him was much stronger than the first person. My lord, the investigation is complete. You may descend to kill, the saint named Jiangsong said respectfully. The brawny man raked through the continent underneath, his eyes cold. The saints of the Life Star had stopped them for a long time. However, they had divided and broken this world. What they had to do next was, of course, endless slaughter. This world had to be conquered. All living beings in this world must be destroyed. Ladies and gentlemen, follow me to this Life Star. We will lead our alien army to flatten this world. The burly man's words were filled with heroism. His figure flashed as he tore through space and landed on the number 1 continent of the Zhanwu continent with a group of saints. In the first mainland, the void suddenly broke open and a huge vortex appeared. Within the vortex, there was a violent surge of saint force. The moment the foreign tribe saint appeared, all living beings in the first mainland could sense that the saint power was filled with dense killing intent. The saints of the other races have arrived. The faces of the cultivators who sensed this changed drastically. Under such circumstances, the arrival of the foreign tribe saint would be a catastrophe for this world. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in the vortex, but no saint came to stop it. This made the heavenly realms of all the forces feel hopeless. How could this be? Isn't there a saint stopping it? The patriarch of the dragon clan looked up at the sky, his face pale. At the same time, the patriarchs of the hidden aristocratic families also looked at the vortex that was getting bigger and bigger with despair. Such a huge commotion. Where are our saints? In the Zhanwu clan, Zhanwu Che Xiao stared at the vortex, his expression changing constantly. The arrival of a saint was huge, but no native saint came out to stop it. On the first mainland, as the patriarchs of the aristocratic families paled and felt hopeless, the first saint arrived. The aura of a saint swept across the land, carrying with it a violent killing intent. As the aura of the foreign tribe saint spread, many places on the first mainland burst into cheers. These cheers naturally came from the foreign tribes. We welcome the arrival of the saint. Similar roars continued to ring out. They were like claps of thunder as they continued to rumble in the sky. They were excited, they roared, and they screamed excitedly. Because of Zichen's existence, they were too suppressed and terrified. They had no choice but to hide and leave the human cities to guard against Zichen's sudden attack. They had clearly come to kill and destroy this world, but they had to coexist peacefully with the humans of this world. They had hundreds of times more heaven-defying saints than this world, but they couldn't defeat Zichun and had no choice but to stop fighting. Fortunately, all of this ended when the saint arrived. The Great War was finally about to break out. When the first foreign tribe saint appeared, Jiangsong scanned the land and sneered, "Your saints are still hiding somewhere. It's too late even if they rush over. The laws of this world are no longer complete. As long as we find the whole of laws and arrive here, the laws will no longer be of any use to us." The foreign tribe saint's voice seemed to be announcing the destruction of this world. The living beings of this world grew more and more desperate. At this moment, many major factions even had the urge to activate the formation and completely seal off the aristocratic families. Then, the second saint arrived, then the third, the fourth. More and more saints arrived. One saint after another appeared. Soon, there were more than 10 saints, which made everyone feel even more desperate. In the end, the number of saints stopped at 15. Among them, the last powerful aura caused everyone to tremble in fear. What are they doing? In Blue Feather City, Supreme Sage Injong frowned slightly as he witnessed everything. He was puzzled. He had expected that they wouldn't be able to stop the invasion of the foreign tribe saints, but it definitely wouldn't happen so soon. According to his calculations, the saints would be able to resist for a few more decades. To a saint, a few decades was just the blink of an eye. But now, 15 saints had arrived in this world, and there was even a saint king among them. Supreme Sage Injong couldn't understand this. If the passageway was really broken through, then more saints would soon descend. Before this world was prepared, it was likely that this world would really be destroyed. Suddenly, Supreme Sage Injong's eyes lit up. He thought of a possibility, and his expression was one of shock and even a little excitement. Just as Supreme Sage Injong's expression changed, he saw that the vortex above the heads of the foreign tribe saints had stopped spinning and showed signs of dissipating. This change caused the expressions of the foreign race saints to change. They raised their heads to look at the sky in surprise. Stop the passageway from closing first. The brawny man, who was obviously a Saint King, shouted. Two streams of pure saint power surged out and went straight for the vortex above their heads. The other saints also released their saint power to stop the passageway from disappearing. If the passageway disappeared, it would take too long to open another one. At the same time, it would be very difficult for them to leave this place because the rules of this world didn't allow it. Just as these foreign tribe saints worked together to stop the passageway, the void above the Jianwu continent trembled again. Following this trembling sound, under everyone's gazes, in another direction in the sky, the void suddenly split open. A resplendent golden light filled the world. This golden light contained pure saint power. It emitted a bright but gentle light as it sprinkled on the first continent. All the living beings on the first continent felt a wave of warmth when they were enveloped by this light. The despair and fear in their hearts were gradually alleviated by this warmth. On the other hand, the foreign tribe saints who had been cheering earlier felt an endless chill when the golden light fell. They felt an inexplicable sense of danger. This sense of danger came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a fluctuation of life. Everyone's gazes subconsciously turned toward the location of the golden light. Everyone saw what the golden light was. It was a sword, a huge long sword. It emitted a dazzling light and the aura of a saint. It was a saint's sword, a saint weapon that surpassed a heavenly weapon. The sudden appearance of a saint weapon caused an uproar on the first continent. Following the commotion were many cries of surprise and disbelief. The reason for that was because there were many people among them that recognized that holy sword. It was no ordinary saint's sword. It was a saint's sword with an extraordinary origin. It had a name that everyone knew, the Battle Monarch Sword. Like the Battle Martial Token, it was also a symbol. However, unlike the Battle Martial Token, it was a powerful saint weapon that possessed extraordinary power. In the past, it had another name, sword. It was only one word, but it represented an extreme. It was like the word shield, the Battle Monarch Sword. It's the Battle Monarch Sword. In the Battle Martial clan, Battle Marshal Che Xiao and Battle Marshal Qingfeng were very excited when they saw the sword. The sword had appeared. It was the Battle Martial clan's sword, the Lost Saint Sword. I see. Saint Yinzhong's eyes flashed with realization. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His gaze landed on the foreign tribe saints in the distance. Seeing how panicked they were, there was some pity in his eyes. As soon as the Battle King's sword appeared, it appeared in front of the foreign race saints and pierced through them, causing them to exclaim in shock. Puff. Chapter 2071. The foreign saints could only be suppressed by those of the same level. They represented destruction, slaughter, and despair. This completely unexpected change made the living beings of the Jianwu continent despair in their hearts. But at this moment, the sacred weapon, Battle King's sword, suddenly appeared and attacked the saints. Sword light flashed, and a saint's body was pierced. Saint blood splattered, and at the same time, his body was split into two. Powerful saints, in front of the Battle King's sword, were unable to withstand a single blow. Just as the saint's body separated, a soul shadow shot out. This soul shadow was the saint's soul. His physical body was severed, but his soul was unharmed. However, when his soul appeared, his face was filled with fear and shock. He turned around and tried to flee. Buzz. The Battle King's sword didn't slow down at all, but a light flashed on the surface of the sword. This light seemed to connect with the laws of heaven and earth, causing the Battle King's sword to become one with the world. A suction force appeared from the Battle King's sword, causing the saint's soul shadow to involuntarily rush toward the Battle King's sword. Feeling the suction force, the soul shadow screamed, and then his body burned with flames. This was the burning of his soul. The The flames caused the space around Zichan to distort, and a terrifying power spread in all directions. The Soul Shadow's expression was hideous, but it was useless. He could not escape the suction force, and the Battle King's sword did not deliberately target the Soul Shadow. At this moment, it had already pierced through the second saint's body. A bloody line appeared on the saint's body, and then the bloodline spread, and his body was split into two. The terrified Soul Shadow rushed out. At this moment, the first foreign saint's soul had been devoured, and the second saint could not escape the fate of being devoured. At this moment, the world was silent, and it could even be said that it was dead silent. The foreign tribes that had been cheering earlier were all dumbfounded. In their eyes, the powerful saint experts were so weak under the Battle King's sword that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all killed in an instant. The huge contrast caused them to be so shocked that they couldn't say a single word. In contrast to the foreign race's shock, the living beings of the Zhanwu continent were so shocked that they could not say a word. Saints were powerful. They were almost immortal existences. In many cases, they could only be seriously injured and fall into a deep sleep. However, at this moment, in their eyes, the two saints were indeed dead. Buzz. The War King's sword light flickered, and it continued forward without slowing down in the slightest. Another two foreign race individuals' bodies were hacked apart, and holy blood splashed everywhere. For saints had died in the blink of an eye, and this caused the expressions of the other saints to change drastically. They no longer cared about maintaining the passageway above them, and they attempted to forcefully flee. However, at this moment, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to become complete. The passageway in the sky disappeared in an instant. The laws of heaven and earth descended upon them once again. Damn it, this is a trap. The burly Saint King's expression changed drastically as he let out a furious roar. With his path of retreat blocked, his body released a berserk aura. He immediately turned around, clenched his fist and punched towards the Battle King's sword. As the fist landed, the violent saint force blasted onto the Battle King's sword. The huge force caused the Battle King's sword to stop in its tracks. That's all you've got. Seeing the Battle King's sword stop in its tracks, the Saint King's face immediately showed a hint of joy. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The Battle King's sword, which had stopped for a moment, suddenly trembled. Following that, streaks of sword intent spread out in all directions like threads, spreading out in all directions. Wherever these threads passed, the other foreign race saints were instantly sliced apart. Even their souls were sliced into pieces. These foreign race saints didn't even have the chance to scream before they died in an instant. This scene caused the Saint King's face to be filled with horror. He roared, and more saint force rushed towards the Battle King's sword. After killing the other saints and devouring their souls, the Battle King's sword that had stopped in its tracks moved forward again. It destroyed the Saint King's attack and hit the Saint King's body. Damn it! It's fused with the laws of heaven and earth. Before his body was sliced apart, the Saint King's terrified voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Fusing with the precepts, the sword had undoubtedly become a killing sword. Everything below the precepts were ants, and within the precepts, these saints were nothing more than ants. The Saint King's body was sliced apart, but the soul within did not dissipate. After he appeared out of thin air, he started burning. As he tried to stop the Battle King's sword from devouring him, he shouted into the void, "My sons, kill to your heart's content. Go on a mad slaughter. We want to slaughter every living thing in this world." His words were filled with a thick sense of resentment. He was a Saint King, an immortal Saint King. However, he had been tricked, and his life was about to come to an end. The Battle King's sword turned back and charged towards the Saint King's remnant soul. The burning remnant soul sensed the danger and showed signs of collapsing. However, the Saint King was unwilling to give up. His soul began to burn wildly, and a mysterious power spread out from his body, enveloping heaven and earth. His unwilling roar resounded through heaven and earth, "Descend." As the last two words fell, the Saint King's remnant soul could no longer hold on. It began to collapse and dissipate, but just as it was about to collapse, his remnant soul saw a huge beam of light descending from the sky, landing in various parts of the Jianwu continent. The beam of light was the passage through which the foreign races had reappeared. In the passage, one figure after another appeared. They were all foreign races. Just like the foreign race experts that had descended in the past, another group of foreign race experts had descended. The great battle that had stopped because of Zichun had erupted once again. Kill all the foreign race saints. Everyone in the Jianwu continent. Kill all the foreign invaders. Leave no one alive. As a cold voice rang out, an imposing figure appeared between heaven and earth. It was a saint. His cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and his vast aura caused the world to tremble. This was the saint of the Jianwu continent. His figure flashed, and he appeared below the Battle King's sword. With a wave of his hand, he collected the corpses of the dead saints, not leaving behind a single drop of blood. With another wave of his hand, the saint disappeared along with the Battle King's sword. Kill! 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 Shouts and cries resounded through heaven and earth. The great battle against the foreign races had erupted. At the same time, as the Saint King's voice rang out, the foreign races also began a frenzied slaughter. In some cities, the humans who lived in harmony with the other races didn't even have time to react before they died under the butcher's knife. Before they died, their expressions were filled with disbelief because they had just called each other brothers. But in the next moment, the other party's sharp knife had pierced into their bodies. The foreign race's eyes were filled with coldness, and there was no trace of emotion. Years of peace had caused them to forget their blood feud and their hatred for the foreign races. Little did they know that there was no friendship to speak of with the foreign invaders. Only one side was completely annihilated. The great battle spread across the entire Jianwu continent in an instant. The powerhouses of various factions all moved out, leading their subordinates to kill the foreign races. Armies of cultivators formed one after another, and they engaged in a frenzied slaughter with the foreign races in various regions. Members of the Jianwu clan, follow me to kill the foreign races. Jianwu Qingfeng held a cyan heavenly sword in his hand and wore a cyan robe. He led the first batch of the Jianwu clan's deathsworn toward the nearest battlefield. A cyan wind blew past them, and they sped up again. Wrapped in the wind, all the cultivators wore cold expressions. Dragon Clan's vanguard, follow me. Rebel Dragon became the leader this time. He would lead the first batch of Dragon Clan powerhouses into the battlefield. On the other side, Jin Pong was also the Pong Clan's vanguard. In the Wuji sect, there were also several Heaven Realm powerhouses leading existences of other realms into the battlefield. The 5 gates of the Pentaface family opened wide. 5 teams led by Heaven Realm powerhouses rushed out of the city and flew in 5 different directions. On the 3rd continent, the Luo clan was not to be outdone in this battle. They also sent out a large number of powerhouses. On the 4th continent, the powerhouses of the Sword sect also moved out. At the same time, the powerful factions on the other continents also participated in the battle. This time, they did not shrink back or wait, because all the foreign races' heaven-defying powerhouses had left. They no longer targeted Zichun. This was a war between races. Both sides would fight to the death. There was no room for reconciliation. Moreover, the foreign races did not leave any prisoners behind. Therefore, the living beings of this world only had 2 choices. One was to die in battle, and the other was to be killed. Everyone, follow me and charge out. On the 9th continent, in the former Shuntian prefecture, which was now Huping City, Manshur led the first batch of powerhouses out of the city. In this group, there was Long Fei, the fortune teller, the Shuntian Dao, and some other familiar faces. At the moment, there was no expression on their faces. There was only murderous intent in their hearts. The outbreak of the war indicated the beginning of a catastrophe. However, in the face of this catastrophe, would the Jianwu continent be able to survive like before? There were no more heaven-defying powerhouses among the foreign races, but there were other powerhouses. Some of them were not weaker than the heaven-defying powerhouses. Fortunately, the Jianwu continent had an extraordinary foundation. At this critical moment, almost every family could send out a powerhouse of the same level. Take the Sword sect, for example. When the war broke out, a young man appeared. This person represented the highest level of the Sword sect, the Psychic Sword Heart. Zichun had never seen this person before. As soon as this person appeared, the sword in his hand began to be stained with blood. On that day, he killed 5 Heaven Realm cultivators and countless cultivators of other realms. Although the 5 Elements aristocratic family did not send out anyone with the 5 Elements constitution after the 5 Elements constitution, they still had many pure spirit constitutions. These beings might not be as strong as the 5 Elements constitution, but they could fight against the heaven-defying powerhouses. This was the Life Star, the land of miracles. There would always be some unexpected situations. After refining the sacred crystal, the great sage Yin Zhong's injuries were finally stabilized and he entered the Saint Realm. As for him, he became the commander-in-chief of the war without hesitation and began to gather groups of cultivators. The first group to recruit was the Zhanwu clan. Chapter 2072. The special star path had already been opened. It was a deep channel that led to an unknown space. It was unknown where the end was. Zichun stood outside the channel. Behind him stood the perfect body and many of the ancient race's upper echelons. They raised their heads and looked at Zichun. Their backs were ramrod straight, and their solemn expressions were filled with admiration. This time, Zichun had stepped onto the star path not only for himself, but also for the world. Zichun, don't worry. Our ancient race's ancient path will be permanently opened for all cultivators in the world to come and train. During this period, we will also provide the Everlasting Sect with some resources to prevent the Everlasting Sect from consuming too many resources and not being able to meet the demand. An ancient race elder promised. They already knew about Zichun's actions and felt great admiration for him. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, there weren't many mysterious powers. The Martial Heaven Alliance was one, and the ancient race on the ancient path was definitely another. Furthermore, comparatively speaking, the ancient race had more resources. Therefore, they had more powerful beings that they could use. Even Zichun was very surprised when he sensed the ancient race's heavenly path here. Everyone, take care. Waving at the crowd, Zichun turned around and stepped into the deep passageway, stepping onto the star road. Take care. Looking at Zichun's disappearing figure and the channel that had healed, all the experts silently said this. They didn't know when they would meet again. They wished Zichun success in becoming a saint and returning safely. All right, let's hurry up and open up the resources so that the cultivators of the Martial Heaven continent have more choices. Furthermore, we need to do the same as Zichun and calculate the resources first. Let everyone obtain the cultivation techniques first before going to train, said the perfect body. But if we do that, it will violate the ancestral teachings, said an old man hesitantly. When the war breaks out, life and death are unknown. At that time, we might not even be able to protect our race. How can we abide by the ancestral teachings? The meaning of this ancient path is to strengthen the human race. Open up the resources, said the perfect body again. Clearly, his words held great weight in the ancient race. Forget it. We'll do as the perfect body says. Zichun has such courage and the 4 saints are willing to do so. As descendants of the ancient race, how can we be so selfish? Another old man spoke. As this person spoke, the hesitation on the faces of the others disappeared. They nodded in agreement. After entering the passageway, space-time began to change. The power of space became chaotic. It was as though they had stepped into a chaotic space. Zichun knew that he was currently traveling through space-time. Perhaps he had already left the Martial Heaven continent. This was a true departure, just like how the Thunder's sacred beast had helped him break through the spatial barrier and allowed him to see the origin of heaven and earth. Time could not be accurately measured on the way forward. It could be a day, a month, a year. Of course, it could also be an instant. Zichun's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt as if he was standing on solid ground. He came to the star path and looked around. There was some tension and caution in his eyes. At the same time, his spiritual senses slowly spread out. It was said that the star path was dangerous, but this star path was even more dangerous. Before Zichun came, he had undoubtedly made many guesses. In his left hand, he was already gripping the scabbard tightly. His right hand was open, as though he could draw his saber at any moment. There was no terrifying pressure as he had imagined, nor was there any crazy killing intent. All he could see was a stone forest without a single blade of grass. There were no signs of life in the surroundings, nor were there any pressure fluctuations. There was only dead silence. At that moment, Zichun was standing on a flat piece of land. There were no fluctuations from an array formation beneath his feet. The surrounding rocks were scattered in a disorderly manner without any pattern. Zichun stood in his original spot as his spiritual senses swept across every inch of land. His expression did not relax. This was a land of death. There was no sound at all. There was nothing abnormal when his spiritual senses probed. To Zichun, this lack of abnormality was the greatest abnormality. In his eyes, this was a wasteland. Occasionally, he could see one or two protruding boulders. In the blink of an eye, Zichun's spiritual senses spread out to 1,000 meters. There was no abnormality within this 1,000 meters. His spiritual senses expanded again, carefully probing the surroundings for abnormalities. However, within 10,000 meters, Zichun found no abnormalities. Then, he extended his spiritual senses to 100,000 meters. There was still no abnormality. Within a radius of 200,000 meters, Zichun did not detect any traces of life. It was as if there was no life on this land. There are still some problems. Withdrawing his spiritual senses, Zichun frowned slightly. When he was in the Tianwu continent, his spiritual senses could spread further. However, in this place, they could only spread to 100,000 meters. In Zichun's opinion, this was also abnormal. After confirming that there was no danger around, Zichun began to move forward. He did not know how to train on the star path, but he had experience on the ancient path. Zichun guessed that the star path should be traversing the endless Xingqian Sea. Strange. Didn't they say that this special star path is the most dangerous? Why haven't I encountered anything? After traveling for half a day and not sensing any danger, Zichun couldn't help frowning. Not only was there no danger, but he also didn't see any life. That included a small insect, a bird, or even a blade of grass. In his line of sight, there was only dirt and sand. There were also some small stones. Even large stones were hard to find. This world was bright, but there was no sunlight. There were no clouds above his head. Zichun concluded that this was a strange space. As he continued forward, the bright sky seemed to gradually darken. After traveling 30,000 miles, the world turned completely dark. It was as if night had arrived. There was no sun here, so naturally there was no moon. Perhaps there was no Xingqian. However, in the next moment, Zichun realized that he had guessed wrong. There was no moon here, but there was Xingqian. Xingqian stars appeared in the sky, emitting a gentle light. The dusky world was illuminated by these stars. The starlight here was much brighter than in the Martial Heaven continent. Although it wasn't as bright as it was during the day, it wasn't much different. Are these Xingqian stars the source of the abnormality? Zichun raised his head to look at the starry sky. The starlight continued to fall. Zichun, who was looking up at the sky, suddenly had a change in his expression. The previously gentle starlight turned solid in the next moment. It turned into starlight energy and fell from the sky like a meteor shower, sprinkling on the ground. In the face of this strange energy, Zichun was on guard. Golden light surged around him, forming a barrier around him to prevent this meteor shower from falling into his body. However, Zichun quickly found that this barrier was unable to stop the meteor shower. It was as if it didn't exist. The meteor shower pierced through Zichun's barrier, wanting to fall into his body. These are the laws. Zichun's expression changed slightly. He became even more vigilant. This was no ordinary meteor shower. It was a pure manifestation of the laws. Zichun couldn't ignore this kind of law. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Zichun's mind. If this meteor shower fell into his body, it wouldn't directly melt him, right? After all, he hadn't seen the slightest living creature on his way here. With this worry in his heart, Zichun had no choice but to be more cautious. So he decided to enter his own world. However, just as he was about to sink into abdomen, Zichun's expression changed once more. Originally, there had been a world within his abdomen. That was Zichun's perfect world. But now, this perfect world was undergoing some kind of change. The meteor shower pierced through the barrier and fell on Zichen's body. Then, it entered Zichen's body through his skin and finally reached abdomen. The power of the laws revolved around abdomen. The perfect world that Zichen couldn't see before gradually revealed itself at this moment. It was a sphere, just like the Yuan Dan that Zichen had formed when he was in the human realm. However, unlike the Yuan Dan, this sphere flashed with colorful lights, and each color represented a law. After sinking into abdomen, Zichen entered his own world. This world didn't change at all. However, Zichen, who was in this world, looked at his hands and his expression changed again. After the meteor shower appeared, Zichen didn't know how many times his expression had changed. My physical body didn't come in, only my spiritual thoughts came in. While his expression changed, Zichen's spiritual thoughts immediately left the world and returned to his physical body. Then, he looked around vigilantly. There was still no abnormality in the surroundings. The meteor shower was still falling from the sky. This meteor shower wasn't dangerous at all. When it fell into his body, it didn't cause any adverse effects. Of course, it didn't make Zichen's physical body stronger either. The only change was that there was an additional Yuan Dan in Zichen's abdomen. The Yuan Dan emitted a variety of colorful lights. Those lights were the laws of Zichen's world. Then, Zichen's physical body couldn't enter this world. He could only transform his spiritual thoughts into a human body and enter. This star path is indeed problematic. As he looked up at the starry sky and sensed these two abnormalities, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. Although these two changes were insignificant, on the one hand, Zichen had lost a life-saving method and couldn't enter his own world. On the other hand, when he sensed that this world had obviously become a physical one, Zichen guessed that if he was killed, this world wouldn't naturally disappear into the void. Instead, it would continue to stay in his body and be taken away by someone else's abdomen, just like the Yuan Dan in the past. This was just like when he had used a special method to take away the other party's domain world when he had been in the domain realm. Once he had obtained a world, he could refine it on his own. Perhaps he could even fill up his own incomplete world and make it complete and transform. Zichen still didn't know what exactly was going on, but he could clearly see endless slaughter in this situation. The meteor shower was still falling. There was no danger and no unforeseen events. At this moment, Zichen was a little absent-minded. However, his spiritual thoughts were still spread out in all directions. He didn't let down his guard. Right at this moment, a living being appeared silently where the meteor shower had fallen. After this creature appeared, its emotionless eyes stared coldly at Zichen. Chapter 2073. The creature appeared behind Zichen without a sound, and Zichen did not notice it at all. It was a large spider that was nearly 2 meters in size. After it appeared silently, its thick front legs were like javelins, stabbing towards Zichen's back. Poof! The black robe on Zichen's body was instantly pierced through, and the back of his heart was violently hit. With a bang, his body involuntarily flew forward. Suddenly attacked, Zichen's body spun a few times in the air as he flew forward to dissolve the force. At the same time, he looked behind him and saw the giant spider. At this moment, the spider was standing in the same place. It had not retracted its front legs, and they were still hanging in the air, as if petrified. It did not move at all. When did it come? Looking at the spider, Zichen did not immediately make a move. He found that his perfect spiritual thoughts could not detect the existence of the other party. He could only see it with his naked eyes. At the same time, he was also a little scared. Fortunately, the other party's strength was not very strong, and the attack did not break his body. If the other party's strength was a little stronger, Zichen would undoubtedly be seriously injured. Squeak! Just as Zichen was sizing up the spider, the seemingly petrified but stunned spider reacted and immediately rushed towards Zichen. Its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zichen. This time, the 2 spider legs in front stabbed towards Zichen. Seeing the spider creature approaching, Zichen clenched his fist. Golden light shone on his fist, and an even bigger fist aura appeared and smashed toward the spider creature. Bang! After the two spider legs met the fist aura, they instantly shattered. At the same time, the fist aura smashed into the spider's body. With an even louder bang, the spider creature's body exploded into specks of light and dissipated. There was no blood, no flesh, and no blood. It dissipated into thin air, as if the spider was just a spirit. Up in the sky, the rain of stars was still falling. Zichen's face was getting more and more confused. He still couldn't understand how the spider had appeared behind him. Just as he was confused, Zichen suddenly turned around and retreated quickly. Behind him, another spider appeared. This one was much larger than the previous one, and one of its legs was like a long spear, thrusting towards him. Zichen's spiritual senses were still unable to detect the other party's appearance. However, his keen sense of danger allowed Zichen to react quickly. Zichen's body continuously retreated. While he was retreating, his body suddenly changed directions, and two more attacks brushed past Zichen's body. After dodging the 3 attacks, Zichen punched out 3 times in the air. The 3 punches headed straight for the 3 spider creatures, easily annihilating them. Just like before, they were only spirits. There was no sense of flesh and blood. For spiders were annihilated, but all of this seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. One creature after another appeared behind Zichen. These creatures were no longer just spiders. There were also some insects, rats, and other such creatures. However, they were all over 2 meters in size. The attacks of these creatures weren't very strong. They could barely reach the heaven realm. However, they had the advantage in numbers. In just a short while, there were dozens of them wandering around Zichen. How can this be? Zichen, who was constantly dodging, seemed to have lost all his spiritual senses. He couldn't detect the existence of these creatures at all.
Pong, pong.
Pa! The attacks of these creatures weren't strong, and Zichen could quickly kill them. However, there seemed to be no end to the creatures here. Every time Zichen killed a batch, a second batch would appear. These creatures weren't afraid of death. As soon as they appeared, they would charge at Zichen. Their eyes were cold and merciless. Faced with Zichen's slaughter, they kept appearing and disappearing. The creatures exploded, turned into specks of light, and returned to the world. Zichen couldn't kill all the creatures here. He continued to kill as he moved forward. The world was still bright. Ever since Zichen saw the sky full of stars, the meteor shower hadn't stopped. As time passed, the meteor shower disappeared. The sky full of stars also disappeared. The creatures that had appeared and were still chasing after Zichen let out unwilling roars. Then, one by one, their bodies turned into specks of light and disappeared. Zichen stood in place and looked at the disappearing creatures. Doubt appeared on his face again. He looked up at the sky and saw that the stars had disappeared. The world was slightly dark. Soon, the dark world became bright, just like when Zichen had first entered. A day. With Zichen's accurate grasp of time, he estimated that he had been fighting and running for a day. This was just a simple day, or a simple night. 12 hours. When the stars appear, these creatures will appear. I don't know why, but they can sense my presence. They aren't afraid of death. Or rather, they don't know what death is. After a day of fighting, Zichen had already sensed that these creatures didn't have any intelligence. They also didn't have a trace of soul power. They were like puppets. His combat strength wasn't weaker than a heaven realm expert, but he couldn't sense the source of his opponent's power. There were no power crystals in his body. This place was strange. Zichen couldn't help but frown. He wondered if he had fallen into a formation. Is it a formation? Zichen looked up at the sky with confusion and a hint of bitterness. If it was really a formation, then it would be troublesome. He didn't know anything about formations at the heaven realm. Under normal circumstances, to break a formation, one must find the foundation of the formation. But after spreading his spiritual sense, he couldn't find the end of the formation at all. Just as Zichen was worrying about how to find the foundation of the array, Zichen's expression quickly changed. This was because he discovered a problem that might not be a big deal to him, but to others, it would be a fatal problem. After consuming energy all night, Zichen found that the energy he consumed couldn't be replenished here. In other words, if he couldn't get out of here, Then his energy would continue to be consumed until the energy in his body was completely exhausted. Although Zichun didn't have to worry too much about this kind of consumption, he had to admit that it was fatal for others. Without Xingqian's weather, Zichun classified it as daytime. There was no danger during daytime, so Zichun began to fly quickly. He didn't know how many hundreds of thousands of miles he had traveled, but he still couldn't see the end of this world, nor could he find the foundation of the formation. It seems that I can only wait for Xingqian to appear again at night. Sitting cross-legged on a big rock, Zichun began to think about how to get out of here. The sky turned into dusk again, and it was a little dim. Zichun knew that this was a sign of the arrival of night, so he spread out his spiritual sense completely, trying to find the changes that had happened. There was no change at all. Xingqian began to appear one by one. After the stars appeared in the sky, the star rain fell again. Zichun still didn't move. While spreading out his spiritual sense, his focus was on his keen perception. Soon, a dangerous aura came from his heart. Zichun moved sideways and dodged the attack. It was still a spider creature, and its attack methods were almost the same. The moment he saw this spider creature, Zichun's body began to shine. First, there was a golden flash, and then a golden doppelganger walked out from the shining golden light. After the doppelganger appeared, it flew directly to Zichun's left. Then, a silver light appeared on Zichun's body again. This light turned into a silver Zichun and flew to Zichun's right. These were the two doppelganger of Zichun, representing the extreme yin and the extreme yang. As the two doppelganger went their separate ways, Zichun's body flashed again, and another identical Zichun appeared. This was Zichun's Buddhist golden body, which was no different from Zichun's original body. After this golden body appeared, it flew directly in front of Zichun, and then Zichun's original body followed behind. The four Zichuns flew in four different directions. As they moved forward, the four Zichuns' minds were connected, and then they began to speed up. As they ran, they were faced with attacks from behind. The four Zichuns also attacked one after another, destroying these existences. During the process of killing, the four Zichuns were also sensing the strength of these creatures. Obviously, if this was a formation, then the deeper they went, the closer they got to the formation base, the greater the danger they would encounter. Of course, this situation was not absolute, but Zichun could only make a guess based on common sense. The four Zichuns began to sense carefully. This feeling was not obvious. If one person were to go alone, it would be difficult to distinguish. However, with four Zichuns attacking, they could clearly sense the strength of the creatures. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, the four Zichuns could clearly sense the changes. Among them, the extreme young doppelganger of Zichuns encountered creatures that were weaker and weaker. In the end, it was equivalent to the level of a pseudo-heaven. Comparatively speaking, the living beings that Ji-In faced were slightly stronger. However, Zichun did not make a decision just because of this. After another tens of thousands of miles, Extreme Yin's enemies were stronger. As for Extreme Yang's enemies, they were still the same. At the same time, the enemies that Zichun's original body and golden body encountered were relatively similar. Go that way. The original body immediately changed direction and flew towards Extreme Yin's location. At this moment, the Xingqians in the sky gradually disappeared. The four Zichuns were gathered together, and the other three had consumed a lot of energy. With a thought from Zichun, the golden body's energy dissipated and was retracted by Zichun. In this strange place, it was natural to conserve as much energy as possible. Chapter 2074. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang entered the depths together, moving extremely quickly until their energy was completely depleted. When they disappeared, the two of them did not discover anything else. Looks like this formation will only open when the meteor shower appears. Sensing the disappearance of his two clones, Zichun opened his eyes and looked at the horizon. He would wait for night to return. A day passed very quickly. The world darkened and Xingqian appeared. The meteor shower fell once more. This time, Zichun summoned his three clones again and began to advance along the same path as yesterday. He wanted to confirm whether his calculations from yesterday were still the same today. As he continued to advance, The living beings in the places Zichen identified became more and more powerful. By now, Zichen was more or less certain. As a result, before the meteor shower disappeared, he had extreme yin and extreme yang rush into the depths at the same time. As the two clones ventured deeper, the living beings they encountered became more and more powerful. This confirmed Zichen's guess. Very soon, day arrived once more. Zichen stood where he was without moving. His spiritual sense locked onto a certain direction. He did not know whether moving during the day would affect the night. Just like that, he waited and experimented. 6 days passed very quickly. During these 6 days, Zichen would summon his clones every night. He was completely certain that the place he was looking at was the depths of the formation world. The key to breaking through the formation, or the path to leaving, should be there. As a result, Zichen did not waste any more energy and began to venture deeper. Another 10 days passed very quickly. As expected, the living beings Zichen encountered became more and more powerful. One day, Zichen couldn't be bothered to kill all those creatures that he couldn't kill no matter how hard he tried. In an instant, he exploded with extreme speed. It was as if he was teleporting. He charged into the sky and quickly went deeper. As he advanced, Zichen suddenly discovered an extremely shocking scene. Many living beings appeared in his line of sight again. However, they did not seem to sense his existence and were instead fighting against each other. As a living being was killed, the specks of light on its body no longer dissipated into the surroundings. Instead, they landed on the body of the living being that had killed it. After absorbing the light, the life form's aura seemed to grow a little. Are they devouring each other? When he saw this scene, Zichen's pupils involuntarily shrank. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he saw the living beings on the ground raise their heads one after another, their gazes landing on him. We were discovered. This creature did not have a soul, but its senses were very sharp. Zichen dove down, and after a series of punches, he crushed the other creatures. In the blink of an eye, only one of the creatures that had been slaughtering was left. It was the powerful existence that had just devoured the other creatures. Zichen purposely left the creature behind and stared at it. He had a guess in his heart, but soon disappointment appeared on Zichen's face. The creatures he had destroyed had turned into specks of light, but the creature in front of him had not devoured them. At this moment, this creature was glaring at Zichen, continuously launching attack after attack. Can it only devour the creatures that it has killed? Frowning, Zichen tried to use his spiritual thoughts to control the creature's body, but it was useless. His spiritual thoughts instantly penetrated the creature's body without causing any substantial damage. It was as if the creature was just an illusion. Helpless, Zichen destroyed the creature's body and moved forward again. This time, he deliberately used his extreme speed to shake off the creatures behind him. After that, Zichen once again saw the scene of the creatures killing each other. For several days, Zichen advanced and retreated, watching this scene. No wonder this area is filled with experts. It turns out that they all devour each other. Now, Zichen was certain that these creatures relied on killing each other and devouring their companions to strengthen themselves. However, this was under the premise that they did not detect Zichen's presence. If they found Zichen, these creatures would attack him instead of killing each other. The creatures here are already equivalent to the heaven realm. There must be stronger existences in the depths. There might even be saints, but why don't they have souls? This was a question that Zichen could not figure out no matter how hard he thought about it. These creatures were very powerful. The power contained in each of their attacks was not weaker than that of a heaven realm expert, but Zichen could not find where their souls were. It's impossible for existences comparable to the heaven realm to not have souls. Let's go deeper and take a look. Zichen had stayed here for a long time, but his energy consumption was less than 1/100,000. Therefore, he was not worried about the problem of energy consumption, so he was not in a hurry. Moving forward again, Zichen deliberately slowed down. During this time, he saw many battles between the creatures. Due to the fact that both sides were evenly matched, the battle between the living beings was extremely intense. One day, Zichen saw that after the winner absorbed the surrounding light spots, His body emitted a bright light as if he had advanced. He let out a roar. As the roar rang out, a wave of pressure spread out in all directions. Wherever the pressure passed, all the living beings in the surroundings trembled. Is this the appearance of a king? Zichun silently watched the scene unfold before him. However, the creature in the middle of the roar suddenly looked up at Zichun. Obviously, he had noticed Zichun's existence. Then, he directly charged at Zichun. The other creatures paused for a moment, then also rushed at Zichun. Seeing this, Zichun suddenly thought of another problem. Therefore, he did not continue to fight. Instead, he turned around and retreated, showing his extreme speed. The creatures behind were still chasing, but after chasing for a while, they stopped and began to turn back. As for the king who had just advanced, he did not chase too far and turned back. As expected, Zichun's eyes flashed. He paused for a moment, then flew forward again. When he reached the place where he was just now, he did not find the king. Therefore, Zichun continued forward. After about a few hundred miles, he saw the king. At this moment, the king was still deep in. When he encountered other creatures, he did not attack. Those creatures also instinctively retreated. This place is divided into many areas. Every area is filled with creatures of the same level. Once one advances, they will leave the original area and go to the next stronger area. It seems that my path was not wrong. Perhaps if I continue to go this deep, I will be able to find a creature with a soul. Zichun's eyes flashed. This time, he increased his speed. After that, Zichun encountered more and more powerful creatures. After reaching a certain area, all the creatures in that area were as powerful as the king who had just advanced. Zichun confirmed his judgment. Therefore, he did not stop in this area. His speed increased. Just like this, Zichun broke through 3 more areas and reached the 4th area. As soon as he reached this area, Zichun felt a powerful aura surging. This aura had obvious soul power fluctuations. This is soul power. Soul power. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Zichun quickly rushed forward. With a speed that was close to teleportation, he arrived above the powerful aura. At this moment, Zichun saw a giant humanoid beast standing below. It was roaring at the sky, and at the same time, a wave of soul power spread out in all directions. Wherever the soul power passed, all living things that came into contact with it exploded, and their light spots were devoured by the giant humanoid beast. Zichun was silently watching this scene. He did not make a move, but he was very excited. As long as he found a creature with a soul, everything would be much easier. At this moment, the giant humanoid beast turned its head to look at Zichun. A cold killing intent appeared in its eyes. Zichun's perception was not wrong. He did see the killing intent in the giant humanoid beast's eyes. Therefore, a smile appeared on his face. Without waiting for the giant humanoid beast to charge at Zichun, he took the initiative to charge at it. Golden light surged around his body. The energy was like flowing water. In an instant, it wrapped around the giant humanoid beast's body. Then, it turned into an energy light shield, completely trapping the giant humanoid beast. Bang! Bang! During this time, the giant humanoid beast continuously swung its fists at the light shield. Sounds of tremors could be heard. However, it could not break the light shield at all. After seeing this scene, the other living beings in the surroundings who were in a state of panic also roared and charged towards Zichun, showing a fearless expression. After Zichun destroyed the creatures in the surroundings with extreme speed, he silently watched this creature with soul power. The giant humanoid beast was still attacking the light shield. Sounds of energy tremors could be heard. After a dozen more attacks, the giant humanoid beast let out an unwilling roar. Then, it disappeared into thin air. Damn it! Zichun cursed angrily. He immediately looked up at the sky. He saw that Xingchun had disappeared. The rain of light had disappeared. At this moment, Zichun could no longer feel any soul power undulations in the light shield. It was obvious that the giant humanoid beast had disappeared into thin air. However, Zichun did not think so. He wanted to wait. Wait for night to come again. He wanted to see if the giant humanoid beast was still inside. He urgently needed to witness all of this. Therefore, The day of waiting was a little long. Night finally came. The sky was full of stars. Starlight shone again. Zichun's eyes stared at the light shield in front of him. He wanted to see if the giant humanoid beast was still inside. Even when danger came from behind, Zichun did not see the giant humanoid beast's figure inside the light shield. Damn it! After cursing again, Zichun could only continue forward to the next area. Sure enough, after reaching this area, Zichun felt many soul power undulations. During this period, he saw that familiar giant humanoid beast. It seemed that it had just broken through and was only in the periphery of this area. There are so many spirit bodies. I must capture one of them and see what is going on here. After making up his mind, Zichun instantly rushed forward. He landed in front of the giant humanoid beast. Streams of energy enveloped it and imprisoned it. After that, Zichun took the trapped giant humanoid beast and retreated. Chapter 2075. Because of what happened yesterday, Zichun had to make the best use of his time. After leaving this area, Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared and guarded Zichun's surroundings. They dealt with the surrounding creatures while he studied the humanoid giant beast. The humanoid giant beast was still attacking the light shield. It stared at Zichun through the light shield. Its eyes were filled with killing intent, but it didn't show any surprise. It seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. Not far from Zichun, Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were revolving around Zichun rapidly. Any creature that tried to approach Zichun would be easily killed by the two clones. Zichun sat cross-legged in front of the light shield that trapped the humanoid giant beast. He formed a seal with both of his hands and separated a trace of his soul. It turned into a strange seal and slowly merged into the light shield. At the same time, it moved towards the humanoid giant beast. This was a soul control technique that could make the beast recognize its master. It was taught to Zichun by Longhu. Of course, it wasn't the simplified version, but the complete version. It wouldn't hurt the soul. When the humanoid beast saw the golden light mark approaching, it suddenly punched at it. However, there was no reaction when the golden light mark hit the mark. The golden light mark directly merged into its body. Just as Zichun was about to control the golden seal to control the soul, he heard the giant humanoid beast let out a painful roar. Its body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as it suddenly scattered, turning into specks of light that fell into the light barrier and disappeared. How could this be? Seeing the humanoid giant beast disappear, Zichun couldn't help but frown. He followed the soul control technique and didn't make any mistakes. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. There was still time. Zichun immediately flashed and flew towards the depths. Soon, he caught another one. Zichun used the same method and started the soul control.
Pong.
After the first scream, it exploded. It didn't succeed. Zichun's figure flashed and disappeared again.
Pong.
After the second scream, it exploded. It still didn't succeed. This time, Zichun came back with two creatures. Bang! Bang! The third and fourth ones also exploded and dissipated into the world that night. Zichun tested a total of 9 of them, but none of them succeeded. All of them shattered at the beginning of soul control. The sky brightened up, and the meteor shower disappeared. After a night of exhaustion, the two clones had reached their limits, and their figures dissipated. Zichun sat there alone in a daze, replaying the scene that had happened during the soul control. There was nothing wrong with his technique, and he was very careful in the process of fusing the souls. However, there seemed to be some kind of rule that prevented this kind of fusion. During the day, Zichun thought of several possibilities of failure and decided to try them out himself at night. That night, Zichun experimented with 9 more creatures, but he still failed. The power of the rules was preventing Zichun from controlling their souls. After failing again and again, Zichun didn't give up. There were so many creatures here. Perhaps there would be a unique existence that could allow him to successfully control their souls. After a few days, Zichun still didn't succeed. He began to explore the next area. He guessed that the stronger existences in the deeper areas would have stronger souls and should be able to succeed. Therefore, Zichun continued to experiment. In the deepest part of this world, there was a high platform. 9 statues supported the platform. There were men and women, and each of them was 9 meters tall. On the platform, there was an extremely complicated array. A light screen that reached the sky enveloped this array. Above the array, there was a palm-sized light ball floating. The light ball emitted a bright light. This strange place would automatically conceal itself during the day, and when night fell and the sky was filled with stars, it would appear. Now that night had fallen, the world was filled with meteor showers. However, within 100,000 feet radius of this strange place, there was no meteor shower. At this moment, specks of light floated over from 100,000 feet away and fused into the light ball. Just like that, specks of light were constantly absorbed by the light ball, causing it to become brighter. After an unknown period of time, the light ball trembled slightly. An eye appeared in it. The eye was closed and constantly trembled. It seemed like it was about to open, but it was always a little short. Just like that, day and night constantly changed. Day after day, more specks of light were absorbed by the light ball. It seemed like the absorbed energy had reached a state of saturation. After trembling a few times, the eye finally opened. It was an empty eye. When it opened, there was no light in it, but it was as bright as the stars. The moment the eye opened, the creatures of this world seemed to sense it. They immediately turned their heads in a certain direction and roared. The roars were filled with anger, resentment, unwillingness, desire, and many other complicated emotions. They spread to the deepest part of the world, to this strange place. As those voices sounded, the opened eye gradually regained its vigor. Then, a low murmur seemed to come from the light ball. "I've woken up again. I don't know how many years have passed. My clansmen, are you all still well?" The eye seemed to have sunk into reminiscence. It was recalling the scenes that had happened in the past. "Yes, I remember now. My clansmen have all been sealed and destroyed. Didn't I sleep? Why have I woken up again? Could it be that all of this is not over yet? Is it still going to continue?" There was a hint of sorrow and anger in the voice that came from the ball of light. Just at this moment, more specks of light floated over from 100,000 feet away and fused into the light ball. After sensing the light ball, a strange splendor suddenly flashed through the eyes filled with grief and anger. "No, I didn't wake up. I was awakened. Who is it? Who is it that awakened me?" The voice suddenly rang out. Naturally, no one gave it an answer. After a long time, the voice said sorrowfully, "It's my clansmen who awakened me. They must be unwilling to be destroyed like this. This is their indestructible fighting spirit. No, this is the tripartite slaughtering formation. In this formation, my clansmen can only kill and devour. It's impossible for their souls to come here. Unless an outsider triggered this formation. Could it be that an outsider entered this world?" Before I woke up, I faintly heard a voice. That voice was very familiar, but I couldn't tell who it belonged to. He told me that when I woke up, it might be the time for my clan to be free. The instant the mumbling voice rang out, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the light ball. That ray of light turned into a huge eye that appeared in the sky and swept its gaze across the land. With the appearance of this eye, the light from the stars in the sky seemed to dim a little. At the same time, the meteor shower that filled the sky seemed to have paused for a moment. At the periphery, Zi-Chan, who was still experimenting with soul fusion, suddenly felt a terrifying aura appear. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately raised his head to look at the sky. However, he didn't see anything. However, his sharp senses told Zi-Chan that he was in danger. There seemed to be an eye in the sky that was staring at him and sizing him up. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. Zi-Chan's expression changed again and again. After that, he no longer hesitated and instantly gave up on the living creature in front of him. His body flew backward at the fastest speed possible. This time, he flew for tens of thousands of miles. It was only when the feeling of being watched completely disappeared that Zi-Chan stopped. As he was overly nervous, he gasped for breath and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. What was that just now? Zi-Chan, who was gasping for breath, didn't know that just now, there really was a huge eye in the sky that was watching his every move. Even at this moment, when Zi-Chan didn't feel any threat, there was still an eye that was quietly watching him. "It's a human. What sharp senses! At the same time, in the depths of the world, a voice came from the light ball. After so many years, he is the only one who has come here. Did he come here by accident, or is it really him? The eye in the light ball kept looking at Zichen with a hesitant expression. After that fright, Zichen was even more careful when he moved forward again. He stayed in the same place for a full 7 days before he began to cautiously move deeper. Moreover, he didn't move very quickly. During this time, he continued to capture living creatures and experiment with the soul control technique. In the sky, the invisible eye that would appear every night silently watched Zichen for a whole month. This tripartite slaughtering formation can block all spiritual senses, but he can feel the soul power in the star spirit's body. It seems that his spiritual sense must be the legendary perfect spiritual sense. The energy he uses contains many rules, but it can fuse together to form a new rule. This is a heaven-defying energy. It seems that he should be the heaven-defying person of this generation. A heaven-defying person with a perfect spiritual sense. I believe that you didn't come here by accident, and you may be the only hope for my clan to be freed. Forget it. Many years ago, I woke up on my own and used half of my soul power to make a gamble. It seems that I failed. This time, I will use the last half of my soul power to make another gamble. I believe that you can free my clan. Now, let my last remnant soul guide you here. As the voice sounded out, a ray of light floated out from the ball of light. This ray of light was formed by a strand of soul energy. However, it was extremely pure. After it appeared, it followed the passageway and soared into the sky. As the ray of light surged out, the eye showed obvious fatigue, but it didn't close. Instead, it stared at the soul power that was flowing. The soul power followed the formation and came to an area. Then, it turned into starlight and scattered on the ground, turning into a living creature with a soul. As soon as this living creature appeared, its eyes showed a blank look as it looked around. Chapter 2076. Looking around, Zichen saw a creature. This creature didn't look special to the naked eye, but under the perception of Zichen's perfect spiritual sense, he found that this creature was more agile than the other creatures with soul power. He stopped in midair. At this moment, the creature discovered Zichen, and its eyes revealed a clear murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent in the creature's eyes, Zichen couldn't help but smile. When the other creatures didn't notice his existence, this creature discovered him. This showed how unique its soul power was and how sensitive its perception was. At this moment, the other creatures in the surroundings directly looked at this creature that didn't look strong, and instead looked weak. If these creatures were allowed to attack, then the agile creature before them would definitely be crushed. At this moment, the invisible eye in the sky was also nervously watching this scene. This was its last chance. If it wasted it, there wouldn't be another chance. Fortunately, Zichen, who wanted to control souls recently, was almost obsessed with it. Now that he finally saw such an agile soul power, how could he miss it? His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of this creature. As his energy swirled, the surrounding creatures exploded one by one, turning into specks of light. Immediately after, Zichen felt a force behind him. It was this agile creature. It attacked Zichen, but unfortunately, its power was too weak. Zichen smiled and turned around, but when he saw the situation in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that the other creatures that Zichen had just killed had turned into specks of light, but they were all absorbed by this small creature. Zichen could clearly sense that the creature's aura had become stronger. Seeing this scene, Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. It should be known that he had stayed here for a long time, but he had never seen such a strange situation. Under normal circumstances, the creatures he killed would dissipate, and other creatures wouldn't devour them, unless they were killed by the creature itself. Mutated. It must be a mutated creature. Haha. Zichen was on the verge of yelling at the top of his lungs when he saw this situation that defied common sense. He had been searching for nearly 2 months and had failed countless times. This time, he had finally found someone with spiritual soul force. Swoosh! Zichen raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy, wrapping the creature with it. Then, his figure flashed, and he flew away. This time, he could not afford to make any mistakes, so he had to leave this place and find a safer place to control the soul. You're very cautious. His eyes were fixed on Zichun. Extreme Yin, Extreme Yang, protect. Gold and silver light flashed on his body, and Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared. Zichun sat cross-legged and looked at the creatures that were attacking the light barrier. He began to form seals with his hands. Recently, he had done this hundreds of times, so it was naturally easy for him. Soon, a golden imprint appeared in front of Zichun. Zichun carefully controlled the imprint and imprinted it on the creature in the light barrier. In order to increase the success rate, Zichun directly controlled the imprint to dodge the creature's attack and imprinted it on the creature's forehead. It must succeed. It must succeed. As the imprint merged with the creature's forehead, Zichun's expression became extremely nervous. He suddenly understood that if he couldn't control the creature in front of him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control all the creatures here. At the same time, the eyes in the sky that appeared to be very tired were also nervously watching all of this. The golden imprint was controlling the creature's soul, and it began to resist, letting out roars. This scene was much better than before. One had to know that when the imprint landed on the creature's body, its soul would dissipate. The creature was still struggling, and Zichun carefully controlled the soul fusion. Time passed, and cold sweat gradually appeared on Zichun's forehead. Beside him, Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were still attacking, and the light spots from the creatures they killed were being absorbed by the creature in front of them. Under Zichun's forceful soul fusion, the creature's soul power, which was wavering, seemed to be under control after absorbing the energy. However, this kind of soul fusion wasn't easy. On one hand, it was because of the array here, which made soul fusion impossible, even if the owner of the soul had agreed to the soul fusion. Unknowingly, there were rules interfering. On top of that, the soul power of the owner of the soul was too high. Even if it was an ownerless creature, it wasn't easy to control. Golden body, go and catch some powerful creatures. Looking at the creature that was wavering and could dissipate at any time, Zichun's body shone with golden light, and his golden body appeared. After the golden body appeared, it went straight into the depths of the place. The energy of the Yin and Yang doppelganger should belong to Wuji. The golden body just now seems to belong to the Buddha's golden body divine power. Coupled with the perfect spiritual thoughts, the defiant of the heavens of this generation seems to have a lot of secrets. No wonder he was sent here. But who sent him here? Who knows that our clan has been destroyed? Could it be those old guys from back then? Are they still alive? Just as the voice was muttering, the golden body returned with a dozen creatures, and a group of creatures followed behind it. When they reached Zichun's surroundings, the golden body's energy surged, and the dozen creatures were directly destroyed, and the light spots they turned into were all absorbed by the creatures. After absorbing the light spots, the souls of the creatures stabilized again, but it was only temporary. Without needing Zichun's instructions, the golden body and the two great doppelgangers began their massacre. The light spots were continuously absorbed into the bodies of the creatures, strengthening their soul power. Fuse quickly. Time passed. As the three doppelgangers continued their massacre, the soul power of the creatures became stronger, but it still did not fuse. This made Zichun so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He could not help but yell. At this moment, the night was coming to an end. The night would soon disappear, and Zichun could not guarantee that he could still find the creature when the night came again. Once the creature was killed by other creatures, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Fuse by force. According to Zichun's estimation, the star shower would disappear soon. Therefore, he became anxious and began to increase the power of the soul fusion instead of fusing slowly. The creature kept roaring. The soul that had just strengthened was quickly destroyed because of Zichun's forceful fusion. Kill. Continue the massacre. Zichun yelled again. It was rare for him to lose his composure. The creature's roar became more and more tragic, and its soul was on the verge of destruction. Fuse. Zichun was still roaring. His eyes were cold, and he seemed a little crazy. Kacha. Finally, a soft sound was heard. The barrier that belonged to the rules was completely broken at this moment. Zichen's soul fused with the creature's soul as expected. The roaring creature's eyes were filled with confusion the moment the soul fused with it. When the tired eyes in the sky saw this, a hint of relief finally appeared in them, and they closed their eyes once more. In the depths of the array formation on the platform, the eyes that had been opened closed once more and then disappeared. I finally succeeded. Zichun could clearly sense the existence of the other party. He immediately smiled. However, before he could laugh out loud, the star shower that fell on him suddenly disappeared. The stars in the sky disappeared as well, and the world became dark. *CK'd then. The creature in the light shield in front of Zichen disappeared into thin air. The imprint that was still in the soul also disappeared. Such a scene made Zichen curse uncontrollably. He stared at the empty light shield. An entire night's effort was wasted just like that. There was a flame burning in Zichen's body. It was the flame of anger. This was not just a night. It was more than 2 months of theories, speculations, and experiments that Zichen had worked on for more than 2 months. It was not easy to succeed, but the sky was bright now. It was like a dream. Damn it, how could this be? In his sea of consciousness, he could no longer sense the presence of the soul. Zichun was extremely angry. He did not purely want to control the creature. He wanted to know what was going on in this place. He wanted to know if there was really a formation in the depths of this place. He wanted to see this world from the depths of the creature's soul through its memories. When the mysterious aura appeared, Zichun felt panic and deliberately slowed down his speed. He was worried that there was an extremely powerful existence in the depths of this place. But now, it seemed that everything was in vain. Maybe it did not disappear. There is something strange about this place. Maybe when night falls and the meteor shower appears, the soul perception will appear again. At the very least, the other party will appear. Zichun, who had lost his composure, quickly suppressed his emotions. He took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed himself down. According to his understanding of this place, this possibility was very high. Now, he just had to wait. Wait for night to fall again. There was no doubt that this kind of waiting was even more painful than the feeling of days passing by. Even though Zichun had just calmed down, he became somewhat impetuous again. Since the golden body had disappeared, the 2 avatars naturally dissipated. Zichun sat down cross-legged. Finally, after waiting for so long, the sky became dark. Zichun immediately pulled himself together and began his final wait. As night fell, stars began to appear in the sky. The starlight scattered, and then a meteor shower appeared and fell on the ground. The moment the meteor shower appeared, Zichen's soul perception immediately sensed a familiar aura. Although this aura was still very weak, Zichen could clearly sense it. It's that creature. Its soul aura is still here. I can control it. Zichen's face revealed a look of surprise. This aura was not in front of Zichen. It was in the depths of this place. The other party's strength definitely did not reach the depths. However, at this moment, it appeared in the depths. In Zichen's view, this should be an unforeseen event. No, I have to go there quickly. Chapter 2077. From his soul perception, he could tell that the creature was still very weak. It wasn't qualified to enter the depths of this place. This change should be caused by the rules. It was to allow those powerful creatures to kill it. Zichen had searched for so long before he found such a suitable creature. Moreover, he had successfully controlled its soul. Naturally, he couldn't let anything happen to it. Zichen moved at full speed. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. However, when he saw the scene below, Zichen was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. He saw that the small creature from yesterday was now close to 1 meter tall. When it attacked, it was very sharp and decisive. Every time it attacked, there would be a flash of white light. It was a rare energy light. Every time the light flashed, a huge creature would die beside it. It would turn into light spots and be absorbed. After these light spots were absorbed by the creature, Zichen's soul clearly sensed that the creature's soul power had become stronger. Its body also seemed to have grown taller. Zichun stood in the sky and looked at the creature quietly. On the battlefield, there were many other creatures. These creatures discovered Zichun's tracks. They roared loudly and changed directions to charge at Zichun. The creature that was controlled by Zichun also looked up at Zichun. Its eyes were filled with confusion again. However, the confusion was replaced by coldness in the next moment. Its body flashed, and it also charged forward. Is it going to attack its master? Zichun looked at the creature quietly. He didn't make any further moves. Swoosh. The creature was very fast. It arrived in front of Zichun in an instant. However, it didn't attack. Instead, it turned around and attacked the creatures that were charging at it. It was protecting its master. With a single punch, a creature was killed. With a kick, one of the creatures exploded. With each strike, a living creature would die. This scene was a complete instant kill. The strength of this creature had completely exceeded Zichun's expectations. As for the other creatures, they clearly did not understand the other's actions and continued to roar at it. Zichun hovered in the air and didn't make a single move. He quietly watched the creatures fighting each other, watching them grow stronger and stronger. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Soon, the meteor shower disappeared and the sky brightened. The living beings in the surroundings began to disperse. Before the creature under Zichun's control disappeared, it turned its head to look at Zichun expressionlessly. Slaughter and devour? Looking at the bright sky again, Zichun completely regained his senses. He had already seen the memories of living beings, but there was only devouring and killing. A single night was not enough for it to make a breakthrough. However, the speed at which its cultivation increased was extremely fast. This situation was obviously different from what Zichun had detected. Since its combat prowess is so strong, it shouldn't have been around for a long time. It should have evolved after some time. Its attacks are fierce, and there seems to be a pattern to it. It's not like other creatures. Maybe if it had enough time, it would be able to awaken some memories. Zichun still concluded that this was a mutated soul. Night fell again. Zichun once again sensed the other's presence, but it was no longer in the same place. Instead, it was in the depths of this area. When Zichun arrived, the other was still killing, but its efficiency was obviously a little slow. This was because the living beings here were very strong. Since you want to grow, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see if you can surprise me after you've grown. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zichun joined the battle. With his strength at the peak of the heaven realm, he could easily kill these living beings in an instant. At the same time, the saber spirit was beside Zichun. It attacked on its own. The light from the saber spirit flashed, drawing circles one after another. Within the range of the circles, all the living beings were killed. The living being that Zichun was controlling did not even need to make a move. A large number of light spots surged toward it. Originally, the other was 2 meters tall. On this night, it grew to 2 meters tall. Its soul power also became more tyrannical. The night was about to end. Before its figure dissipated, the living being looked at the other one again. This look was still lifeless. At the same time, Zichun could not feel the slightest fluctuation of interest from the other's soul. It was as if the soul was a blank piece of paper, and all its actions were just instinctive. For the time being, Zichun could not understand the meaning of the other's look before it dissipated. On the third night, the other went deep again. That night, Zichun continued to help the other fight. However, its height of 2 meters did not continue to grow. All the light spots it absorbed entered its body. Then, its body became brighter and brighter. It seemed to faintly form a layer of defense on the surface of its body. Just as the other party dissipated, it looked at Zichun again. This look seemed to be expressing something, but Zichun could not feel any fluctuation in its emotions. It must have something to say, or it said something to me. It's just that it can't express itself with emotions. Every time it appears, it will go deeper. This should be driven by the array. However, I don't want to go deeper for the time being, so I have to find a way to make it stay. As long as Zichun willed it, this living being would listen to his orders. However, its strength was growing every day. Every time it appeared, it would go deeper. If Zichun wanted to make it stay, one of the ways was to stop it from continuing to grow. Then, the two of them would stay here forever. Another way was to let the other party's soul leave the array so that it could appear during the day. Perhaps I can bring it into my world. Currently, only soul bodies could pass through Zichen's world. This living being was clearly a soul body. Perhaps it could really enter Zichen's world. Night fell again. After sensing the location of the living being, Zichen sent out a thought. Not long after, a whistling sound came from the horizon. It was the living being returning. Follow me. Zichen sent out a ray of energy. This energy swept up the living being and disappeared. Zichen followed the living being into his world. Zichen's physical body was still in the outside world. However, there was still spiritual sense in the physical body. It was controlling the physical body to fight. In the world, Zichen was sizing up this living being. It suddenly came to an unfamiliar environment. Once again, a blank look appeared in its eyes. Can you remember anything? Zichen asked. The living being's soul power began to fluctuate. This was something that had not happened for a long time. This fluctuation became more and more intense. It seemed that new memories were about to appear. This made Zichen look forward to it. Zichen waited patiently. However, this living being's soul only fluctuated greatly. No new memories appeared. After that, its body dissipated. It dissipated. Zichen was surprised by this scene. After his spiritual sense entered his physical body, he saw that the sky was already bright. Even this method doesn't work? Zichen looked up at the sky. He felt that this place was very mysterious. Night fell again. Zichen brought the living being into his world again. Just like yesterday, the living being's eyes were blank. Then, its soul began to fluctuate. After that, there was no more. Its memories every day seemed to be erased during the day. When it appeared every night, it would be in the same state. This can't go on. It seems that I have to condense a physical body for it. Without a physical body, it would be restricted by the rules of the world. However, if it had a physical body, it might be able to escape this array. Condensing a physical body meant finding a host. This was not difficult for Zichen. Zichen first took out a sword. The sword spirit in the sword had been devoured by the saber spirit. It was very suitable for a spiritual body to reside in. Under Zichen's mind, the living being entered the sword and became the weapon spirit of the heavenly sword. After setting up some restrictions, Zichen held the heavenly sword and killed for the whole night. The sword spirit absorbed all the light spots. However, as the sky brightened, the sword spirit in the long sword naturally dissipated. This time, it failed again. Unable to become a sword spirit, Zichen tried other weapons during this time. However, they were also ineffective. Helpless, Zichen could only use his own origin power to refine a physical body for it. This was the original physical body. After it gained sentience, it could naturally step into the heaven realm. It was considered a rare spiritual body, and living beings seemed to like this original physical body very much. After fusing with it that night, the other party's combat strength seemed to have increased a little. However, as the day came, the living being disappeared again. Only a physical body was left. How could this be? With a physical body, it could not escape the control of the formation. Zichen could not understand. Just like this, Zichen kept experimenting. During this period, he tried many methods, but they were all useless. Zichen had used several treasures in his world. He even used the heavenly fire to refine a real physical body. However, he still could not make the soul complete to escape the control of the formation. Do I really have to use this? The only thing Zichen did not use was the god's blood essence from his heart. This thing was very precious. Every time he used a drop, there would be one less drop. Zichen cherished it very much. However, now, he had tried many times without success. It seemed that this was the only way. After thinking about it, Zichen finally decided to give it a try. Perhaps the god's blood essence could really make the body and soul complete to escape the control of the formation. Another night, the living being once again chased after Zichen's mind. Then, it was brought into the world by Zichen. It stood there blankly. Soon, it seemed to be lost in thought. Its soul began to fluctuate violently. Merging with the physical body is definitely not possible. First, Use a drop of blood essence to strengthen the soul and stabilize this soul. Zichun clenched his teeth and pointed a finger at his chest. A drop of heavenly God's blood essence appeared from his chest. This blood essence carried a great pressure. As soon as it appeared, it was sensed by the living being. The living being's expression changed for the first time. In its eyes, other than confusion, there seemed to be some other emotions. Its soul fluctuated more and more violently. As if it had been summoned, it walked straight towards Zichun. When it came to the drop of God's blood essence, its expression changed drastically. Zichun pointed forward. The blood essence rushed toward the center of the living being's eyebrows. At the same time, Zichun carefully controlled its spiritual thoughts. It was worried that the living being would not be able to refine the blood essence, and its soul would be destroyed by the blood essence. However, after the blood essence entered the living being's soul, its pressure did not have any effect at all. The violent aura disappeared instantly. The living being began to merge with the God's blood essence. Chapter 2078. I want to protect the star race. Protect the star race. As a drop of heavenly God's essence blood entered the body of the living being, the soul of the other party started to vibrate intensely. A second thought other than killing appeared. As the essence blood and the living being were fusing, more thoughts and voices appeared in the soul of the other party. No one is allowed to destroy the star race. Protect the star race with your life. Protect the star race with your life. Kill these invaders. Zichun heard more voices from the soul of the living being. He heard roars and roars. On the face of the living being, there was anger, pain, and sorrow. He's from the star race. Could someone have invaded the star race? Hearing the roars from the depths of the soul, Zichun frowned slightly. Just then, a blurry image appeared from the depths of the soul of the living being. Zichun could not see the image clearly. However, it had consumed a lot of the soul power of the living being. Its aura was getting weaker. The drop of heavenly God's essence blood that had fused with it earlier was also getting weaker. I want to see what the memories in the depths of its soul are. Zichun pointed at his heart once more. Another drop of heavenly God's essence blood flew out of Zichun's heart and fused with the soul of the living being. As this drop of essence blood fused with the soul of the living being, the memories in the depths of its soul became clearer. In the depths of its memories, there were many humans. Their bodies were shining brightly. The light was like the stars in the sky. Every single one of them was emitting a strong aura. This was a race. It should be the mysterious star race. At this moment, all of them were gathered together. Their eyes were looking at the sky. Their eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Up in the sky, a battle was breaking out. The battle was extremely intense. Occasionally, a figure would lose his life and fall from the sky. Those figures were all blurry. Their faces could not be seen clearly. It seemed like the memories of the other party were not clear enough. However, Zichun could clearly feel a sense of arrogance from those enemies. Perhaps this was the only characteristic of the enemy that was left in the depths of the other party's memories. At this point, the image was no longer clear. Zichun gritted his teeth and pointed at his chest again. Another drop of heavenly God blood essence appeared. In the depths of his soul, the scene was still changing. This time, it became clearer. There was an imposing figure surrounded by the radiance of Xingqian. He was like a dazzling star. Xingqian. After he joined the battle, the morale of the star race was greatly boosted. Enemies were killed one after another. He was very powerful. From the scene of the battlefield and the aura that emanated from it, this person should be the strongest existence that Zichun had ever seen. He was even stronger than the Azure Dragon and Saint Rosefinch. Humph, Star Ancestor, even if you join the battle, the fate of the star race can't be changed. Not only will I destroy the star race, but I will also set up the 3 talents slaughtering formation so that the creatures of the star race won't enter the reincarnation cycle. They will be slaughtered aimlessly and become another great weapon of the god race. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the sky. As this voice rang out, the souls of the living beings began to show signs of collapsing. Even Zichun's mind began to buzz. This was only the remnant memory of the other party. The owner of the cold snort still had such a terrifying power. Zichun, whose mind was shaken, vaguely felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. He should have heard it somewhere before. Zichun gritted his teeth and pointed at his chest. Another drop of heavenly god blood essence appeared. He wanted to see who was the owner of this voice. However, as the fourth drop of blood essence was absorbed, the figure in the depths of the soul of the creature still couldn't appear. It was as if it was affected by the rules. If one drop isn't enough, then I'll give you a few more. With a loud shout, Zichun pointed at his chest 3 times. This time, 3 drops of heavenly god blood essence appeared and merged with the soul of the creature. Boom! The moment the essence blood merged with the soul, the world collapsed. A figure appeared before Zichun's eyes. This was a figure that was glowing brightly. The moment it appeared, it became the only thing in the world. God. Is this the god race? This is a god. Could there really be a god in this world? The god's capital is here. Our star race is in danger. The moment this figure appeared, the world seemed to be unable to withstand the tremendous power and started to collapse. Below, many of the star race's citizens let out cries of despair. Stride, even if I have to risk my life today, I'll definitely kill you. The voice of the star ancestor rang out once more. He then soared into the sky and rushed towards the glowing figure. With just you? Today, I, the heavenly god, shall lead the god race to destroy the star race. From now on, there shall be no more star race in this world. The only ones left shall be the puppets of the god race. The glowing figure spoke out once more. At the same time, he took a step forward, causing the world to collapse. The 2 powerful beings started to fight. The content of the battle couldn't be seen at all. All that could be seen were endless flashes of light and horrifying ripples of energy. The world started to collapse in the midst of the battle. Appearance. I want to see their appearance, Zichun shouted. While the living being could still hold on, he injected another 2 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. He had already used 9 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. The image of the battle gradually became clearer. Zichun saw the world collapsing and the world being destroyed. Then, he saw the appearance of the star ancestor. He was a man with a resolute face. There was a mark of Xing Qian between his eyebrows. With a raise of his hand, Xing Qian was destroyed. As for the other figure, it was still blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. His attacks didn't have many variations, but they were full of destructive energy. Another clash of energy. Just as the 2 figures brushed past each other, Zichun saw the eyes of the god race. It was a pair of cold eyes. In an instant, they exchanged glances with Zichun. A power that could penetrate the rules appeared. Pooh! It was as if that pair of eyes represented the rules. Zichun looked over and violated the rules. He suddenly coughed up blood, and his face turned pale. As for the living being, he also let out a miserable cry. His vision turned black, and he fainted. Zichun gasped for breath. If he hadn't decisively given up exploring the depths of his soul, he would have suffered a backlash and serious injury. He was shocked. He couldn't understand what level of expert he was. He had only seen a pair of eyes in his memory, and he had already suffered a backlash. After a long time, Zichun recovered inside. The star race. This must be the star race that was once known as one of the 4 royal races. It is also the star race that disappeared. These living beings should be the people of the star race. The god race won that battle. All the people of the star race died in battle, but their souls were kept by the god race. It was simple to say, but from the image, Zichun could completely sense the tragedy of the battle. It was likely that more than one saint had perished. This matrix should be the 3-talent slaughtering matrix that the god race spoke of. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the living beings in this world. They have no sense of reason and only know how to kill. But the god race said that they used this place as a great killing weapon. But why is this place in the ancient road? Could it be that this ancient road was set up by the god race to prevent the humans of the Tianwu continent from leaving this place? But at that time, great sage Yinzhong seemed to have said that this holy road was set up by the humans. After seeing the others' memories, Zichun's doubts didn't decrease. Instead, they increased. But fortunately, He knew where this place was and what matrix it was. But there was no difference between knowing and not knowing, because Zichen still didn't know the secret to breaking this matrix. He once more looked at the living being. It had already fainted. Zichen wanted to look at the other memories, but when he looked at his chest, he saw that 9 drops of essence blood had disappeared. Zichen gave up. Looking at so many memories had no effect on his current situation. However, the divine god's blood essence was of great use to him. Every time his heart beat, every time his blood flowed, a trace of the divine god's power would enter his body, tempering Zichen's perfect body. Speaking of which, what time is it now? Suddenly, Zichen thought of this question. He immediately released his spiritual sense to sense his physical body. In the outside world, the star rain had long since disappeared. The sky was bright. It was already daytime. According to the spiritual sense in his body, 3 days had already passed. 3 days? Zichen's eyes immediately lit up. The living being hadn't disappeared for 3 days. It seemed the essence blood was truly extraordinary. It had sealed its soul. Since 3 days have passed, it shouldn't disappear anymore. How about this? I'll try to fuse it into my body. With a thought, Zichen controlled the sleeping living being into the body that he had specially made for it. But the soul that could fuse with it at will was repelled at this moment. It couldn't fuse with the body at all. How could this be? Zichen frowned. Once again, his face was filled with doubt. Then, he tried to fuse the living being into the heaven sword, but it still failed. He tried many methods but still couldn't fuse it. The soul of the living being seemed to be completely independent. Since that's the case, I'll try one last time. Zichen frowned. After hesitating for half a day, he controlled the living being to come out of Zichen's world. This was also Zichen's final experiment. If the soul of the other party didn't disappear during the day, it meant that it had already adapted to this world and didn't need to use its physical body to avoid the rules of this matrix. At the same time, Zichen's spiritual sense enveloped the other party tightly. Once something unexpected happened, Zichen would put the other party away immediately. Under the cover of Zichen's spiritual sense, the living being came to the outside world. Standing in the clear sky, Zichen looked at the other party silently. There was a hint of nervousness in his expression. As soon as he came out, the living being didn't disappear. It was still lying there in a coma. Time began to pass. Zichen's expression became more and more nervous. 10 breaths passed. The living being was still there. There was no sign of it disappearing. 20 breaths, 30 breaths. A full 60 breaths passed. The living being was still lying there, motionless. 15 minutes passed. Zichen's expression changed. An hour passed. Zichen grinned. There was an obvious smile on his face. Chapter 2079. Laughter resounded throughout the world. Zichen had succeeded. After absorbing the heavenly god's blood essence, this mutated creature's soul was no longer affected by the rules of this place. It could exist regardless of day or night. With its memories, it was also the key to whether or not he could leave this place. Since it was in a coma, Zichen no longer looked at its memories. Instead, he waited for it to wake up. Whenever night fell and the star rain fell, he would protect it. His 2 clones were in charge of killing other creatures and replenishing the soul power of this creature. Time passed. Soon, half a month had passed. The creature showed no signs of waking up. Instead, it was his soul that slowly grew stronger as Zichen continued to kill other living beings in his slumber. Another half a month passed. The creature still did not wake up. However, there was an additional mark between its eyebrows. This mark was very dim at the beginning. However, as Zichen continued to strengthen its soul power, it gradually became clearer. It was a Xing Chan mark, which represented its identity as a member of the Star Tribe. It seems that I should call you Star Spirit. Zichen turned around and looked at the creatures around him. I should call you Star Spirits. Every soul shadow here was a member of the Star Tribe, or the fusion of the souls of many members of the Star Tribe. They used to be one of the 4 great royal tribes. Unfortunately, they no longer had any consciousness. All that was left was their instinct to kill. Zichun was a little emotional. However, he did not stop his clones from attacking. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to rely on the star spirits. He had to make the star spirits stronger. On a certain dark night, Xing Ling, who had fainted, suddenly opened her eyes. The moment the astral spirits opened their eyes, the world seemed to have lost its original luster. The stars in the sky became dim, and the falling meteor shower seemed to have stopped. All the astral spirits that had no consciousness stopped fighting, and their gazes looked in one direction at the same time. Then they roared. Zichun heard the roar again. He had heard the same roar last time. However, all the star spirits were roaring in the direction of the roar. This time, all the star spirits roared at the star spirit in front of Zichun, who had just opened his eyes. Within that roar, there was anger, resentment, unwillingness, excitement. Mixed within it was the hatred of the past, as well as the desire of the heart. These star spirits' unconscious souls seemed to have gained more consciousness and memories at this moment. They were marks of hatred, unwillingness, and unyielding. But it was only for a short moment. As the starlight brightened again and the meteor shower continued to fall, the star spirits regained their instincts and began to kill. "You're awake." Zichun retracted his gaze and looked at Xingling. Xingling stood up and looked at Zichun with a complicated expression. He knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Master, you've regained your memories, so you should know your own name, right?" Zichun looked at the awakened star elf. Xingling smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "My former name is now in the past. Master, you can call me Xing Qin's son." Xing Qin's son. Zichun looked at him meaningfully and said, "I'll call you Xing Chun from now on. As for me, you can call me Zichun. I'm not used to being called master." Zichun's words were irrefutable. Just like how Longhu and Torvosaurus were awakened by him, they also called Zichun by his name, not master. Xing Qin's son nodded. "Do you know where this is?" The sorrow in his eyes disappeared in a flash. Xing Qian said coldly, "This used to be the world of the star race. After the war, the star race was defeated, and the entire star race was refined into a great formation. This is the area controlled by the tripartite slaughtering formation." This was not far from Zichun's guess. Zichun asked again, "Do you know how to leave this place?" "Go deep." Xing Chun turned around and looked behind him. "Okay, let's go deep." Zichun stood up and said, "No, I'm still in the growth stage. I need some astral power to replenish." Xing Chun looked at the star spirits indifferently and said, "Although they're my compatriots, they won't be rational under the formation. There are many powerful star spirits in the depths. I have to become stronger." After saying that, Xing Chun rushed forward and charged toward the star spirits. After awakening, Xing Qin's combat strength increased by a lot. With the help of extreme yin and extreme yang, his killing speed was also faster. Due to the high efficiency of the slaughter, the soul power of the star was constantly increasing, and its outer appearance had also undergone some changes. As astral power gathered on his right hand, a materialized Xing Qin's glove appeared. The glove extended until it covered his entire right arm. With the glove, Xing Qin's efficiency increased again. The two of them killed along the way and started to go deep. 3 days later, the glove on Xing Qin's left hand appeared. Then it was the armor on his body. Another day came. The two of them, who had given up killing, gathered together. Xing Qin looked ahead and said, "From here, we have to go through a city first." "A city? Is there anyone inside?" Zichun asked. Shaking his head, Xing Qin said expressionlessly, "No, but there are powerful star spirits. If we want to go deep, we have to go through that city. We have to force our way through." "How's their combat strength? Are there any saints?" "No, the highest level is the peak of the heaven realm. Once the creatures from the outside world reach this level, they will enter the city on their own. In that city, they won't kill each other." Zichun's heart moved. He said, "That is to say, the limit of the killing spirits that this formation can create is the peak of the heaven realm." Xing Qin said, "No one can create saints. But after passing through that city, if we want to leave here, we have to go to the altar. Outside the altar, there are half-sages guarding it." Half-sages. Zichun was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a name. Xingqian nodded. Yes, those who have half a foot in the divine road are called half-sages. They have a high chance of becoming saints. But the half-sages here are all created by forcefully merging their souls and suppressed by saint crystals. They can't become saints. This name doesn't exist in our original world. Zichen had never heard of this name before. Neither the Sky Martial Arts Plane nor the War Martial Arts Plane had this name. In his knowledge, saints were saints. There was no such thing as half-sages. According to Xing Chen, his peak combat strength should be reached after condensing the Xing Chen armor and a Xing Chen spear. That was the standard to enter the city. But because of the rules here, or because of some changes in his body, he couldn't get Xing Chen's power to replenish himself in the outside world. He could only go deeper and deeper. In the process, Zichun saw other star spirits. Some of them had human bodies and beast heads. They also had Xing Chen armor on their bodies. Some had materialized weapons formed by Xing Chen's power in their hands. Roar! A roar shook the heavens and the earth. Zichun looked at the creature in front of him that had condensed half of its armor. After the roar, the creature threw a punch at Zichun. The light of the fist surged. Xing Chen's power completely exploded. The world was illuminated by the starlight. Although this attack was still brutal and didn't know how to adapt, the star spirits here were undoubtedly much stronger than those outside. This was because they knew how to use Xing Chen's power. Every attack was equivalent to a heavenly realm expert using the lowest level of heavenly path technique. A strong wind blew. Zichen's black hair danced crazily. His response to the attack was also a punch that shone with golden light. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant. A loud explosion erupted. Boundless golden light extinguished the starlight in front of them and poured into the body of the star spirit. In an instant, the body of the star spirit exploded. Boundless Xing Chen's power followed the surging energy. In the end, it was all absorbed by Xing Chen. Although he knew how strong Zichen was, he was still shocked every time he saw Zichen attack so decisively. Zichen walked in a straight line. This way, the journey was undoubtedly the shortest, but the degree of danger was also the highest. All the dangers along the way were just a punch in front of Zichen. A few days later, the armor on Xing Chen's upper body appeared. The power of Xing Chen here no longer had any effect on him. Hence, the two continued to go deeper. Half a month later, Xing Chen's body was covered in armor. In the starry rain, Xing Chen, who walked between heaven and earth, was like a Xing Chen god of war. The armor covered his entire body. Only his eyes were exposed. His eyes were ice cold. Before the two reached the city Xing Chen mentioned, they met the star spirits who were holding weapons. Their eyes were also cold. There was a cold, murderous intent in their eyes. They rushed towards Zichun. They are only a step away from the peak. As long as they devour any of their companions, they can enter the city. They are second only to the peak. Looking at the star path rushing towards Zichun, the star spirit explained, Boom! Zichun only responded with a punch. As the punch landed, the star spirit's body and weapon exploded. The pure star spirit's power was absorbed by Xing Chen, who was not far away. After absorbing the star spirit's power, Xing Chen's weapon condensed a little. After that, the two went deeper and continued to kill until Xing Chen's spear completely condensed in Xing Chen's hand. At this point, the star spirit's combat power had reached the peak. It had been less than a year since Zichun found the star spirit and reached the peak of the heaven realm. In less than a year, he had reached the peak of the heaven realm. Such a fast breakthrough speed. If the outside world knew about it, it would definitely cause a shock. After reaching the peak, Zichun continued to kill. However, this time, Xing Chen did not absorb the star spirits he killed. Instead, he waved one hand. A wave of energy rolled up. The exploding star spirit condensed in front of him and turned into a crystal. That was Xing Chen's crystal. After some time, Zichun saw the outline of a city. Chapter 2080. The sky brightened, and the formation was completely shut down. The blurry city in Zichen's sight disappeared. Xing Chen's fluctuating expression became indifferent again. The star spirits in the city won't attack me. It's relatively easy for me to get there, but Xingqian turned his head and looked at Zichun with a worried expression. Zichun waved his hand and interrupted him. It's fine. As long as there are no saints inside, I'm confident that I can break through. But I'm not sure if they'll continue to chase us after we pass through the city. They won't stop until they're dead. Along the way, Xingqian had a certain understanding of Zichun's combat strength. He knew that Zichun was very strong, but it was not easy to pass through a city where peak heaven realm experts gathered. Looking at the empty land in front of him, Xingqian's heart was filled with sorrow. The huge star race had hundreds of millions of people and countless experts. But after their destruction, their souls had devoured each other, and they had become a killing tool for others. He had hatred in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent it. Fortunately, Zichun had appeared. He knew where he came from, and he knew that he had come to this world with a mission. As long as he completed this mission, his life would come to an end. If he was lucky enough to survive, he would avenge the star race. Shaking his head, Xingqian said, although the three talents killing formation has always been in an active state, it is not fully activated. This formation is only used in large-scale wars. When more than 10,000 people enter, the formation will be fully activated. At that time, the classification will disappear. All peak heaven realm experts in the city will go out of the city to kill all the outsiders. If there are less than 10,000 people, they will guard the city and let these people pass through the formation. Anyway, they are immortal. If you can get out of the city smoothly, they will not chase after you. Looking at Zichun, Xingqian's eyes flashed with a touch of hesitation. If you have something to say, just say it. Zichun stared ahead and said faintly. Xingqian's change in expression could not escape his perception. More importantly, Xingqian's soul was connected to Zichun's. In this city, there is a most powerful person. He has something on him that can protect me from dying in the end. However, this star spirit's battle prowess is extremely strong. He is not weaker than a half-saint. Zichun had to face many peak heaven realm experts in the city. It was not easy to force his way through. If he had to kill the strongest person, it would undoubtedly increase the danger for Zichun. Xingqian had been hesitating. He didn't want to die like this. He wanted to avenge the star race. At the very least, he wasn't willing to die like this. Why did he die? Zichun turned to look at the other party and asked in confusion, the place you left is the core of the formation. Before you leave, you have to destroy this formation. As your guide, I will be devoured by the formation and will disappear naturally. Xingqian's cold eyes revealed a touch of unwillingness. I'm not afraid of death. However, I'm not willing to die like this. I want to avenge my people. Your enemy is the god race. Do you know where they are? Zichun asked. He knew that it was the god race who had destroyed the star race. I don't know. However, it's the same to kill the alien race. The alien race and the god race are closely related. Zichun heard the unwillingness and hatred in Xingqian's words. He could understand him completely. The star race was also his compatriot. He was also one of the four king races. Nodding, Zichun said, Okay, I will kill him and save your life. Xingqian's face became excited and worried. When the time comes, you just need to tell me where that star spirit is. The bright sky gradually turned dark. The formation was about to be activated. The war was about to begin. When the stars appeared in the sky, the city appeared in front of Zichun again. Go. With a low shout, Zichun rushed forward. Xingqian followed behind him. As they were all star spirits, the other star spirits wouldn't attack Xingqian. Hence, he had to follow behind Zichun so that he could save Zichun at the critical moment. The city in front of them gradually became clear. Star spirits appeared one after another. They held their weapons and attacked Zichun. Swoosh. Zichun's speed instantly increased, leaving those star spirits far behind. He had to go through this city tonight. The star spirits behind him stopped after chasing for a while. They roared at Zichun unwillingly and turned around to leave. A magnificent city appeared in front of Zichun. The city was bathed in the starry rain, emitting soft and bright light. Zichun, who was dashing forward, stopped at the city gate. It was an ancient city built by the star race. Perhaps it used to be the glory of the star race. But now, it was the disgrace of the star race. The name of the city had been erased many years ago. It was replaced with the name given by the God Clan, Star Slave City. Such a city indicated that it was a city of slaves. Looking at the three eye-catching words, Xing Qian gritted his teeth. The corner of his eyes twitched, and a flame was burning deep in his heart. Zichun lowered his head, looking at the city gate that wasn't closed. At this moment, 2 rows of star spirits were standing in the passage leading to the city. Each of them had the strength of the peak heaven realm. They were like soldiers guarding the city gate who had found an intruder. They took out their shining weapons and coldly looked at him. In such an ancient city of the star race, they had treated the star race as slaves. It wasn't just a personal hatred, but a hatred of the entire race. Zichun seemed to hear the unyielding roar deep in their hearts. He seemed to see the hatred for the God Clan buried deep in their hearts. It was the hatred of the entire race. It represented that the entire star race and the God Clan would never rest until one of them died. Kill! Zichun shouted coldly and dashed forward. He felt pity for them, but he wasn't merciful, because being merciful might result in his own death. If he wanted to save them and awaken the souls of the star spirits, he had to break this formation. But before that, Zichun had to go through this place first. Golden light shone around him, and a powerful aura surged. When this aura was released, the entire world seemed to stop for a moment. Facing the blocked passage of the city gate, Zichun didn't need to do anything. He just kept moving forward. Boom! A star spirit collided with Zichun. The huge impact caused the star spirit's body to explode. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, another star spirit exploded, and a series of muffled sounds reverberated in the tunnel. No matter how these peak heaven realm star spirits attacked, all their attacks were forcefully dispersed by Zichun. Then, the star spirits that Zichun encountered would explode. At the back, Xingqian was shocked when he saw this. He knew that Zichun was strong, but he realized that he had underestimated Zichun's combat power. He couldn't stay in a daze any longer. The passage that Zichun opened could be blocked by the other star spirits at any time. He raised his hand and shot out a starlight. Then, he caught up with Zichun's pace and followed closely behind Zichun. Behind Xingqian, the star spirits that exploded turned into Xingqian's power. They gathered together and turned into Xingqian's crystals and flew towards Xingqian. Boom! At the end of the passage, a violent aura surged. One by one, star spirits flew out from the passage. Endless amounts of Xingqian's power surged. A ray of golden light shot out from the passage and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. After the golden light, there were rays of starlight. They were all star spirits. They roared and chased after Zichun. At the front, Xingqian followed closely behind Zichun. After entering the city, Zichun didn't stop. There were too many star spirits. Every one of them was fearless. Zichun couldn't continue fighting. Attacks landed on his body one after another, but they were all blocked by his strong body. Fortunately, his body wasn't weaker than a heaven-defying weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to rush around casually. Xingqian, who was following closely behind, looked at the scene in shock. Originally, he was worried that Zichun would be in danger. He was ready to intervene at any time. But now, he could barely keep up with Zichun's speed. With Zichun's momentum, there was almost no problem for him to cross the city. The sounds of explosions were still echoing in the city. Zichun used his pure physical strength to shatter the creatures that came to block his way. However, under the protection of the formation, these star spirits obviously wouldn't die. They would appear again soon. But because of this, these star spirits couldn't use any special supernatural powers. They could only rely on powerful attacks. That was why Zichun dared to rush around like this. Soon, Zichun had crossed 1/3 of the city. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed. He was unstoppable. The shock in Xingqian's heart could no longer be described with words. As far as he was concerned, the difficulty of traversing this city was truly too easy for Zichun. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. In the sky above the city, a star spirit in armor appeared. He held a huge sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was pointed at Zichun. He shouted, "Kill him!" This was the second voice Zichun heard after coming to this world, besides Xingqian. Obviously, The other party had spiritual intelligence and was an awakened existence. The aura surging from the other party also surpassed all the heaven realm cultivators present. Is this the half-saint realm? Zichen looked up and stared at the other party. He sensed the other party's identity from Xing Qin's violently fluctuating soul. He was the target that Xing Chen had mentioned. Die! With a shout, Zichen rushed to the sky. Golden light shone around him. He punched toward the other party. The dazzling fist light cut through the sky and went straight for the star spirit.
Humph.
The star spirit snorted again. He raised the huge sword in his hand high. Endless Xing Qin's power gathered on it. He slashed at the incoming fist light with the sword. Boom! With a violent explosion of energy, the star spirit was sent flying with his sword. The fist light formed by Zichen's attack also exploded in an instant. Zichen saw the shock in his opponent's eyes when he was sent flying. He was expressionless. His figure flashed, and he showed up in front of the creature immediately. At this moment, facing so many star spirits, he naturally had to go all out. He definitely couldn't play around. Therefore, after Zichen approached the other party, he punched. Zichen was serious. The power contained in this punch was weaker than before. Feeling this weak punch, the star spirit's eyes flashed with contempt. He slashed down with his sword. Chapter 2081. Looking at Zichen's powerful attack, Xing Qin's indifferent expression showed a touch of excitement. According to Zichen's powerful battle strength, it seemed that it would not be difficult for him to kill this half-saint. However, after the powerful collision, Zichen's attack was obviously much weaker. The previous attack was so, and so was this seemingly gentle palm. How could this be? Standing in the distance, Xing Qin was puzzled. Around Xing Qin, the other star spirits looked up at the battle in the sky. They had no intention of helping. When they glanced at the half-saint from time to time, they showed instinctive awe. Bang! Zichen pushed out his palm. The half-saint star spirit's expression became more contemptuous. The giant sword in his hand slashed horizontally again. The sword light flashed, as if he was going to cut Zichen in half. Zichen stepped aside, and the sword light brushed past his body. The moment the sword light brushed past his body, Zichen leaned forward and hit the half-saint star spirit with his palm again. This palm was so light that Xing Qin thought it could only make the half-saint lose his balance and take 2 steps back. It could not hurt him at all. The fact was as he thought. After Zichen's palm hit the half-saint star spirit, he lost his balance and took 2 steps back. What's the use of such an attack? Xing Qin was shocked by Zichen, but now it was replaced by doubt. However, in the next moment, the doubt on his face was replaced by astonishment. The moment the half-saint star spirit lost his balance and took 2 steps back, Zichen's body shone with a dazzling golden light. He arrived in front of the half-saint star spirit in an instant and then hit him with a punch. After the punch, Zichen seemed to have predicted the direction of the half-saint star spirit's loss of balance. He took a step forward and punched again. Then his body flashed again, and a golden finger print hit the half-saint star spirit. In Xing Qin's eyes, Zichen had completely turned into a golden light. He surrounded the semi-holy star spirit and continuously attacked. These attacks might not be powerful, but they were perfectly linked together, making the semi-holy star spirit unable to regain his center of gravity from the beginning. His body involuntarily swayed left and right with Zichen's attacks, constantly changing his direction. Bang, bang, bang. Fists, palms, fingers, elbows, knees. Similar attacks were launched unceasingly, falling on the half-saint star spirit. Energy reverberated unceasingly. The half-saint star spirit looked up to the sky and roared. The half-saint aura around him surged and spread out like waves. This power was very strong, but it had no effect on Zichen in the slightest. This was because Zichen's physical body was even stronger. It was comparable to a heaven-defying heavenly soldier. How could a half-saint with only soul power suppress him? The astonishment on his face turned into shock again. An ancient memory appeared in his sea of consciousness. Xing Qin looked at Zichen, who was shining with golden light, and said involuntarily, This is the ancient race's close combat technique. The Star Tribe was very clear about the ancient race's combat techniques. This was because the Star Tribe was one of the 4 great kings of the ancient race. In his Sea of Consciousness, some introductions about the close combat techniques appeared. One of them was that once one's body was stuck to, there was no other way to break free except by being several times stronger than the opponent. This was a combo attack technique. From the beginning, it was to destroy the enemy. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that the energy was exhausted. The other was that the enemy was dead or defeated. I didn't expect him to know this kind of combo attack technique. In order to launch this kind of combo attack, he must have a strong physical body. Previously, I guessed that Zichen only had the perfect spiritual thoughts. This doesn't seem to be accurate. Since he can use this kind of combo attack technique against a half-saint, perhaps his physical body is also called the ancient race's perfect body. The shocked Xing Chun finally understood Zichen's intention after seeing Zichen's close combat combo attack technique. This kind of close combat was very suitable for him to be surrounded by attacks from the peak heavenly realm. This was because the half-saint would be attacked by the other heavenly realm experts. The half-saint star spirit was still roaring, but it was useless. Although his cultivation level was higher, his combat strength was still a little weaker than Zichen's. As the attacks fell, the heaven-defying energy that entered the star spirit's body with the attacks also erupted. The star spirit's body emitted a dazzling golden light. This golden light pierced the star spirit's body from the inside out. It was like a sharp sword that pierced the star spirit's body and armor. The half-saint star spirit's unwilling roar resounded throughout the world. The armor that was torn apart by the golden light dissipated and turned into specks of starlight. At the same time, the star spirit's body also disappeared. However, the star spirit's roar suddenly stopped when his body dissipated. There seemed to be a touch of human emotion in his angry and ruthless eyes. He turned his head to look at Zichen. His expression changed, and there seemed to be a touch of gratitude in his eyes. Then, the star spirit turned his head again and saw Xing Chun. His face revealed a look of realization and relief. He smiled at Xing Chun, and his body dissipated in an instant. Just as the star spirit disappeared, a light spot of Xing Chun appeared in the star spirit's sea of consciousness. It turned into a ray of light and flew towards Xing Chun. Let them go. At the same time, a cold voice resounded in the sky when the half-saint star spirit disappeared. There was a tone of command in this voice that could not be disobeyed. As soon as the words came out, the rest of the star spirits immediately showed fear on their faces and retreated. I hope you can succeed. Another low murmur sounded. The half-saint star spirit completely dissipated in the star rain. Let's go. In Zichen's Sea of Consciousness, Xing Chen's voice sounded. He was not an indecisive person. He did not think about what was going on. He immediately turned into a ray of golden light and flew out of the city. The star spirits were still in a state of awe. When they saw Zichen fly past them, they all showed awe and hesitation on their faces. They seemed to be struggling. Obviously, the order just now was not enough to completely suppress them. Under the cover of the formation, the instinct to kill made them struggle. Roar. After a while, a low roar resounded. A heaven realm creature raised the weapon in his hand and rushed towards Zichen. If there was one, there would be a second soon. The instinct to kill had completely taken over their hearts. After that, more star spirits rushed out and chased after Zichen. All the star spirits in the city moved and continued to besiege Zichen. Fortunately, while the star spirits were struggling, Zichen had already flown far away. At the moment, he was less than 1/3 of the way to the city gate. Boom! The golden light around his body was violent. For the last part of the journey, Zichen drove with all his strength. He flew out of the city in a straight line like a cannonball. Behind Zichen, Xing Chun chased after him desperately. Behind Xing Chun, the star spirits that Zichen had crashed into turned into Xing Chun's crystals and followed behind Xing Chun. Swoosh! In this way, when there was still some time before dawn, Zichen successfully passed through the city. After passing through the city, he didn't stop but continued to rush forward. After about 10,000 miles, he stopped and looked up at the sky. The night was about to pass. After a while, Xing caught up with him, panting. After the battle in the city, Xing now admired Zichen more and more. The sky was bright. The star spirits outside the city dissipated with the disappearance of the star rain. Another day had come. Xing sat cross-legged on a big rock and began to merge the starlight left by the half-saint. For some reason, Zichen felt that the starlight was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It would take a long time to merge the starlight left by the half-saint. Zichen stayed where he was and protected Xing. The peak heaven realm creatures in the city didn't continue to chase after Zichen after he left the city. However, there were still star spirits of other levels outside, but they couldn't do anything to Zichen. Soon, 10 days passed. Xing finally merged with the starlight and opened his eyes. His eyes were full of joy and excitement. With the merged starlight, even if Zichen broke the formation, he wouldn't die. And he might even be able to get out of here and avenge the star tribe. He looked at Zichen with gratitude in his eyes. How far are we from the core of the formation? Zichen sat on a big rock and looked ahead. This place was very strange. Nothing could be seen during the day, like an illusion. Only at night could one see. At full speed, we should be able to go deep in half a month, Xing said in a low voice. How many half-saints are there? Hearing Zichen's words, Xing was lost in thought. After a while, he said with uncertainty, I don't know the details, but from the formation, there should be 9. 9 half-saints? Zichen's eyes flashed with cold light. The way out was right in front of him. Not to mention 9 half-saints. Even if there were 19 or 90 Zichen, he would still have to fight. Those 9 half-saints are all suppressed by Saint Crystals. Their battle strength should be stronger than the one in the city. It doesn't matter. Let's go deep tonight. When night came, the two started to move forward at full speed. Along the way, Xing collected a lot of Xingchen's crystals. Soon, half a month passed. The two came to the core of the formation in the depths of this world. That's the core of the formation. Just go there and destroy the formation. 10,000 feet away, Xing pointed to the shining altar and said, looking at the altar, Zichen could still feel the powerful aura surging from it even though they were 10,000 feet apart. This aura came from the altar itself and from the 9 statues below the altar. They used to be saints of the Star Tribe. After their vitality was extinguished, they were turned into statues by the Shun tribe and became part of the formation. The saint crystals in their bodies were dug out to protect this formation. Looking at the 9 statues, Xing revealed a sorrowful expression. 9 saints. When Zichen heard this, he was clearly shocked. Chapter 2082. A star spirit appeared within the range. His outfit was very similar to Xingchen's. They both had Xingchen's armor on their bodies and held Xingchen's spear in their hands. As soon as the star spirit appeared, he began to release the aura of a half-saint. The holy aura spread toward them. The star spirit's eyes were cold, but there was emptiness and dullness in his eyes. The star spirit's aura was not very strong for Xing. He looked at the star spirit and explained, he is also a star spirit, but there is an additional consciousness of the God Clan in his sea of consciousness. That consciousness is to protect this place. Everything he does is based on instinct. In front of the two, the array seemed to have divided this place into 2 worlds. One of them was the star rain world where Zichen was, and the other was the half-saint world where there was no star rain. Go back. Looking at the 2 people in the star rain, they did not move. The star spirit in front of them shouted coldly again. The aura released from his body became stronger. He had encountered many similar situations. Some star spirits would always come here by mistake and be scared away by him. But this time, the 2 obviously would not retreat because of this. The 2 of them stepped forward at the same time. You are courting death. A cold light flashed in the star spirit's eyes. Zichen and Xing entered the core of the array at the same time. Swoosh! The star spirit in front of them stepped forward. Xingchen's spear in his hand turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards Zichen. An intruder and a star spirit were together. Naturally, they had to deal with the intruder first.
clang.
Zichun stood still. Another spear light flashed and blocked the star spirit's attack. According to the original plan, Xing Chun would block the first star spirit's attack for Zichun. Zichun stood still. His aura flowed and his black hair danced. He raised his hands in front of his chest. Golden light shone on his fingertips as he began to form seals. A hot and violent aura emerged from his body. Waves of energy appeared from his fingertips and fell in front of Zichun. Xing Chun and Xing Ling were fighting at the front, and clanging sounds could be heard continuously. Although Xing Chun was only at the peak of Heaven Realm, he had an extraordinary background and his attack was very powerful. It was not a problem for him to block a sage to be star spirit. The star spirits who were in the midst of battle no longer spoke nonsense and began to fight with all their might. Starlight surged, and sharp killing moves were displayed. This battle was related to the fate of the Star Tribe. They wouldn't stop until one of them died. Die! The second half-saint star spirit appeared. He held a star sword in his hand and charged at Zichun. The sword light carried a powerful aura as it cut through the sky. Zichun tapped his foot on the ground and retreated backward. The final seal finally appeared in his hand.
Buzz.
A golden imprint appeared in front of Zichun, containing destructive energy waves. After a slight tremble, it went straight for the second star spirit. The star spirit was a sage to be. He could speak, but he didn't have a complete consciousness after all. If it were other experts, they would naturally defend themselves or dodge as fast as they could after sensing the energy waves of Zichun's attack. But the star spirit didn't. He still held the sword in his hand tightly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He looked like he wasn't afraid of death. Then he stabbed at Zichun's extreme yang technique with his sword. The extreme yang technique, which was full of violent thunderbolts, was pierced by the sword, and the golden light in it exploded completely. Boom! The golden light exploded, and the space began to tremble. The sage-to-be star spirit's body was completely covered by the violent thunderbolts, and a shrill scream came out from it. At this moment, the third star spirit didn't have time to appear. The shrill scream alarmed the two people who were fighting. At this moment, they subconsciously turned back and looked at the violent golden thunderbolt energy. The sage-to-be star spirit flew out from the violent energy. His body was filled with thunderbolts, and his body kept twitching. After flying out for a short distance, his body turned into starlight and disappeared from the world. Only a piece of crystal that emitted saint might fell to the ground. Xing Chun was stunned when he saw that a half-saint star spirit had been killed with a single strike. Just at this moment, the third star spirit appeared. His exposed eyes were filled with extreme anger. "Damn intruder! How dare you!" His angry voice resounded through the world, but he didn't finish his sentence and suddenly stopped. A psychedelic light appeared beside Zichun. The light turned into a little fairy and landed on Zichun's shoulder. The sudden stop made Xing Chun confused. He turned his head and looked at the other party. The pair of eyes that were filled with anger suddenly became lifeless. Then, a kacha sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the head of the starlight armor, and in the end, it exploded. A visible wound pierced through the man's head. Pong! The body of the third star spirit exploded and turned into Xing Chen's power. Another saint crystal fell to the ground. "This is..." Xing Chun opened his eyes wide and looked at the little fairy on Zichun's shoulder. He couldn't associate the death of the sage-to-be star spirit with such a little guy. But it seemed that there was no other abnormal situation. Two star spirits were killed in an instant. This was enough to attract the attention of the rest of the star spirits. The fourth, fifth, sixth, ninth. The rest of the star spirits appeared and rushed towards Zichun from all directions. The void trembled as streaks of sharp blade attacks tore through the air, heading straight for Zichun. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichun's back. Facing the attack of six sage-to-be, he couldn't be careless. The moment the heavenly thunder wings appeared, the attacks of the six sage-to-be star spirits arrived. Zichun displayed his maximum speed. The six attacks stopped in front of Zichun. Swoosh! The moment the weapon stopped, Zichun charged forward and punched a half-saint. A violent fist light immediately bombarded the half-saint's body. With a loud bang, the man was sent flying backward with his weapon in tow. Subsequently, Zichen's figure flashed again as he punched out again. At a glance, Zichen seemed to have become 6 people in an instant. Each of them punched and sent 6 sage-to-be star spirits flying. When the 6 sage-to-be star spirits flew backward, the armor of Xing Qian on 2 of them shattered. Their aura became weak. The remaining 4 were intact. The coldness in their eyes grew stronger. Kill. There was another cold shout, and the few star spirits rushed forward again. However, this time, only the 4 of them who still had their star armors on their bodies rushed forward. As for the other 2, they stood still on the spot. The saber spirit, who had disappeared, returned to Zichen's shoulder. It flapped its wings and looked silly and cute. As for the 2 sage-to-be star spirits who did not rush forward, there was a fatal wound between their eyebrows. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the 2 sage-to-be star spirits also exploded and turned into the pure power of Xing Qian. The power of Xing Qian floated in the sky and floated to the altar. It was absorbed by the light ball in the center of the altar. The eye that had disappeared in the light ball slowly appeared and became clear. Then, it opened again. This time, the opening of the eye did not cause any changes in the world. Because he was not asleep, he just closed his eyes because he was too tired. When he opened his eyes, he saw the battlefield in front of him. He saw Zichen, Xing Qian, and the 5 sage-to-be star spirits. At this time, 4 sage-to-be star spirits rushed towards Zichen. The eye wanted to remind Zichen to be careful, but it was too late. The 4 sage-to-be star spirits had already reached Zichen. Then, the eye saw a silver light flashing. It was the light of the heavenly thunder wings. It affected the surrounding space and slowed down the attacks of the 4 sage-to-be star spirits. Shrouded by the mysterious space, Zichen's speed increased sharply. With the golden light shining, Zichen punched out 4 more times. The 4 sage-to-be star spirits who rushed forward flew backward again. 2 of the sage-to-be Xing Qian's armor exploded. Such combat strength! There was a touch of shock in his eyes. A heaven realm expert against 4 sage-to-be star spirits, but the sage-to-be star spirits were defeated. Zichen's combat strength shocked him. At this time, he saw a psychedelic light flash past Zichen and go straight to the 2 sage-to-be star spirits who had lost their sage-to-be Xing Qian's armor. Facing the psychedelic light, the 2 sage-to-be star spirits had no time to react. Their heads were penetrated. Then, he saw the 2 sage-to-be star spirits explode. The pure power of Xing Qian floated toward him and was absorbed by him, strengthening his soul power. So that's how it is. Seeing this scene, he knew why he was able to wake up again. The shock in his eyes was still there. At the same time, he guessed that there were only 3 sage-to-be star spirits left among the 9 sage-to-be star spirits. The same scene played out again. Almost the same as before, Zichen killed the last 2 sage-to-be star spirits with the same means. It was not that these sage-to-be star spirits did not have soul power and did not know how to be flexible. It was just that Zichen's means were too powerful. The extreme speed of the Thunder Tribe was already the top extreme speed cultivation method in the world. After the extreme speed came the power. It was believed that no one at the same level could be stronger than Zichen. It should be known that even Gao Wei, who was recognized as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator, could not be compared with Zichen's power. The saber spirit that killed the sage-to-be star spirits was specially matched with the thunder saber manipulation cultivation method. The origin of this cultivation method was even more extraordinary. Only one person in the world could master it. When the thunder sacred beast passed on the cultivation method to him, it even sacrificed its own soul. The combination of all kinds of power showed the scene in front of them. Zichen killed the sage-to-be star spirits here almost effortlessly. In this world, among all the heavenly realm, only Zichen could deal with them so easily. If it was someone else, even if Gao Wei came, it would be much more difficult to deal with these sage-to-be star spirits. The battle should be over now. Looking at the 2 sage-to-be star spirits on the other side, Zichen said to Xing Qian. Xing Qian, who was completely stunned, came to his senses. He nodded and began to attack with all his might. Without any pressure, Xing showed his full strength and spent nearly 15 minutes to kill the sage-to-be star spirits. 9 sage-to-be star spirits were killed, leaving behind 9 pieces of Saint Crystals. Xing went forward to pick up the Saint Crystals, looking very excited. This excitement was not because of the Saint Crystals, but because of the Star Tribe. After killing the 9 sage-to-be star spirits, the Star Tribe would be liberated. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.